back because of economic concerns.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. States cut the funding, so the colleges have to raise tuition. Now, do they have to raise it by 68% in 10 years? I don't know.
Well, not when you're only cutting it by 8.7%.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you justify that?
Yeah.
So many have proposed making public college tuition free, which I don't think I'd argue with that. But that alone won't address student debt going forward because tuition isn't the only driver of student debt. The total cost of college also includes living expenses like textbooks and room and board, regardless if a student lives on campus or not. Living costs actually are more expensive than the sticker price of tuition. In fact, tuition and fees only make up 48% of the total cost of college at a public four-year college. At public two-year colleges, it's even smaller. It's an even smaller share at 29%, with living costs almost making up 2/3 of the cost to attend. So you were living on campus your first year. How did that go down?
That's something that we didn't even talk about. Like, you're taking out your college loans, but you're also like renting an apartment basically. And, I only did it for 1 year. It just wasn't for me. And I live close enough to campus that it's not really necessary. And it was very expensive living on campus, at least. I mean, there's options, where you can like just get an apartment off campus that I think those might be cheaper, especially if you have roommates, you split that cost. But yeah, a lot of that cost is coming from living there because it is a secondary apartment rental essentially. And it's really great for some people. You're living on campus. Where I was in the heart of campus. So you can get pretty much anywhere quickly. So there's a convenience factor. There's a social factor because if you have a lot of friends on campus or you're part of a fraternity or a sorority, you have easy access to that or any clubs you're on campus. So there's definitely benefits. It's just, is it worth, again, it's a personal decision. Is it worth the, in my opinion, very high cost that room and board is going to run you?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, when you stopped living on campus, did your costs go down significantly?
Yeah, it did.
By these kind of percentage numbers?
Yeah, roughly. I don't remember exactly. Like I would have to look at my actual bill because you can see all that. But yeah, definitely there was a decent chunk that was taken out because I was no longer living on campus.
That's a very good point. So they say that covering tuition alone won't eliminate the need for many students to borrow money. Many of the existing, quote, free college proposals would continue the Pell Grant program and allow low-income students to use the grant to cover living costs, which would help low-income students. So a lot of the financial support that's out there now would still continue, even though eliminating tuition fees isn't going to be the end-all, be-all, but there are still other methods out there to assist students.
Yeah, that's another thing. I was looking at my bill recently, like I mentioned, and it goes tuition, and then it just says fees, and that's like a third of the cost. It's like, what are fees? And, I'm sure you can, if you ask, they'll break it down for you. But it's strange seeing, all right, I understand what tuition is. I'm paying you to go to the school. What are fees and where are they going? And it's like, that's where you get into why is this costing so much? And it really makes you wonder, especially if they're fees for things that you aren't using.
Well, and you get that sort of thing on utility bills and stuff like that, where they try to hide all the costs. Yep. But when you're talking $1.5 billion, you need to kind of be a little more upfront with these. So what other factors are there that we have to weigh in?
So there's the graduate school. In 2019, the number of loans dispersed for graduate school accounted for 16% of all federal student loans issued. While they were a small number of loans, they actually accounted for 41% of the dollars dispersed. That's because of the amount graduate students borrow, because graduate school is really expensive, no matter what level you're going for. While many often talk about borrowers with six-figure student debt, that's not undergraduates. According to federal data, the average debt for a bachelor's degree is about $27K. We've talked about that before. That's because they're cheaper, but also there are strict federal limits on undergraduate borrowing. The same federal data shows that there is only one degree level where the median bar exceeds six figures, and that's for your doctorate, so for law or medical school. On top of all of this, another driver of the rise in student loan debt is the sheer number of people going to college, kind of like we were talking about. There's just more access to it. So because of that, the borrowing has also increased. Undergraduate enrollment has increased by more than 3.5 million students since 2000, and more people are going to graduate school as a result of that. From 2000 to 2018, enrollment for graduate school increased by 41%. The rise in cumulative debt looks astounding, but it's also important to consider all pieces of context that contribute to that increase. If people really want to eliminate student debt, it will mean finding a way to cover graduate school as well, in addition to the expensive living costs. And no plan exists to ensure that all students can enroll at Harvard at free of charge. So it comes down to idealism, right? You would like these things to be free, but it's in the real world, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't think most students are shooting for free college. I think the vast majority of students who carry student debt loan at this point in time are just looking for reasonable cost. Mm-hmm. And the numbers that we're talking about so far kind of prove that these costs are well beyond reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to go to college is definitely a privilege, and it's good that more people are able to do it. And it just so happens that that access comes with a literal and figurative cost of just being in debt. But if that means that somebody that normally, 30 or 40 years ago wouldn't have been able to go to college that can now, I think that's a good thing. I just think that, like you said, those numbers are ridiculously high and don't need to be that high.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expects to be debt-free when they get out of college, but you got to make sure that the increases in debt kind of are warranted for what you're getting out of it.
Yeah, you're not just bleeding people dry.
Yeah, and that's really what it seems like at this point. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about some possible ways to address the student loan problem. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are talking about student debt today. So some ways to address the student loan debt problem. This is coming from the University of Washington. There's the Student Loan Fairness Act. The Student Loan Fairness Act proposes to tie interest rates to the Federal Reserve discount window rate. I don't know what that means. I'm not an economist, but that sounds like it might be a good thing. Student loan borrowers are currently paying 9 times higher than the banks are able to borrow for. These rates would apply to federal subsidized Stafford loans. The Student Loan Fairness Act would offer borrowers the 10-10 loan repayment plan, which limits the payment on student loans to 10% of discretionary income. This is already offered with the income-based repayment, which I think I mentioned earlier when I was joking that they're just going to take from my wages. One of the big differences is that the proposed 10-10 repayment also offers a maximum capitalization of 10% of interest over the loan that was taken out. This means that your loan balance will never surpass your original balance plus 10%. The Student Loan Fairness Act would allow borrowers a year in which they would be able to convert their private student loans into federal loans if they qualify. And even if you don't qualify for the conversion, the mere fact that this option exists will force private lenders to work with their borrowers and offer programs to parallel what is offered in federal programs. And then finally, the Student Loan Fairness Act offers forgiveness to public sector employees after only 60 months. So that I don't understand the larger terms, but in general, that sounds like it'd be a good thing.
So to kind of put this into perspective, when you go and you get a mortgage, okay, so you buy a house for $100,000, let's say, just to keep the number simple. What they'll do is they'll charge you an interest rate, we'll say 5%, and they'll amortize that over the course of the loan. And basically what that means is they front load your interest payments at the beginning of your loan, and your interest payments will gradually decrease as you pay the loan off. You're going to pay off at a maximum of that 5% of the loan. You're never going to pay more than that 5% of the loan. But what they do is they make sure they get their money up front there, and then the principal it gradually increases the further you pay down. What they're saying here is your student loans will be capped. One, they'll be based on what the Federal Reserve rate is, plus a reasonable profit over that. So when you go and get a loan now, your interest rate that you pay on your loan is, if you get a fixed rate, it's based on prime rate plus whatever the bank is charging for their income there. And then the bank has to then pay their underwriters and all that stuff based on what they make from you. But if you take out a loan, I mean, basically what they're doing with student loans is like what a loan shark does. You know, I'm going to charge you 100% a day on what you borrowed. And by the time you pay off that $100,000 loan, you've paid $400,000.
Way more than you borrowed.
Yeah. Which is ridiculous. And what the federal government's saying, no, you're going to not pay more than 10% on what that value of that loan was. So if you borrowed $100,000, the most you'll ever pay back is $110,000.
Yeah, that sounds great.
and it makes sense. The problem comes with who's investing in those loans at this point in time. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
So the Levy Institute recently published a proposal for canceling all outstanding student debt. The federal government would write off the debt for which it itself is the creditor, the majority of outstanding student loans, and it would assume payments on behalf of borrowers for those loans that are held by private lenders. The population student loan balance would be reduced to zero, a radical solution to the student debt crisis, but one that deserves serious attention given the radical scope of the problem. Economists believe the student debt cancellation would be modestly stimulative to the macroeconomy, increasing annual GDP by $86 per person, which would bring us up to $106 billion per year. It would increase the demand for labor and therefore slightly reduce the unemployment rate. They argue that student debt worsens household balance sheets, and that weakens, the weakness is one of the key mechanisms holding back economic growth. They go on to say that it amounts to around the same size in net dollar cost to the government as the recent tax giveaway to the rich, although with a very different beneficiary population.
Yeah.
You got to convince the rich white guys to let other people get some of that money back. And
that's a hard ask.
That's the hard ask, yeah. So the other concept is free college, quote unquote free college. Free tuition at public colleges and universities, eliminate federal government's profiting on student loans, cut interest on student loans, allow students to refinance loans at today's interest rates, allow low-income students to use federal aid to cover room, board, books, and living expenses. Now, this is sort of like the wish list solution that they have, but some of it makes sense. So, for instance, nowadays, if you have a house and you bought your house 10 years ago and you got a 5% mortgage, which would have been exceedingly high, you can go back to the bank after a certain period of time and refinance that at a lower rate. You can't do that with your student debt. Mm-hmm. So if you got a rate of 15% on your student debt, which is essentially what a credit card rate is, you can never go back. You're always paying that amount for the life of the debt.
Which is going to bleed you dry.
Right. So you don't have, with student loans, you don't have a lot of the same rights and freedoms that you do with other financial loans that you might take out. And I think one of the things that pretty much all of these programs are trying to do is level that playing field to make it more fair.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable. And I look at things like this and it feels like it's by design, especially because it's the demographic of, I think we said earlier, 18 to 29-year-olds, somewhat, green to the world. And when you're taking on these huge loans that you then later have no control over, it feels predatory.
Yeah,
extremely predatory.
And I think one of the problems that we're seeing now is a lot of different solutions are coming into play at different levels, different state levels. The federal government's got a couple in place. So nobody's coming out with a unified plan with this. Like, for instance, University of Michigan created the High Achieving Involved Leader Scholarship. The Tennessee Promise, which was adopted in 2014, offers 2 years of tuition-free community college or technical school to all high school graduates. all these different proposals all have pros and cons to it. And I think what you need something at the federal level that melds all of these different programs together to try to give us really the one-size-fits-all answer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those other programs, you have the Education Trust, which goes with a scorecard program based on some of the following criteria. Covers at least 4 years of tuition and a bachelor's degree at a 4-year institution. It helps low-income students cover living expenses, includes adults and returning students. No college GPA requirement above 2.0 or a C average. C's get degrees. Allows students to enroll half-time, and the grant does not convert to a loan if criteria isn't met. However, no state program meets all criteria, like we were saying, but Washington's college-bound scholarship comes the closest. Since most of the programs are relatively new, it is premature to evaluate their effects. However, an article by the Hettinger Report points out that most programs do not give low-income students 4 years of free college. And failing that, quote, it's increasingly clear that free college, as it is often currently implemented, may be more of a marketing message than a policy that will boost the education level of the future American workforce. Which sounds about right. If you can't actually do it, just make it sound like you can. Get people to go there.
And unfortunately, that seems to be a very political approach to this.
Biden talked a lot about student debt when he was running, and he talked about how he was going to try to forgive a lot of it, and that has, there's no movement on that. So it definitely works, and people eat that up.
Well, and he did sign legislation a few weeks back where he forgave something like $10 million in student debt.
I forgot about that.
$10 million.
1.7 trillion.
1.7 trillion. That's like finding pocket change in the couch.
If you wanted to be optimistic, you could say maybe that's a start. Or if you wanted to be cynical, you could say that he did that to get points, just to look good.
And that's really, that was almost done. That was political theater is what that was. Because I can almost guarantee that the 10 million that he forgave, they probably had 15 million more in applications behind that.
Yeah.
So you're not solving any of the problems with this political theater. And really one of the biggest problems that you're gonna run into is that it's the investors that you have to please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is there a reason for them to fix this problem? I don't think there is. They're making money hand over fist.
And that's exactly it. Until you have a reason as an investor, because what happens is all the student debt gets bought up by investors because they know right now that it's going to get paid back, so it's a good risk for them to take. As soon as the federal government comes in and decides they're going to wave their magic wand and make the debt go away, all that investment money that's out there that's buying up the debt now is going to go away, and you're going to crash the economy.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that so much of our economy is driven on debt. The fact that our national debt is what it is. If you make the debt go away, the people that invest in that debt are going to go away.
Yep. Didn't that happen with the mortgage crisis? Like that was all based off of people's debt and who owned that debt. And then when things started to go under because people couldn't pay that money back, everything like domino effect fell.
Right. Like people look at debt and think, oh, well, no one should be in debt. Debt should go away. Well, debt is like a commodity. Debt's like gold. Okay. So if somebody owes $100,000, somebody else is willing to invest in that because they know that $100,000 is going to have a set return on interest rate. So I'll give you $100,000 today if you're going to give me $120,000 a year from now because it's a good wager.
Yeah.
But if you just make that debt go away,
it breaks the whole system.
Right. It breaks the entire system.
Yeah. And I think that's the issue too, because debt has a negative connotation, but in reality, it's necessary at this point, essentially.
Debt drives the economy more than cash does. And the first thing the federal government wants to do is put more cash on the market when the economy gets bad. And that's the last thing you want to do because it drives inflation up. Mm-hmm. What you need to have debt controlled in a regulated manner to make sure it's a guaranteed return.
And give people the option to refinance things like their student loans.
Sure.
And give people a little bit more autonomy when it comes to these extremely, I said it before, with the predatory practices that they're already doing.
Sure.
And have been doing.
And what's happening here is your debt is getting too high, and it's the debt itself is originating from people who don't have the means to pay it back. So therefore, the risk to that debt goes up significantly, which a lot of investors want to shy away from because they want a return.
could we see something like the financial crisis in 2008, where it's all these people that have gone to college and have taken out loans, but once they're out of college, have no means to pay that back?
You absolutely could. You figure it doesn't matter what your debt is. If it's more than $10,000, you can legally file for bankruptcy. Mm-hmm. So if every student out there who owes more than $10,000 files for bankruptcy, all those investors who invested in that debt are out their money.
Sounds like a bubble.
That's exactly what it is. And this is why politicians are so hesitant to just come in and try to make the problem go away, because they understand that it drives the economy.
Yeah, what's riding on it, yeah.
So it's a very difficult situation, and the future of it's pretty bleak looking. As with
I was going to say, that's why it's on this show.
Most things with this show, the future's pretty bleak looking, but I'm sure we'll survive.
Just become an electrician, you'll be fine.
Vocational, you may lose a few fingers, but vocational school's not a bad thing. So let's take our last break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at what the future does look like.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking student debt, and we're going to take a look at what the future of student debt holds for us. So according to onlinecolleges.net, the silver lining in all this is that policymakers, college administrators, borrowers, parents, students, and prospective college enrollees are at least aware of the problem, and many are proposing solutions. So nobody's pretending that we don't have a problem here, which I guess is a silver lining. I think it's kind of hard to ignore the problem. So
$1.7 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Pink elephant in the room.
At least we're talking about it.
One popular route is to eschew the traditional four-year college in favor of vocational certificate programs, which, we joked about here, but it's a legitimate route to go. In 2012, manufacturers reported that as many as 600,000 jobs went unfulfilled because workers lacked vocational skills. My father used to joke around trying to encourage us to go to college, which my father was not a very particularly encouraging individual. He wouldn't make a motivational speaker. He would tell us, well, the world always needs ditch diggers. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate that.
They don't have debt. Maybe not college.
They don't have any income either. But they go on to say, in fact, a recent report noted that 29 million jobs in the U.S. that require vocational skills but do not require a bachelor's degree, and most award an annual salary of $35,000 or more. Now, I don't know if $35,000 is above or below the poverty line. I know $35,000 is pretty low. Hourly, I don't know. I think that's probably about 15, which is what people are trying to get for a minimum wage. Yeah. And minimum wage is traditionally always below the poverty line. They say some solutions look to change the terms of the loans themselves, which we've talked about. In addition to locking in low interest rates on federal student loans, some lawmakers are seeking to add provisions such as debt forgiveness for those who have made payments for a period of time, as well as suspension of interest accrual during times of high unemployment. Another idea put forward would allow borrowers with student loan debt to refinance at lower fixed interest rates in the same way people refinance their mortgages, which we also talked about. This would result in a savings estimated of $14.5 billion for borrowers in the first year alone. Sounds like a no-brainer. Let's do it. Well, they say many don't realize that Wall Street, and thus lots of people with 401k, invest in student loans to the tune of $291 billion. Additionally, the Department of Education owns another $600 billion in student loan, and the DOE generate a profit of nearly $51 billion from these funds way back in 2013, which is how old this study was. So with so many powerful interests standing to lose by transferring this money back to borrowers, it's unlikely a bill like this will ever pass.
Yeah, and I'm sure perhaps you listening at home have come to this conclusion. No one has a clear idea of what the future holds for education borrowers, but all agree that solutions are needed to ameliorate the student debt crisis. There's a problem, and we should do something about it. With ever more experts forecasting a burst of the student debt bubble like we just talked about, perhaps lenders and investors will have some incentive to work proactively with borrowers to make student loan repayment easier. In any event, until we act, our young people will continue to face more and more debt on an annual basis. I am the young people, and more doing it every year. Sadly, the bottom line is that student loan debt is a big business, and that is, I think, the core of the issue here. The people that are profiting from it at the expense of the younger generation of college students are also the ones being asked to make changes to solve the problem. So why would they change something if they're making a bunch of money from it? However, it's a problem that those investors created to their benefit. As a result, they aren't particularly motivated to take money out of their own pockets and give it back to the debt-laden students or the future of this country.
And that really is the bottom line. It's just the people that need the changes are the ones that are making the money. It's almost like when you try to change politics for the better. The people that need the change in politics are the politicians themselves. And they're never going to do anything that bites them in the hand that they feed themselves with.
I think the only real way you're going to see change is if people would stop going to college, because then those debt numbers wouldn't, go up as high. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, what you'd really see changing is if people stop paying their debt and they file bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And then these people that are investing with their 401k and everything else. And it's interesting they point out 401k. So it's not just these high-powered bankers that are making money off of it. People don't realize where their 401k investments go. And it goes into funds that pick up these debts.
So, like, if you have a 401k and you have a child that's going to college, could you theoretically be making money off of their debt? Absolutely. Which you could also be co-signed to? How does that? That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
But it's one of those things where you're 6 degrees removed from it. Yeah. So you invest in a mutual, in a fund. That fund has maybe bonds that it invests in, and those bonds are then being forwarded over to a bank or purchased from a bank, and that bank is doing the student loan. So you're pretty far removed if you're a 401k contributor.
Right.
But yeah, you're contributing to that problem. So I kind of equate this almost to the issue that we have in this country with medical insurance and health care. Everyone says, oh, well, we need to have free health care. Well, no, you don't need free health care. What you need is affordable medical care.
Yeah.
You look at these other countries that have kind of socialist programs like Canada and the UK and stuff. They don't get free health insurance. They get free health care. And the problem that we have here is we want to tackle the insurance problem when nobody's looking at the expense problem. Right. I shouldn't walk into an ER and get an aspirin and have that aspirin cost $500 and then expect the insurance company to pay for it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing here. We're looking at the debt issue, but it's more of why is the cost so high in the first place of college?
Exactly. Why has the cost gone up to the point that they can't justify that increase? You're not paying higher salaries to your professors to justify it. You're not buying new campuses or facilities or technology. Like, the schools, the colleges need to justify the increase in tuition. And until they can justify that on paper, there's no reason to pay it. And that's what the government should be targeting. The government shouldn't be worrying about student debt, because if you controlled the cost of college and the overcharging of it and the profiteering in colleges, that will automatically control your student debt. But on the other hand, at the same time, you also have to make sure that your student debt is treated as fairly as all your other debt is.
Yeah, by giving people the option to refinance and things like that.
Exactly. Tying it to a prime rate, tying it to a maximum amount of interest that can be earned on it. So if you apply the rules evenly across the board for debt, that would solve a good portion of the problem. If you solve the problem of why student tuition and housing, like the room that you were housing in, the dorm that you were housing in there, you were probably paying 3 times what you would have paid if you were a private citizen renting an apartment like that.
I mean, I didn't have a roommate, so it was just me, but it was one room and that was it with a bathroom. So
Right.
It's not like it was like,
Well, it was a shared bathroom too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, and the amount that you were paying, you probably could have got a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment yourself at a local apartment complex.
Yep.
So those costs have to be controlled. And until that happens, there's no point even trying to tackle the debt issue.
Exactly.
So anyway, it's as much as we are doom and gloom at the end of
We
these
actually had some
shows,
solutions this time.
we did. And I think some of these, the problem actually, I think that the reason we did is the problem literally is so big, you can't help but start throwing solutions at it and have some of them work.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve all the problems, but I think if people stop trying to rip off our students and, our students are the future. And if they're so laden with debt, one, they're either not going to go to college, you're not going to be able to fill the jobs that we have, and you're going to become a third-class country here because we don't have educated people that can fill the jobs that we need. Or you're going to have people that are so laden with debt, everyone's going to declare bankruptcy and crash the economy.
Yeah, I was going to say that was our solution. We just tell everybody to declare bankruptcy and tank the economy.
Right. I mean, that's the, then you let the government deal with the consequences of that when the economy crashes. So,
and then would they have to buy us out? There you go.
There you go. See? See? So anyway, that's our show for today. Appreciate everyone listening and watching. I would also invite folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions are available as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. Would also invite folks to email us, give us your feedback, give us show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and on Instagram at insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 141.
Nope.
No.
That was last week.
This is episode 142. Your Health Triangle. I'm your host, Madison Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen.
Hi, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. See, I wanted to do a read-through, and you flubbed even the title.
Okay, leave it be.
Okay, so anyway, how you doing this week, Maddie?
Fine, I guess.
You guess, huh?
Just,
Why do you always guess? Why aren't you sure?
I don't know.
You should be more sure of yourself, more self-confident. We should do a podcast on that.
Pretty sure we have.
Okay, we should do another one on that, because apparently the last one didn't work so well.
Pretty sure we've done at least 2.
Okay.
But whatever.
All right. We need to be sure of ourselves moving forward.
Anyway, I got a shot.
You got a shot?
Yep.
What kind of shot? Shot in the arm or like a drink shot? You're too young for drink shots.
A shot in the arm.
Shot in the arm, yeah. How'd that feel?
Pretty bad, and my doctor lied to me, saying that, oh, it's just a tiny little needle. No, it went all the way through my arm.
Right through. They just impaled your arm, right?
Well, it went pretty deep into my arm. But surprisingly, my arm's not sore, so...
Well, then what are you complaining about?
Well, you take some, you lose some, I guess. I don't know.
Did you expect it not to hurt? Did you honestly expect it not to hurt?
I thought it was going to be a tiny pinch.
A tiny... That's well, they tell you that just so you don't flinch.
Well, it's because, the booster was a tiny pinch, and I thought this was going to be the same.
Well, when they pull it out and it's actually the size of a javelin and they're going to stick it in your arm, you know.
I didn't see it. Mommy even saw it, and she wasn't going to tell me until it was done and over with.
I can only imagine the look on Mommy's face like, oh my God.
Oh my God. You could probably ask her.
Anyway, you survived.
Yeah, and that's not what we're talking about right now.
No, it is not.
So today we're talking about our health triangle, and this topic also coincidentally spawned from my health class.
Yeah, we're doing like a whole podcast series from your health class.
That I always write and possibly host.
Good for you.
So, what is our health triangle? Why is it important? And how can we maintain our health triangle? We'll answer these questions and much more as we talk about balancing key aspects of our lives on this episode of Insights into Teens.
Okay.
But before we do that, I'm gonna ask you guys to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of the podcast that are listed as Insights into Teens. We have video versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Things. We're available on all popular podcast services, including Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get us on all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com.
Okay, good job rushing through that. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right. So, first of all, what is the health triangle? And this comes to us from mindmypeelings.com. So, the health triangle, also known as the wellness triangle, is a measure of our body's overall well-being. It is a representation of your body's efficiency and balance. The health triangle consists of 3 sides that contribute to your overall wellness. When you are at the optimal state, all 3 are in a balanced state and your body is at its most efficient. The 3 sides that make up the health triangle and contribute to overall health are physical health, mental and emotional health, and social health. When being taught about your health, you may have only ever heard of physical health. You might have been told that nutrition, exercise, and sleep were the priorities of maintaining our health. You might have heard a bit about mental health, but it may not register as a priority for you. Your social health might be something completely new or might encompass areas of your well-being you might not often consider.
So when you first brought this topic up to me, I couldn't help but think of the only health pyramid that I was aware of was the nutrition pyramid. Clearly, this is not the nutrition pyramid.
Yeah.
So I've heard of, obviously, physical health, and I've heard of mental health, but social health is kind of a new one to me. Was it new to you?
It was somewhat new. I definitely knew about physical and mental, and I guess I started learning a bit more about social one from this podcast, and I kind of had an idea of it, but when it was finally, brought up, yes, this is a form of being healthy, it kind of made sense to me, but also it wasn't something that, I knew of off the top of my head.
Right. Well, and being rather antisocial myself, I don't think I've ever really put that much emphasis on it as being part of my overall health and wellness.
Fair enough.
But physical health I've definitely heard of. Physical health deals with your body's ability to function normally and how well it is operating. This includes your diet and nutrition, getting enough physical activity or exercise, which clearly I don't, and enough sleep to recharge for the day, which I don't get that either. There are other things that impact your physical health that you might not normally think of, such as your hygiene. Your hygiene includes taking care of your teeth and keeping your body and hair clean, which I don't really have that problem. These are also important aspects of your physical health. Now, I want to just sort of take an aside here. I never really took my teeth as being a particularly significant part of my physical health until I wound up getting an abscessed tooth that was infected. And that abscessed tooth wound up causing significant health problems for me in areas that I would never have expected. It eventually wound up causing a ulcer in my stomach. I had a peptic ulcer that was a bleeding ulcer, and I almost died from it. So that taught me how significant that your teeth were to your health. And on another note, my brother, who had passed away a few years ago, he had a number of physical ailments at the time, but he was suffering from kidney failure. And they wanted to put him on the donor list to get a kidney transplant, but they couldn't because his teeth had gotten to the point where they were so unhealthy that had they given him a donor kidney, in order to ensure that the body didn't reject it, they have to give you a whole bunch of medication to suppress your immune system so your immune system doesn't reject the organ. And because of the condition that his teeth were in, he would have wound up getting life-threatening infections in his mouth if they gave him those suppressing medications. So, again, indirectly, it cost him his life as a result. So I never put that much emphasis on him, and, silly me for not doing so. So what else do we have?
We also have mental health. So mental health focuses on your thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Stress, anxiety, and emotions such as anger are all encompassed under mental health. It is your ability to cope with stress and problems that are a normal part of life. Accepting who you are and being positive about it is also an important part of your mental health. Being aware of your thoughts, feelings, and behavior allow you to be healthy mentally. Mental health enables you to learn and develop new skills. The development of skills, behaviors, and knowledge helps you to grow as an individual. Learning increases self-confidence, awareness, and self-perception.
And I think if we've learned anything from this podcast, it's the importance of mental health.
Yeah.
It affects every aspect of our life, whether it's anxiety, fear, depression, happiness. If you don't have a balanced mental health regimen and ways to cope with this, because life is full of stress, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you're a teenager. You deal with probably a dozen different type of stresses every day of your life going to school.
Yeah.
My professional life, I deal with all kinds of different stresses, and every day it's a different kind of stress that you deal with. And if you can't handle those stresses, they tend to build up, they wear down, you start to fatigue physically from it. Like, what are some of the symptoms that you run into when you're not balancing that mental aspect of your health? What are some of the problems that you tend to run into?
I guess when I'm not able to really balance all the stresses, I normally lose control of my emotions is probably the biggest thing. I normally break down and feel like I can't do anything, and that basically the stress ends up taking over me, and and I can't hold back my emotions at that point, and they basically take over my logical train of thought.
Yeah, and I find that when I've had a really stressful day at work or a couple of stressful days at work, by the time the weekend gets here, it's like it didn't even happen. Like I don't get that chance to recharge. I'm still wound up going into the weekend, worrying about a project or a problem or whatever it is. And the weekend really is there for you to unwind, recharge, and get ready for the next set of days to go through. And I wind up going back to work on a Monday, and I feel physically exhausted at that point. So that's usually how it manifests with me. And then I get irritable. I mean, you've seen me irritable. I don't want to be bothered by people. I get snappy. I don't have any patience for people. Oh, wait, that's me on a regular day. I'm even worse when I'm stressed out.
Yeah, nice.
And ironically, that affects my social health sometimes, too. Mm. So, social health encompasses our relationships with others, whether that's family, friends, peers, or coworkers. Social health measures the way a person reacts to people in their environment. It includes how they can communicate, care for others, seek and lend support, and the ability to make and keep relationships. These relationships could occur at home, school, work, or in social gatherings. What do you think you do? Or not even, don't even let me go there. Let me ask right off the bat, how do you think your social health is at this point in time?
Well, I'd say, it depends. I definitely think my social health thrives on my family because I have a good relationship with all of you, and a lot of the time when I'm not feeling too healthy in the other areas, you guys are normally there to help out. So I have a pretty good, I'm pretty good with you guys. I'd say I'm also pretty good with my friends for the most part. But I'm also the kind of person that really doesn't want to talk to other people that I don't have to talk to, or that I don't really want to talk to.
Right. And I think the biggest casualty, I think, from COVID right now for all of us is really that social health side of things. Mm-hmm. Yes, we lost almost 1 million people have died now in the United States as a result. So there's certainly that. But I think the vast majority of the people in the country and around the world have really been affected by this lack of social interaction. And I think people tend to take it for granted, how important that is. You look at Mommy. Mommy is a very social person. She has different circles that she socializes in. She has different friends that she sees. We have friends of hers that we go see. So for Mommy to have been withdrawn, kind of against her will because of this, it's had an effect on her. And we see it now, just starting to get back into the convention scene. We went to a convention last weekend and a few weeks back that people are really just, there's so much pent up socialization that you get a very different vibe from people. Now, do you find that it, because you did a whole year remote schooling, do you find that the kids treated you differently, or that the kids were acting differently when you were able to go back into the classroom?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I have seen, more people trying to talk with each other. And certain people talk to me that didn't really talk to me all that much, when school was going on before. I'm now friends with people who I kind of just knew but never really talked to them. And it's kind of interesting how that ended up working.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've seen on the convention scene, too. The couple of vendors that I interacted with last week, they were, even if you didn't buy anything from them, they were just happy and pleasant and glad to be out and interacting with customers again. Granted, a large portion of that is the fact that this is how they make their living. There was this one particular vendor. I mean, I bought a picture off of him for $15. And you would think I just gave the guy $150, and he was so gracious and happy and pleasant and thanking me. And it was such a change from what I'm used to there. Like, normally you go in, you banter back and forth. You might negotiate a couple of dollars either way on a thing that you want to buy. You exchange your money, you get your goods, and then you walk away, and that's it. You didn't really have a lot of people that were that gracious, and I find that people, now that they're finally getting back into it, I think maybe appreciate it more. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, like I have seen like the vendors that we've been talking to, a lot of them definitely seem a lot more like sociable, and a lot of them seem a lot more like they kind of enjoy the interactions with customers. So yeah, I have seen that difference too.
Yeah, so, I totally agree that the social aspect of your health triangle is important. I think it's time for a break.
Alrighty.
And then when we come back, what are we going to talk about?
Going to talk about why your health triangle is important.
All right, we'll be back after a quick break.
Alrighty.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about your health triangle. And now we're going to dive more into why is your health triangle important. So the health triangle is a measurement of your overall health. Each of the three components contributes to your overall well-being and need to be equally balanced. All three sides of the health triangle are interlinked. If one is out of balance, the other two will also be affected. For this reason, those with chronic health issues are at a greater risk of developing mental health problems like anxiety and depression. If you thought physical health was the only thing that mattered, you're not alone. Focusing only on nutrition and exercise is what we basically learned to stay healthy, either from school or the media. But mental and social health have just as important an impact on your overall health. Neglecting any of the three aspects of health can impact the other two states.
So how does it become unbalanced? Think of the health triangle as a structure. It's supported by three sides, the physical, the mental, and the social. If the health triangle is balanced, the three sides are equal and the structure maintains a proper triangular form. When one of the sides of the triangle becomes weakened, the overall structure becomes unstable. So when you neglect one aspect of the health triangle, that side becomes weakened. When one side becomes neglected and weakened, you're at a higher risk of experiencing health issues in the other two states. To ensure our health triangle doesn't become unbalanced, we need to focus on improving all three aspects of health, not just one or two. Ensuring we do activities that benefit all three will help us achieve our overall wellness.
So what affects your health triangle? So there are many determining factors of health. Some are out of your control, such as genetics. Some are in your control, such as your behavior. Don't get caught up with the ones that you have no control over. Focus on the ones that you can control to promote your health. And here's a list of the determinants of health. I just mentioned is biology and genetics. Not biology, that's just a class I need to take. I'm not going to worry about that. So inherited conditions are a fundamental determinant of health and can define an individual's biological responses throughout their life. Age and gender inequality can lead to income disparities and differential health access to health care.
You also have environment. This includes access to health care and other health services, access to nutritious food and clean water, acceptable living conditions, and having a stable financial income to meet your needs. Then we talk about attitude. This includes attitudes to illness, pain, and misfortune, all of which I have a bad attitude towards. Your perception of diet, body image, and beliefs, which probably aren't that great for me either. And then we also have behavior. This includes practicing personal self-care, eating a healthy diet regularly, getting consistent physical activity, and avoiding high-risk activities such as smoking and alcohol consumption.
And I mean, you got that one at least.
Yeah, well, thanks. I got one thing in my favor.
There's also technology. Things like fitness trackers can provide insight and motivate you to be more active. However, overuse of technology can cause eye strain, and as well as headaches and dry eyes. Sleep problems and other mental health issues can be caused by the use of electronic devices. And finally, there's social support networks. This includes the support of family and friends and local support programs.
So, of the things that they talk about here, how do you think you fare on this scale of health determinants?
Well, based on biology and genetics, our family has not been the healthiest.
No.
I'll say.
No, we haven't.
It appears that I guess both sides of the family have had some
struggles.
Some struggles.
Struggles, yes.
Some struggles. I don't think I inhabit too much. But I definitely wouldn't consider myself particularly fit either. So
it's one of those things where the genetics are outside your control. However, it serves as a warning sign, a kind of a cautionary tale. It's something to keep an eye on.
Yep.
There are certain tests that you can take. They can do later on in life to see if you're susceptible to certain illnesses and stuff. And there's preventative things you can do. How about our environment?
Well, I do have health services and such, so...
And lots of them, because you had, 2 doctor's appointments in the last 2 weeks. You know, your doctor, your orthodontist. You see a lot of doctors.
Dentist. I mean,
the dentist, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, the one time I went to the doctor yesterday, right? Yes.
Yesterday, yeah.
I actually thought I had to brush my teeth because I'm just so used to that. And it's like, oh, wait, nope, not that doctor.
Yeah.
Access to nutritious food and clean water.
That's one thing that you're actually pretty good about. You tend to eat. I mean, you consume a lot of carbs.
Yeah.
But like from a snacky food standpoint, you tend to eat healthy foods, which is good. The fact that you like healthy foods is an important part of staying healthy.
Yeah, I actually just had some blackberries and blueberries earlier.
Yeah.
Acceptable living conditions, I'd say.
I think we have a sufficient number of cats in the house, yes.
Yes. Having a stable financial income to meet your needs, I feel we have that.
Well, I think you got a pretty darn good,
Yeah.
darn good income with your chores and your report cards.
Yeah. I guess next up would be my attitude.
Yes, it's your attitude. You need to work. No, I'm just kidding.
Illness. I try not to let it get to me. I just take the medicine and still feel miserable, but
Well, and that's the thing. Like, if we've learned anything from this ordeal with braces, it's that you can endure a lot over time.
Yeah.
Because braces have been a real challenge for you.
Yeah, that pretty much covers the pain aspect. That was. Well, I haven't had a broken bone that I know of. I definitely have had a lot done to my mouth, and yeah, it's definitely been a trip.
Yeah.
But at this point, I've come to expect it. Perception of diet, I guess I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you don't eat terrible. I mean, you probably cut down on the carbs here and there, but you're a teenager. You eat better than most teenagers, I can tell you that.
Yeah. Body image, I'd say my body image is fine. I'm not.
I think it's improving.
Yeah.
I think when we started this podcast, you probably had some body image issues that we've managed to work through, thankfully.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just like, okay, I'm probably never going to look like this, and now I accept it.
There you go.
And beliefs.
Yeah, I think that's kind of just tacked on there.
Yeah.
So how about your behavior?
Practicing personal self-care. I guess I try to do that.
I think you've gotten much better at that.
Yeah.
You're even painting your nails now. You're doing better taking care of your hair because mommy and daddy aren't doing it now.
Yeah.
So that's an improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a problem with brushing your teeth and...
Now I'm showering every day.
Yeah, you're doing everything that you need to be doing right now. I don't think there's anything else that you need to be doing.
Healthy diet regularly. I mean, I have...
We've beat that horse.
Yeah, we beat
already.
that dead horse. Constant physical activity. I do
Not
just...
constant, consistent.
Consistent, not
and
constant.
I think you are consistent. I mean, you do your Just Dance stuff. You're getting whatever physical activity that school requires. You're doing your marching band when it's marching band season. So again, I think you're probably on average, maybe a little bit above average for teenagers. You're in your, activity group, I guess.
And then high risk activities like smoking and alcohol.
Well, we need to work on that. We got to get you down 2 packs a day,
Okay.
Just kidding. You don't do any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Technology.
I mean, I use technology for Just Dance, so that's something.
Yes. And the one thing I think we actually had to discourage you from, because you have an Apple Watch, and one of the things that you were doing was you were kind of letting that dictate how many steps that you had to take, or how many calories you had to burn, or whatever it was on your circles.
Mainly how much exercise I had to do for the day.
Right. And we've never gone through and calibrated your body measurements to it. So until we do that, you don't want to let the technology is there as a tool. It's there to help. In fact, I think it helps people more than hurts people in most cases. But it has to be used right, like any tool.
Yeah. Then I guess support network.
Yep.
I have supported my family and friends, so that's good.
Yep. And I think for the most part, you're pretty much in line with what you need to keep your health triangle. And I think your health triangle is probably pretty good. I think for a while there, we may have had some issues with the social side, and we may have had some issues with the mental side. The physical side, I think you've probably been pretty consistent with. We've been very much on top of that.
Yeah.
And I think all things considered, you're doing pretty good from a social side, although you're not as social as you were, especially with like the kids in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But we're still kind of trying to come out of this pandemic at this point.
Yeah.
So that's certainly something to look forward to moving forward.
Yeah.
So we're going to take another quick break. And what are we going to talk about when we come back?
We're going to talk about how to maintain a balanced health triangle.
And we'll be right back.
Alrighty. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about maintaining, our health triangles. And now...
Wow, that was anticlimactic.
Dang it. I'm not the best host here. I don't really stay on script for the most part. That's
Sorry, you're
great.
getting better with everyone you host.
Thanks. So now we're going to talk about how to maintain a balanced health triangle. So as we've stated before, each of the three sides is equally important in maintaining an overall healthy lifestyle and balanced health triangle. If you've only been focusing on your physical well-being, consider improving your mental and social well-being as well. But now we're going to talk about how to maintain your physical health for those of you that don't maintain your physical health.
Just for the record, you wrote the notes.
I know.
Just saying.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
You should focus on your mental health. But we're not going to talk about that now. We're going to talk about your physical health.
Yeah, that's a nice jump. Anyway, so maintaining physical health. So there are various aspects to maintaining your physical health. This includes nutrition and diet, physical activity, hygiene, and even sleep. So here are some examples of how you can improve your physical health. And the first is nutrition and diet. Having a proper, healthy diet is important for energy and growth. It keeps your immune system strong, so you're less likely to get sick. You should also stay hydrated. Women need 9 to 12 cups of fluids, and men need 11 to 15 cups daily.
Men are so needy, aren't they?
About a rough estimate, at least. So staying hydrated keeps your body functioning properly and helps improve sleep quality. Hydration also helps regulate body temperature, keeps you calm, cleanses your body of fluids and of
Your body fluids.
of toxins, and regulates mood. You should also be exercising. Regular physical activity is important to maintain a healthy lifestyle. 30 minutes of daily exercise is recommended. It doesn't need to be an intense workout, simply going for a walk is beneficial. Also, try to incorporate physical movement throughout your day. Taking regular breaks to get up from your desk and walking to get a drink or go to the washroom goes a long way.
Then there's sleep. Sleeping 7 to 9 hours every night will give your body the rest it needs. Well, there's my problem.
And it's important to note that you can't just do it on the weekends, or you have to do it
It should be every
each
day.
night.
It should be consistent, yes.
Although I'm probably also not really on that, since I only really sleep during the weekdays, and I sleep 5 hours on the weekends.
Well, yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
Going to bed and waking up at the same time every day can maintain good sleeping habits. Avoid activities that would keep you up before your bedtime, such as using electronic devices. Showering. That's an important one.
Yep.
Otherwise, it'll affect your social life, too.
Probably.
Showering and washing your hands help to ensure proper hygiene. It helps to keep your body clean and less likely to spread germs and not stink.
I mean, deodorant, but like you
That
need
helps.
a ton of it.
Right, yeah. Brushing your teeth. We talked about the importance of this already. Brush and floss twice a day. That's a little excessive for me. To preserve your dental health. I'm sure there's dentists out there that are yelling at the screen right now.
Yeah.
Listening to that. This helps maintain your oral hygiene and prevent gum disease. Then there is skin care. Take care of your skin by using sunscreen if you're outdoors. Sunscreen helps protect your skin, lowers the risk of skin cancer, and prevents premature aging. Maybe that's why I feel so old. I don't use enough sunscreen. Doctor checkups. Oh, this is another one that I'm not very good with.
Yeah.
Regular checkups to the doctor help to ensure you are in good health. The doctor will usually monitor blood pressure, physical checks, and or other signs of good health. And this list kind of reminds me of something my father used to say, that nobody's useless. You can always serve as a bad example. And I think I'm a bad example for most of these. So maybe I'll take some of our own advice moving forward here.
Okay, that's good. We're hoping to benefit others.
What else do we have?
Now we're going into the maintaining mental and emotional health that we promised earlier. So stress from work, school, or relationships can contribute to poor mental health. Therefore, it is important to learn healthy ways to cope with stress. Here are some examples of how to strengthen your mental health. So the first is treat mental illnesses seriously. Treating mental illnesses like physical illnesses is important. Ask friends and family for help or seek out professional help if needed. You should also build resilience. Build resilience by prioritizing connections, fostering healthy self-esteem, and reducing shame. You should also be practicing self-care, basically building awareness of your thoughts and emotions, practicing self-care by regulating your emotions and behaviors. This can include journaling your thoughts, working through your emotions by talking about it, and challenging stressful or anxious situations.
Practice mindfulness. This was one we actually did a podcast on a while back. Practicing mindfulness can help you calm and focus your thoughts. By building awareness, being more open and accepting, and being present in the moment results in a more positive mindset. Increase happiness. Tap into one of the 4 happiness chemicals, which we're not going to list here, by engaging in hobbies and things you enjoy. Spending time outside, which I don't enjoy, doing something creative, or just listening to music are just a few examples. And then there's physical activity, which clearly looking at me, you can tell I get more than enough of it.
You need to stop
Exercise.
bashing yourself.
That helps my mental health.
Fair enough.
Exercise not only has physical benefits, but can also alleviate stress, anxiety, and any built-up tension. Activities such as yoga, stretching, or your favorite physical activity can be beneficial. And build a support network. Build a positive support network of friends and family that can support, guide, or just enjoy life with you. What else do we have?
Now, we're going to talk about how to maintain your social health. Families should work together to eliminate stress and negativity. Strong supportive friendships will increase happiness, self-esteem, and reduce stress. And here are some examples of how to strengthen your social health. So first is to build a support network.
I've heard that before.
Yeah. Building a positive support network of friends and family is basically what this consists of.
Not Legos?
No.
Okay.
No. Having a relationship that is supportive, loving, responsible, and balanced can contribute to your social health. You should also bond over a common interest. Bond with people by joining a club or community over a common interest or hobby. Building relationships with those who enjoy similar interests is a great way to socialize.
Attend social events. This is one of my weak points here. Say yes when invited to social events, or initiate an invitation to your friends and family. Socializing can help build confidence and protect you against the effects of stress. And volunteering. Get involved with the community by volunteering. Volunteering helps you connect with the community, build relationships, be positive for your mind and body, and could open new career opportunities. And then take it from here.
So to recap, the health triangle consists of 3 sides. Physical health, which is your body's ability to function normally. Mental health, your ability to manage thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. And your social health, which consists of our relationships and how we communicate with those around us. Start maintaining your health triangle with the following steps, which are identifying areas of the health triangle that you are lacking and doing well. Identify a few ways to maintain the aspects of the health triangle you are doing well. Identify a few ways to improve the aspects that you're lacking in, and continue to maintain those aspects regularly. If you're looking through this list and are overwhelmed by the amount of effort required to maintain all 3 aspects, you're not alone. Consider combining activities to promote 2 or 3 aspects at a time. For example, if you enjoy running, consider joining a running club. You'll be able to socialize with others that have a common interest while maintaining your physical and mental health as well.
So after going through all of that, what do you think is probably your weakest part of that triangle?
I'd say the weakest part would probably have to be my mental at this point.
Okay.
It can probably bounce back between social and mental, but thinking about it now, it's probably more mental at this point.
Okay, fair enough. And what do you think you can do to improve that aspect of your health triangle?
I guess it would probably be to work more on my thoughts, communicate better with others, and kind of figure out ways to to work on my mental health and to help me feel better mentally and emotionally, hopefully using some of the steps we've included here.
Okay. I think the area that I'm probably lacking in myself is going to be the social side, mainly because I never really pictured that as being part of my overall health triangle. And I'm generally not a particularly social person. I tend to keep to myself most of the time. Outside of immediate family, I don't have a much tolerance, I think, for other people. And I think that's gotten my patience level with other people has probably deteriorated rapidly as I got older. So I don't necessarily want to put myself in situations where I could cause problems because I have a tendency of I don't know, not treating people as well as I probably should when my patience is at its limits. And I had an incident with my gaming group last week where I wound up getting into a bit of an argument with one of our members because he was the type of person who he loves to argue and everything becomes an argument with him. And it's like, you and I enjoy having our little debates here and there, and it's healthy and it's stimulating mentally and stuff. And I think he gets that out of it as well. But there are times that I get online to play the game and I just am not up for that. And he hit me on one of those nights and pushed the wrong buttons and I wound up snapping on him. So, it's stuff like that you kind of, you recognize that you have those tendencies and you try to shelter others from those tendencies because you don't want to say things you can't take back. So that's definitely an area that I need to improve on. And I kind of know where the weakness is, and my trying to, I guess, cope with that weakness is more about not getting worse than it is about getting any better. And it's just a tactic of avoidance, and that's probably something that I need to work on.
Probably.
So we're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts and any shout-outs. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to stress the importance of the health triangle. And just the fact that all 3 elements are helpful. While yes, you could definitely work on being physically healthy, that doesn't mean that you're going to be healthy. you need to also be mentally healthy, because if you don't feel well about yourself or how you treat other people, or just if you don't have a good self-image of yourself, all the other aspects are eventually going to be affected by it. And certainly you're not going to be healthy if you ignore your mental health. And it's the same thing with social health. A lot of people really don't think too much about social health, and in a lot of cases, social health also can impact your mental and physical. And I can definitely see a few ways on, if you're not social enough, how your mental health can be deeply affected by it, and in turn, your physical health gets affected. So I guess just try to keep all of them in balance and use what we have on the podcast here to work on that.
Okay, I think that was very well said. Before we do go, I do want to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get the audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can get video and audio of the podcast listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your suggestions for topics for the show. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We do stream 6 days a week, 5 days a week. So I keep saying 6, and that's just a lie.
Yeah.
We stream 5 days a week on Twitch. Technically, we do 6 if we don't do both recordings during the week. But you can catch us on Twitch when we're streaming at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Just a side note, if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. If you could throw that our way, we'd appreciate it. What else do we have? We have Instagram. Did I say Facebook already?
I don't know.
I don't know either. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. I shouldn't look at 2 sets of notes here.
Yeah.
We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get everything and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
All right, that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 139, a whole new show. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my energized and revitalized co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi there.
How you doing today, dear?
I guess I'm okay.
So we have been talking about making a change to the show format for quite some time now.
Yes, we have.
I wanted to wait until we got to a more momentous number. I thought 139 was kind of rather obscure, but that's fine, I guess.
That's what we're all about, being obscure.
Right. That's our theme, right?
Right.
So when we started the podcast, it was originally meant to be a deep dive into selected entertainment news and pop culture information that, being diehard fans of a number of these key areas of these topics, we thought we could lend some unique perspective on. Well, over the course of 130 episodes or so, we kind of drifted away from that into more of a reporting on current news and events with a little bit of commentary mixed in. So our hope is to get back into our original purpose, starting with this episode. We'll highlight a couple of significant events in the entertainment and pop culture worlds from a more deep dive perspective and less from a reporting perspective. And in today's episode, we're going to take a look at some interesting finds from the Disney Animation Research Library. Then we'll digest some of the feedback from the opening of the Galactic Star Cruiser experience in Disney World. That'll be our Star Wars segment, in case folks at home didn't know that.
Just in case you were wondering.
It's not meant to be two Disney stories back to back. This isn't a dedicated Disney podcast.
Right.
We'll also mark the 50th anniversary of one of the most iconic film franchises in movie history before we take a look at our experience at Nerdfest this past weekend with a little bit of video footage. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions and audio, we're publishing both on our Insights into Things podcast now. And you can find both of those listed on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon. It's important to kind of point out the reason that we do a separate audio one is there are certain certain podcast feeds that don't do hybrid video and audio, Spotify being one of those. But there's a few others. So if we did just the hybrid, we couldn't get listed on Spotify. So we have to do just an audio for
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Spotify. We would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback, tell us what you like, what you don't like, give us your conventions and shows you'd like us to plug. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at Insights_things. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a monitor that's blank on one side. I'm trying to figure out why. We're also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all those and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get started?
Sure.
So what's our first thing to talk about today?
So the first thing actually came from The Nerdist. And this was actually an article that was from a couple of years ago, but it was interesting enough to talk about because it's an area of Disney that not a lot of people know about. And it's something that's actually not open to the public. But for this event that they had, they actually allowed some reporters in. So that was kind of how the story came to be. So recently, again, well, it wasn't recently, it was back in 2017, the Disney Animation Research Library, known as the ARL, opened its doors for a group of reporters. They were going to be viewing some original art from Pinocchio during the visit. It was the special 80th anniversary of Pinocchio. They were going to be re-releasing it onto Blu-ray at the time, and so that was why they had this event. So the Disney Animation Research Library is housed in a nondescript building in the vicinity of near Disney's Los Angeles studios. So inside its doors, it's temperature-controlled vaults, and it's basically a treasure trove of animation history. So there are things from sketches, things that are on paper, things that are even written on napkins that are in this whole archived area. And of course, like I had said, it's not accessible to the public, but they open their doors to reporters to celebrate the home release of Pinocchio. So as the tour was going on, in the article there, you see all these different departments and all these different areas, and they had laid out a whole area of different artwork from just Pinocchio. And what was interesting was, this was original stuff. This was from like 1940, 80-year-old, pieces of paper. And what's, because... excuse me, because of the sensitivity of it, you have to wear it. They don't even want you touching it, but anybody that's handling it, it's just like any other archivist artifacts, wearing the white gloves and being very careful with it. And what was interesting was to see certain scenes that weren't in the movie, that there was a whole musical number that they had wanted to do, but because of timing, they didn't add it to the movie, but they have all this original artwork for it, that they've still, held on to. So, during the tour, they were talking about what the purpose was and the processes that they go through. And it's, obviously the research library, it's mostly about preservation. Their collection includes 65 million pieces in 11 different vaults. So that's from drawings, concept art, cells, backgrounds, maquettes, and even puppets from like The Nightmare Before Christmas are included. They have things going all the way back to Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and obviously even, the current movies as well. There's stuff there. So what's interesting is, back in the day, most studios threw out items once a movie was completed, but thankfully not Walt Disney. He saved a lot of his work so that the artists, and what's interesting is they actually started calling it the morgue, where all these past projects were. But the idea was that his artists would be able, if they needed inspiration or they needed to see something, they basically had their own research library to go back and look through. Now, one of the things that most Disney fans know is that back in the day, Walt actually used to give away certain pieces of art if you went to Disneyland. If, Walt happened to be there on a day when you were visiting and you were walking through the park, you might actually get an original cell from a movie. So it's kind of funny how certain things were kind of given away.
So is this something where are they just responsible for preserving what they have, or do they try to reclaim some of these things that got out into the public domain?
Well, in the article, they don't mention anything about that. And there's actually a video that they had done a live stream of a tour of it. So they don't talk about trying to get anything back. But a lot of what they do is they are trying to digitalize a lot of it. But also what they're doing too is in most cases in the preservation of it, they're not trying to fix anything. So if there's any sort of mistake on something, they're keeping that original mistake in it. They did say if it was something where it was going to be a re-release of something, they might go in if there was like a coffee stain or a cigarette stain or something. That would be the only thing that they would really kind of clean up. But everything else, they wanted to leave it as is.
So now you had mentioned that the public obviously doesn't have general access to this. Do they pull these items out to take them on tour at any point?
And that's one of the things that they talked about is that they do from time to time for special events or things, things will kind of be on loan that'll go out. So I was thinking when we went to the one Faniversary event, now granted that wasn't, so this is all animation stuff. So this isn't even the live action movie, but we know that they have their own area for all of that stuff as well, because the different shows that have come out on Disney Plus talk about it, and that's where you find the different collectors who have this and that, and where when we went to Faniversary they had Mary Poppins hat, and that was something nobody could touch it. It was only handled by one person, and he was wearing the white gloves, so that's something that's in a different vault. So
to that end, I have to assume that when this material was originally created in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, it was never intended to be created with the idea of preserving it.
Right.
So do they take, is there a scientific process they go through that they treat these things differently? Like, how do they preserve that stuff that wasn't intended to be preserved?
Well, and that's the thing is, I guess the idea, you have to figure going back, so many years, Walt was really the first person to say, hey, let's hold on to some of this stuff. This might, be useful for us. So you figure it was probably preserved, in some way, but nothing like what they would have now. And I'm guessing, they never thought, oh, we're going to digitize this, or we're going to,
So is that one of the techniques that they use? Are they actually taking the material they have now and digitizing it for public consumption?
Right. And that's what they're doing with a lot of stuff, just so that they can have it just as a backup to something, because obviously paper can only last, so long. And the idea is obviously they try not to touch certain things over and over and over again. So a lot of the stuff stays in the vault, unless it needs to come out, or a certain artist can request, to see certain things, so it's basically an insider's library.
Did they talk anything about the process of, like, for instance, they're going through and creating live action versions of a lot of the animated films.
Right.
So did they happen to talk anything about how the artists are actually going back and accessing this information?
No,
they didn't.
They didn't mention that, and I'm sure that that's probably something that they are doing, to be able to go back and maybe even find scenes. Again, they talk about in Pinocchio, the one scene excuse me, that they were showing, that they were, that they had laid out, was something that pretty much nobody in the public had ever seen before. So I'm sure with some of these other animated movies, there's probably some inspiration that, these movie makers are getting from looking at some of the original art, but it doesn't talk about that in this article.
So I'm gonna run the slideshow we have of the art itself,
sure,
so that we can actually take a look at some of it.
Yeah. So here's some of the original art. This was interesting. They mentioned that in the area they have this was a desk from one of the Disney artist who had
So they preserved his entire work.
Right.
Area.
He had,
incredible.
yeah, unfortunately he had passed away. And after he had passed away, they had moved his desk to this area. In this lobby area, there's a piano and there's a little sign saying that the Sherman Brothers and Alan Menken had played on this piano. So it wasn't just, a piano. It actually meant something. So here's a vault with all of the, rows and rows, some of the original maquettes of Pinocchio and Jiminy Cricket. It's like that's priceless when you think of how much.
So obviously they did this because of the Pinocchio event.
Mm-hmm, right.
Have they opened this up in the past before? Are they planning on doing it again?
In this article, it doesn't mention anything about it. It sounded like it was kind of a once in a lifetime thing. But again, it's been a number of years since this article came out, and being members of, having a Disney Plus subscription, there's a lot of these different collectible shows that have come up and documentary type shows about the parks and about the movies and about certain animations. So I have a feeling it's one of those things where, maybe every now and then they'll kind of, let a little bit out, kind of like with, Skywalker.
Sure.
With that, with Lucasfilm, they don't do tours, but every now and then something comes up where they, open it up.
Speaking of tours, so they're going through the process of digitizing all this stuff.
Right.
Have they made any kind of digital tour available or anything like that online available?
Well, the only thing that was available, at the end of the article, there is a YouTube video. And what was interesting was it was actually when the tour was being filmed, it was actually live streamed. So Disney Parks was live streaming this, and basically, I don't know if he was the head or he's like the top curator. He was the one that was giving the tour and kind of like, hey, and this is, this department and this is this department. And people could actually type their questions and he was answering live questions as it was going on. So it's kind of interesting. So they haven't done anything since then, but to be able, you can go and watch the video now and learn about the area. And they talk about how, we're not open to the public. So this is a very rare opportunity to be able to enjoy.
So I assume it's more of an archival type of facility rather than a museum type of facility.
Yes.
Then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's really their own research library, which,
And you said this is just the animation portion.
This is just the animation.
This is how much resources they've got dedicated.
Yeah.
Just
So
for that.
65 million pieces of artwork. And like I said, I had always heard, that Walt would hand out cells. So could you imagine all the stuff that he gave away? And you figure they probably didn't save everything from the movie. They probably, saved a good portion of it. And, so how much would it have been if they had saved everything? And even when you look at, so I don't know, was it 2 years ago, I guess, maybe? There was it was a documentary that they did on Disney Plus, and it was for Frozen 2. And the whole process that they had. And again, nowadays the modern movies are 90% digital, but there's a lot of stuff that gets printed out or whatever, and you see them going through like their dailies, and they have, this pile of scenes, and we're scrapping this, and they just throw it out.
And
now.
That's the thing, like even scripts, you may go through multiple revisions of scripts before you get to your final script. And those edits are happening,
on the fly
during shooting.
Right. So
even like a sheet that's thrown away from that, would certainly be worth a find.
Right. So just seeing in that, a stack of paper, just pew,
yeah.
Like, wow. Yeah.
That's pretty
so
cool.
yeah, it was
cool.
Like I said, it was an older article, but it was again something that most people don't know about, and kind of an interesting peek behind the curtain, really.
Very cool. Well, we'll come back and we're going to talk about a Star Wars story again, part of which was sourced from the Nerdist. So good resource this week for us.
Yeah.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So the Halcyon has finally launched to much fanfare. We've talked about the rumors, we've talked about the accommodations and the activities, and most importantly, we've talked about the price. Now people are reporting back their first actual experiences on board the fake Star Cruiser to nowhere, and the reviews are interesting, we'll say. So it's important to note that the first few reviews are primarily from journalists who did not pay an exorbitant fee for the passage on this ridiculously expensive cruise. So we kind of have to take these reports with a bit of a grain of salt. I also have to imagine that the person providing this information was actually required to fork over the $4,000+ for the experience. It might have a different tone to it. So they tend to be a little upbeat, but with the caveat of, hey, I didn't pay for this. So if I didn't have to pay for it, I'd probably like it a lot more too. So one of the first reviews that we digested was from noted pop culture journalist Amy Ratcliffe. And she notes quite appropriately that as a single individual on the cruise, it was impossible to experience everything the Star Cruiser had to offer. And that was one of the probably more disturbing things here, is that they take the same theme with the Star Cruiser that they do with everything else, that, oh, well, there's too much to experience here, and you'll just experience the rest the next time you come back. And it's like, we're not coming back again. Like we mortgaged the house to get here. So you need to give me everything at one shot, because there's just not enough. There's no way we're going to be able to get back to this.
Right.
The first not so insignificant feature that you get is free valet parking, which, you know, in light of Disney's more recent nickel and diming tactic of charging resort guests for parking, this is kind of a pleasant surprise. But for $4,000, you really are paying for your valet parking, aren't you?
Right. Exactly.
So let's not read too much into that.
Right. Exactly.
You also get a themed magic band at check-in, which is one of their big selling points here. And again, I can't consider it free, since obviously that cost is incorporated into the price. Not that I'm saying take these things away and lower the price, because they won't, but
what was interesting was I happened to see, so I have a Disney Facebook friend who just went on it. So he paid for it. He wasn't part of the freebie. And in their little pop-up, you could actually buy a magic band that actually was a little bit more decorative.
Okay.
But it was after your trip had already finished, which I thought was kind of funny.
Right.
You would think, oh, well, here's the free one you get. Can I bling it up? No, you have to wait till after you've gotten back. So I thought that was
that's how you had the bragging rights.
Right, exactly. Look what I got. Yeah.
The one thing, there were two articles I dug through on this, and the one thing that came out of both of these that was significant is you need to make sure you have your data pad, essentially your phone.
Right.
Because so much of what you do is tied to the app with your itinerary and your interactions and translations and scanning and all this stuff. the problem you run into is your phone going to last the entire time?
Right. And that was one of the things I had read also was make sure you pack multiple battery backups. And I'm kind of surprised that they didn't come up with something for you to use that wasn't your phone.
Right.
Like some sort of...
Right, like here's a loaner iPad tablet or something like that.
Right, something like that, so that this way... almost so that you couldn't access the outside world.
Right.
Like, in a way, like that.
Right, to kind of isolate you to that and keep you in the experience.
Right, to keep you in the experience. Like, here's something, and that it would link up to other people that you were on the cruise with.
Right.
So that you could kind of mix and mingle, you know, with others if you were going to do any of the adventures.
Sure. So there is a kind of they talk about a pre-show that you have when you check in. So you get valet parked, you wind up going into, I guess, a spaceport type thing, and you get kind of your pre-show video to get you into the mood. And from then on, you're on the ship, you're immersed. I don't know. I don't know if I need that kind of... Because usually when Disney does their pre-shows, it's basically to make it more palatable stand in line. So it almost makes me think, okay, all right, they're bringing them in 2s and 3s. We're bringing all these people in. Am I literally just standing here watching this pre-show so I can get into the next room because there's people in there right now? So it kind of makes me think that it's really just Disney's way of throttling the passage into the building itself.
Okay, I could see that.
But this is supposed to kick off your story. So we'll give them a little bit of credit for that. I hope it's just not your typical, snooze fest to keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times.
Right.
So the rooms, okay? So it's worthwhile talking about the rooms. So the journalists themselves did not get to stay in the stateroom suites. They got to stay in the standard rooms, which as a non-1%er... we probably wouldn't be in the staterooms either.
Right.
So they talk about the fact that you get, the rooms can sleep up to 5. They say it will probably be cramped with 5 in their luggage, but you make the point of how much luggage you're really bringing for a 2-night stay.
Right, because my whole point is if we were going down and we were staying, we would probably leave all the luggage that we didn't need in the car. Now, granted, if you were flying down, that would be a little bit different. I don't know if they have someplace where you can leave your extra luggage. But the other thing, too, is how much time are you spending in your room? You should really only be sleeping and getting ready for the,
you would think, but apparently the room itself is part of the story itself.
Right,
because there's a terminal that you have there, and the terminal guides you where you have to go, and you get communications.
True.
But the room itself, the standard rooms come with a queen bed, 2 bunk beds, and then there's a pull down, similar to what we ran into when we stayed at the Contemporary when we were down there. Just a little extra space for one of the kids.
Right.
You get a TV that's themed, that's basically just looks like a Star Wars style screen, but it's basically a regular TV.
Right. I think Disney Plus is included with it because the one person I saw was like, "Ooh, look, Cars 3 exists in Star Wars or something." It was kind of, oh, okay.
There's no room service. So that was kind of...
that is weird because even on a cruise you can still get...
Yeah. So... Not sure why. I think maybe they were trying to keep people from spending too much time in their rooms with it.
Maybe. I could see that.
Especially because the venues for getting your food are large. A lot of the story revolves around them.
Right.
The cantina and the restaurant. So they don't want people sitting in their rooms, I guess, because you're not going to...
Right. I wonder if it was something where, at 11 o'clock at night, if you wanted something to eat, could you... still get a snack.
They've got snacks that you can go and get at one of the areas that do have snacks. We'll talk about that later in the article.
Okay.
You don't get windows, so once you walk into the building, the only place you can see the outside world is either on your excursion to Batuu, or they have an environment simulator.
Yes, I did. And it was funny because my friend who was just there, I saw that and went, oh, okay.
An environment simulator. A room with no roof.
So it was like glass from
was
the
it?
pictures.
Okay,
It looked like the area, and then it had the glass, and you're like, oh, but that's not real, even though it was real.
Right.
I'm thinking, oh, you have this, but you couldn't do a pool.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Well, the thing that I thought was neat that they noted about it is you don't get windows, but you get a virtual window.
Yes, so you can see the stars outside.
And what's neat is all the room windows are synced. So if the ship goes into hyperspace, they all wind up going into hyperspace.
Okay, so
and
everybody's
stuff like that.
So it's not like this room sees this and this room sees it. They all see. Okay, that's all right.
The one complaint that they had was at night when you're trying to sleep, it's very bright. So you can put your shields up. So it either turns it off or dims it down so you can actually sleep. So I thought that was interesting.
Interesting.
And there's, like I said, there's an interface in the room for continuing your quest.
Right.
On with the ship's logistics droid is who you're interacting with.
Okay. Right.
So the first dining area they talk about is the Crown of Corellia dining room. Mm-hmm. This is where all the meals are taken. This is where one of the entertainment venues is.
Right.
From both articles, they said the food was extremely good, which you would expect. I mean, you're looking at it being an upscale restaurant on any of the other resorts.
Yeah.
Which, I can never knock Disney for their quality of food. Breakfast and lunch are served buffet style. You can get your blue milk or green milk, just like you can at Galaxy's Edge.
Yep.
Dinner is full service, but it is served family style.
Okay, interesting.
So that was kind of an interesting little take. Light snacks are available in the atrium.
Oh, okay.
But they say, it's nothing to be impressed with.
Okay.
So it's probably the same stuff that you would get at like a fast serve or something like that.
Okay.
They do have grab-and-go breakfast, light snacks at the Sublight Lounge. They said the food's probably higher end with the Star Wars themed names, but it's down to earth stuff. Like we saw, we'll show you a slideshow of some of the pictures, and one of the meals happens to be shrimp. It's just blue.
Right.
So it's nothing crazy. It's very much like what they did at Galaxy's Edge, where the food is just creatively arranged and decorated to look exotic.
Right. The one thing that my friend had posted was a picture. It looked like a green globby thing or whatever, and it was actually it wasn't peanut butter. It was sunflower seed and jelly.
Okay.
So a PB&J. He said it was the most delicious peanut butter and jelly sandwich he had ever had in his entire life. But it just had this weird, it didn't look moldy. It just looked like this green alien thing. Yeah. So, so it's amazing that they're doing all this like artistry, really.
Right.
To, and again, like you were saying, for the food, they'll write what it is. And it's just a normal chicken, whatever, but they just put so much.
Right. And sometimes mac and cheese just looks like mac and cheese.
Right. But not Star Wars mac and cheese. It's, so yeah, just the artistry.
Right. And again,
really
it's very much like what they did at Galaxy's Edge. So it helps to keep you in that environment.
Yeah.
So no Star Wars experience is complete without a cantina scene, and that is what the Sublight Lounge is. They say it's a great place to meet up with friends at the end of the day. Take in a few of the odd and perhaps unsavory characters. The drinks are mixed at the bar, so they're not pre-made like they are. Apparently, if you go into Uga's at Galaxy's Edge, they're all pre-mixed drinks that are in there.
Oh, okay.
These are made right there, so you can have them custom made to your liking, which is nice. Again, you can get the food that's there, but the one big thing is, this is where you play cards. So one of the big events that you can do is learn how to play sabacc. They have sabacc tournaments. You can play in those. Apparently, from everything that I've read so far, the kids love playing this more than the adults do.
Okay.
But it wasn't intended for the kids.
Right. It was intended for the adults.
So, be careful if you go. You don't want your kid turning into a compulsive gambler when you when you get out of there playing cards.
I did also see that there was some sort of bingo that they played as well.
Right. There was one that's an event that's just for the kids.
Right. So it was like, just like on every other cruise, there's bingo.
Right.
So it was kind of interesting to see, the Star Wars version of it.
So Disney bills this as an immersive experience. So I had two big questions. One, how immersive is it? And two, is it worth the cost? We'll get to the cost. But how immersive is it? So they say that once you board the Star Cruiser, you're in your favorite galaxy far, far away. At least that's how the staff treats you. And we sort of encountered this in Galaxy's Edge too, where they don't have references to the rest of the parks. They don't have references to the real world stuff. But it kind of fell apart a little bit in Galaxy's Edge.
Right.
This is their chance to redeem that and try to pull it all back together again.
Right.
So if you come in from Earth, they treat you like you're an alien. They recommend that you come in with an in-universe backstory and immerse yourself in that backstory. As far as, you can dress up, you can come in from, I'm from Alderaan. Well, you really can't be at this point in time because it's just rocks now.
Yeah.
But
my family's originally from Alderaan.
There you go. See?
But we moved to Tatooine.
But they encourage you that, and they try to stoke that as you go through.
Okay.
You'll get some unobtrusive history lessons while you're there from the cast members. A lot of it's just talked about as being ad hoc, where you'll run into a cast member who's doing something, and they'll give you a history lesson of something on the ship. They faithfully remain in character. At least they did on this press tour. So again, it's one of those. I don't know how they're going to deal with real world stuff. The people in the press were kind of given instructions on what they can and can't do and type stuff. But as soon as you open that up to the regular public, you're going to get all kinds of strange interactions.
And I guess you have to kind of, if you're paying for this, and obviously we'll get more into the cost, but I would think you'd want, you're spending all that money to do this.
But there are circumstances that occur that they even mention in the articles that we'll get to that may pull you, or certainly me, out of character. So they talk about the fact that the story flows through your phone. So you got to make sure you have that with you all the time. Make sure you bring extra batteries. You can interact with some of the face characters through the app, but they're canned responses. It's not like they're typing text back to you or anything like that. And then when you interact with them in person, they're not going to realize
that you just message them or anything.
So it's sort of like playing a role-playing game where they know what the script is, but they don't know where in the script you are. So you may know things or have done things, and they're not aware of it yet. So when you interact with them, it's kind of disjointed, is how it's been described.
I could see that.
They also say the app is very software-driven, so there's lots of bugs in it. So they're still working a lot of bugs
Well, you figure it's only been a couple of weeks, so.
A couple of biggest problems, you get repeated messages, the same messages over and over, and you get messages out of sequence, which, from a story standpoint, that could be jarring to understand. You got a message that you shouldn't have gotten for 3 messages in, and spoilers, confusion, and so forth. The itinerary, the immersion is very itinerary driven, but they say itinerary changes based on the missions you pick up. So when you get there, there's a couple of missions you just get by default. But there's a whole ton of side missions that you can do depending on who you interact with and what you scan and all that stuff. So the advantage that they say here is that, well, the next time you come back, you can have a completely different experience. For $4,000, I'd expect a completely different experience when I come back. You're not giving me something that's a selling point.
Right. They really should be marketing this as this is a once in a lifetime thing. You might never come back.
Right. From all accounts, it seems like some of the story is kind of forced down your throat. And we'll talk about that later when you get to Galaxy's Edge and how the missions continue there, and you might not even be aware of it. none of the things that you do impact the outcome of the voyage or your trip or anything. So you make all these choices, you feel like you're involved, and the same thing happens at the end of the day, no matter what.
Okay.
So to me, when it comes to an MMO online game and I'm playing through that story and my choices don't matter, it's very frustrating for me.
Okay, I could see that.
Why did I make these choices in the first place?
Right.
So the one thing they do tell you is that the crew is trying to accommodate so many guests at once. So each of those guests are at a different stage in their story. So you may go to a cast member to try to interact with them to advance a quest, and they may be interacting with someone else who's earlier in that quest, further in that quest, on a different quest, and you have to wait your turn to interact with them. They say sit there and listen because what they tell them might be relevant to what you say.
Okay.
But this is where I could see people getting frustrated quickly because you're trying to do everything at once. And if I have to sit here and wait for 5 people to talk to this guy before I can get to him,
I could have gone and done something else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've got 2 days here, and I'm wasting my time trying to talk to someone to advance. This is where I would get frustrated and come out of character at that point in time.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. There's situations where even a diehard like me who can go in there and be in character will get frustrated, and you kind of have to have patience with these things.
Right.
They kind of target that towards the kids more than the adults, but the adults are the ones that are paying for this. So the adults are the ones that are going to want to be satisfied.
And I guess it really also depends on your level of fandom, too.
Absolutely.
Are you just doing this
if you're
to
not
just...
a fan, you're not going to this, I don't think. Who's going to spend $4,000? Your daughter. She hates Harry Potter. She would never spend $4,000 to go to Universal Studios and go to Harry Potter. She just wouldn't.
Right.
No matter how cool it is.
Right.
So you got to be a fan at some level to do this.
Right. But again, going back to my friend who was just there, people asked, oh, did you do a lot of the quests? No, not really. He was really going just to kind of, like for, and he doesn't have.
Well, and that's what I would do. I would go for the immersion and a nice leisurely walk through 1 or 2 of the stories, and that's it. I don't want to go there and it be a job to have to do everything at once. That's not what I want.
And I'm sure for the kids, it's more so, I got to do this quest. And I want to do all the quests where the parents are probably, so what drink are we trying today in the lounge?
Absolutely. So how about a rent-a-shuttle?
Okay.
So everyone's heard there's an excursion to Batuu, which is Galaxy's Edge at Hollywood Studios.
Right.
This is accomplished via a box truck.
Yep.
No, really.
Yeah.
It's a box truck.
Yep. But it looks really cool on the inside.
You never see the exterior, so you don't know you're in a box truck.
Right.
But they decorate up the inside, and that's how they transport you the short distance over to the thing. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. So you do get Lightning Lane access to the Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run and Rise of the Resistance, which, again, very generous for Disney to do that. However, part of your mission on the ship are tied to these rides.
Okay.
It was unclear how obvious they made that aware to the people.
Okay.
Because just by going on the rides, you complete those missions.
Okay.
One happens to be stealing coaxium or smuggling coaxium for someone or something like that. But you don't need to know that because they try to integrate it into the story ride itself. But the story ride itself is the same story ride as when it launched, which had nothing to do with the Halcyon.
Right, right.
So it's kind of quirky how they kind of tie that in. They also say that you can stop by Uga's, but you don't get a reservation automatically. It's not included. And they do tell you to let someone from the cruise know that you're there. And it was unclear why. It's almost like they try to keep you on a very strict regiment while you're there, and Uga's is not included in that.
Well, I'm guessing because you're only there for so long a period of time, and they probably don't want you wandering off to other areas of the park because you have to get back to your shuttle to get back to the ship by a certain time. I'm guessing maybe that's, because I'm guessing probably most people go go on their 2 rides, maybe walk around a little bit, and then head back to the ship because there's other things.
Right, because you're paying to be on the ship. You're not paying to be at Galaxy's Edge.
Right.
But the last shuttle back to the ship is 4:00. So they take you in shifts there, and then you can come back as you need to.
Right.
So you're one of the earlier ones there. You literally can spend the whole day there if you want to.
Right.
Whether or not you do or not
is
up to you. So how about the activities? Every cruise isn't complete without activities. So there's a few activities that show up on your schedule automatically. These you don't have much control over. It's like orientation, bridge orientation, lightsaber training, stuff like that. I'm not sure I like them just sticking stuff on my itinerary and making me do them. That's fine, Some of the activities were kind of lackluster. They talked about the bridge training where they sit you down and you do something at a console itself. They said it was very similar to flying the Falcon. You had one thing, push this button over and over, lift this lever, or whatever it is. So you weren't really doing anything, nor did it have any real effect on the ship itself. So it was a very isolated experience.
Okay.
Other things that they talk about don't show up on your itinerary, and that's through interactions with different people around the ship, different cast members and stuff like that. So they said there was a lot of opportunities to interact with other people and get story that way and so forth. So as much as Disney tries to tie you down to the itinerary, you don't have to follow that if you don't want to. If you really want to immerse yourself. And then there's the story. So it's a very specific, very static story that they do. Everyone experiences the same story. It's sandwiched between Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. So it's Disney Star Wars. It's not my Star Wars.
Right.
Which is the biggest drawback of Galaxy's Edge entirely. They said the story arcs resemble what Disney had originally intended for Galaxy's Edge, but they never really fully realized it because there was too many people.
Right.
You could not cater that kind of personalized story to everyone.
Okay.
The Star Cruiser is really their second chance to do that, and by all accounts, they're doing a much better job of it here, but it's costing you.
Right.
They couldn't be more complimentary for the performers, whether it's the cast members you interact with, the actual performers at the dinner show. They said they were fantastic. That alone was worth going just because of the professionalism of there.
Okay.
The one complaint that they had from a story standpoint is for being in a Star Wars galaxy far, far away, apparently there's an overall lack of 2 things you'd expect in that universe. Droids and aliens. So there was like one astromech droid that was going around the ship, and that was it. Couple of people that were done up as aliens, not very many at all, but they were lead characters, so you weren't bumping into people in the hallway and stuff like that. So they said that kind of killed the effect of it being in an alien world.
Okay.
And of course, no Disney experience is complete without a gift shop, right?
Yep.
So there's 2 chances that Disney can wring a little bit more money out of you on this one. So you have the Chandrilla Collection, which is a small shop on board. That's targeted more for buying things to fit in.
Yes, they
clothing and stuff like that.
And some collectibles, because again, my friend had posted the photo. So again,
non-branded collectible, like there was some glassware, jewelry, clothing, things that you would expect at a high-end boutique. Right.
That was what.
Now, you can buy the more tchotchke style stuff on your excursion to Batuu. There's a pop-up shop that's in the little kiosk area that you board the shuttle and get off the shuttle, the U-Haul. And you could buy Star Cruiser specific stuff there and some of the bragging rights stuff there, but they don't overwhelm you, which is what really kind of blew me away.
Right.
And then finally we come down to the price. So is the $4,809 for the standard room worth it? One person who attended on a complimentary pass doesn't think so. And they were there for free, mind you. Okay?
Right.
After seeing what I've seen and reading what I've read, I have to agree. Disney's non-existent cruise to nowhere at an astronomical price is a big ask, but it's also in line with what seems to be their new target audience of one percenters that Disney appears to be aiming for. So short of hitting the lottery or getting a complimentary trip myself, I'll be avoiding this particular Disney money trap. So, I don't know. What do you think? You think it's worth it as a once in a lifetime? You know, you turn 50, we're going to go on that'll be our Disney cruise. I don't think that's the
I think if I had my choice of 2 days doing that or going to Disneyland Paris for the same amount of money, I would choose Disneyland Paris.
Yeah.
You know, as much of knowing how much of a Star Wars family we are, for half the price.
See,
you know,
not only can I not justify paying that money for that limited an experience, I refuse to support what really is Disney slap in the face to every Star Wars fan out there.
Right.
Because your average Star Wars fan is not going to be able to afford this.
Right.
And you're deliberately pricing out that entire fan base.
Right. And I think that's the biggest thing. If you slash that price, and that was even when we were still DVC members, there was the option of, okay, how much of points do we, and for the amount of points that we were going to have to use versus taking a 7-day cruise, it was just, it didn't equal. There was no comparison to either or. So I would rather spend $5,000 and go to Paris than just stay. You know, like it would be nice if you could just do like a 1-day walkthrough of it or something, you know, for, you know, $200. For $200, you get to, you know, spend the day on the ship.
Yeah.
I could see that.
That would be interesting.
You know, with maybe, you know, you get one meal, you know, I'll even say $300.
But see,
you know?
and that's the thing. You can get the environmental experience at Galaxy's Edge that you get here. They don't have some of the lightsaber training.
Well, that's what I was saying.
So you bring that stuff out so the general public can have some access to that stuff too.
Right.
So I don't know. It's to me, it's not worth it. Anyway, we'll be back. We're pushing up on the clock here, so we'll do a quick review of our next story when we come back.
Sure. Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So it's been described as the Gone with the Wind of gangster movies. It was cutting edge when it was originally released and still to this day stands the test of time. The movie that made us an offer we couldn't refuse, The Godfather, has turned 50. It's also returning in limited theaters to mark its epic anniversary, and many of the stars of the movies have shared their thoughts on its legacy. What are your thoughts on The Godfather? When did you see it? How old were you when you saw it?
Oh, gosh. Well, I was probably too young when I first saw it, but then probably didn't see it again until probably high school.
That's when I saw it. I saw it in high school.
And when I was in high school, that was actually when Godfather 3 came out. And I remember in our one English class, we had been talking about it. So there were a couple of us that actually went to go see the third one because we were talking about the impact of the first one. And really, when you think about it, it was kind of the start of, there had been gangster movies all, throughout, cinema. But really, that was kind of the one that led the way for some of the more modern gangster movies. Like, they kind of look at that and kind of go from there.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because in a recent interview, Talia Shire described her brother, Francis Ford Coppola, characterizing the movie as a waltz. She says the endless cycle of the family had a sense of a waltz to it. And it's hard to argue with that. It really, it did have that. And I think that's really what scared the studios more than anything because it was so different than the gangster movies you had up to that point.
Right. Everything was family, really. It was all about taking care of the family.
It was a huge gamble for Paramount. And by most accounts, the movie was hell to shoot for Coppola. They said there were reports of a running battle between Coppola and his bosses at Paramount, and even the crew at times because of creative differences. Casting decisions, they brought Marlon Brando in, who at that point in time was kind of obscure at that point in his career. Nobody wanted to touch him at that point.
Right.
And it kind of reinvigorated his career.
Yeah.
They said that Coppola was in constant fear of getting sacked by Paramount during this whole thing. Even in post-production, when he made his choice of Italian maestro Nino Rota, that was questioned. Coppola bluffed by threatening to have his name removed from the movie before Paramount finally gave in to his decision.
Wow.
So there was this constant strife that he was running into with this movie. And in the interview with Talia Shire, she says, I wouldn't have had me on the set. She said the last thing he needed was his sister at the time.
Yeah, true.
I added one more tension for him.
Yeah, exactly. Thinking about that.
If you think back to the movie where there's the scene where she and her new husband are fighting and she's pregnant in the scene, she says, it's a rough thing to see a pregnant woman being knocked around.
Right.
She says, I had to move from place to place and I was terrified because you didn't want to do another take because another take meant everything had to be reset. She says, I just want to keep going. Because it would have cost money to do the resets and the reshoots and all that stuff. So, yeah, even when it was being made, it was such a different movie. Well, even the novel itself. The novel was written in the 60s and was a huge hit, which is why it spawned the movie.
Right.
But it was so different than like the Cagney-style gangster movies that you were used to.
Right.
And I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that it was very reflective of our country at that time.
Yeah.
The power struggles, the politics, do whatever it is you need to do. And it came out in some of the quotes. You got some of the best one-liners. I wrote a couple of these down.
Yeah.
There's one line where Michael Corleone says, "Don't ask me don't ask me about my business, Kay." Even before Fight Club, which we don't talk about that either.
Right.
It set the precedent on how you handle things that people don't want to know the truth about.
Right.
You may ask about it, but don't ask me about it. Take the gun,
leave the cannoli.
Some might say these are words to live by. For me, it's the first line out of my mouth whenever I walk into a bakery.
Yep, it is.
And then you have the really personal lines like, I know it was you, Frito. Frito, you broke my heart.
Yep.
If you're looking for the most poetically perfect way to tell your brother his secret, you couldn't ask for a better line.
Yeah.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. While it's attributed as an old Klingon proverb, the Klingons probably got it from this movie.
Yeah.
And the one that I think really kind of speaks to why the movie had such an impact was very early on in the movie, Don Corleone says, I believe in America.
Mm-hmm.
And he does.
Right.
But it's his version of America.
Right.
You know, and in our current state of political upheaval, this line's incredibly poignant and tells us that America is what you make of it. If your America is gun to your head, going to take your money, if you don't do what I say, make demands, then that's your America.
Mm-hmm.
That's not everybody else's America. So it's that distorted, that ability to distort things in such a way
to be how you want it to
right,
be.
to make yourself feel good about it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the most famous line from the whole movie, and yes, this line is so well delivered and so perfect in the movie that it appears twice in our breakdown here. 50 years later, people dream of a chance to use the line any chance they get, and that is, I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. And that's like, everyone knows where that line comes from. They know who said it, and it's fantastic. But culturally, though, I mean, we talk about the careers and the impact and stuff like that. It was a self-reflective look at the country during some of our most formative years that the movie portrays. And it's a shining example of how certain aspects of the population exploited their opportunities. They bent, broke, bought, and rewrote the rules of the land to their favor. And it still happens to this day. Whether it's happening in business or politics or crime or whatever, what Don Corleone represented in the movie is what so many people aspire to, that power, that ultimate power, that ability to manipulate things and be in control. And so many fortunes in today's businesses have been made on that. It's not biographical, it's not historical, but there are grains of truth in the film that make us question reality and kind of look at the world differently. And we've never gone back to the way it was before Godfather. That kind of opened our eyes to a reality that a lot of people didn't want to ask about, I think.
And I think what's also interesting is it's probably one of the top movies of all time, and Godfather 2 is revered also as one of the best movies that, you know, normally sequels, you know, after you do the first one, they kind of go downhill from that.
Yeah.
But, you know, Godfather 2 kind of stands alone, you know, on its own as being a really great movie. And it's interesting because it takes you, it's a prequel to The Godfather. So you kind of see everything.
And that concept itself was interesting at the time because you didn't have that sort of thing.
Right.
Where it's like, okay, we drew the line in the sand. Now let's go back and show you how we got to that line.
Right. Where normally you never did that. You always went forward.
Right.
So it was an interesting, you know, take on it. And it was so well received on top of the success of the original.
Absolutely. And I have little doubt The Godfather will still be relevant 50 years from now, too.
Yep.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get some of our afterthoughts to cover.
Sure.
So what do we have for our afterthoughts?
So going on, fortunately, if you're watching us live and not on, you know, after the fact, ZoloCon is going on this weekend. It's going until 6 o'clock. So if you're in the area, you got until 6 today. Tomorrow it'll be from 9 to 4:30. We're actually planning to be there tomorrow for it. That's in Warminster, Pennsylvania. Then in a couple of weeks after that, we have the Delaware Train Show and the April Fool's Toy Show. That would be April 2nd and April 3rd. And that is in Newcastle, Delaware at the Nursehrine Center.
And before we go, we did attend our Nerd Fest this weekend here. We're going to run some footage of that real quick.
Yep.
Kind of describe. It was a typical local pop culture event here.
Right.
A lot of local artists were there. I was kind of surprised at how many artists that they had there.
Yeah, it was a pleasant surprise to see how many local artists were there, local vendors were there. A nice mix of different types of artists. You had a lot of people selling handmade things, which was nice to see, along with your different vendors obviously selling your pops. Not as many collectibles
Yeah, a lot of it was much more handmade.
Right. It was much
artist
more right, which was kind of
rendered
cool
stuff.
because, better to have that. Obviously, we had the 501st was there. Then the
Ghostbusters.
local Ghostbusters were there as well. A couple of cosplayers, not too many of them there, and some local authors with their books. They had a face painter, as well. Different clothing makers were there with different types of T-shirts or sweatshirts and things.
And we had the one artist that was there who was the taxidermist artist
Yes.
that we talked to. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so that was kind of interesting. I almost came home with a bat.
A real bat that was
real
taxidermy.
Bat that was taxidermied in this cute little cage. So we were talking to him, and you had asked him how he came to
how he sourced his critters.
And what was it? So he kind of had a...
So he said he has a license. He's a licensed scavenger.
Right.
Which I didn't even know that existed. But he said most of the stuff that he gets comes from people that he works with.
Right. They kind of trade things.
Right. So they'll send him the, for lack of a better word, carcasses.
Right.
He'll taxidermy them. Was it his son or his nephew?
His nephew.
His nephew does the actual settings and the
dioramas
and stuff like that.
Right.
And he'll set the taxidermy animals in here, and he'll send some of these back to these people that provide the materials for it. And it's really cool. Not only did they do the bats in the cages, they did these incredibly ornate ostrich eggs.
Yes.
Because the person who runs it is a former dentist. He uses dental tools to actually go in there and carve these out. Talking about no additional material added to it. He just takes the egg, carves it out, and you had 3-dimensional renderings of
a dragon.
Dragons coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, it was incredible the kind of detail the guy had.
Yeah.
First time I think we'd seen that vendor, and he's a local guy too, which is nice.
Right. So he actually is going to be at some of the other local, he'll be at Monster Mania, which is coming up in a couple of months, and then another one that's up in Parsippany, MonsterCon, I think it was.
Right, the next horror one up there.
Yeah, so yeah.
It was interesting. It was a kind of a cool venue the way they laid it out. It was small.
Right. It wasn't very big, but
you had a lot of vendors for such a small area. But it was laid out in such a way that you didn't feel claustrophobic in there, which was nice.
Because they had the one banquet room set up with the doors open, but then they had vendors throughout the lobby area as well. So yeah.
It was cool. I certainly, for the price, you can't beat, $5 to get in there and look around and stuff. So it's probably one that we'll wind up going to again.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was Nerd Fest last weekend.
Yeah.
And I think that was all we had. Before we do go, though, I do want to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can also find video and audio versions listed under Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, and so forth. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback, tell us how the new format of the show works. We're curious if this works better than what we were doing before. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
And you can find all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 13, Modern Monopolies. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. So today's topic is one that we've kind of been tossing around for a little while now, and it's in the news a lot lately with a lot of the tech companies and politics involved. It came to the forefront few months back during the Trump administration. They were kind of going up against some of the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and so forth. So I thought it was worthwhile to sort of take a look at this. So today we're going to discuss what monopolies are in the modern age. We'll understand what a monopoly is, how they operate, and why they're detrimental to a free and open market. Yet they're a unique product of capitalism. We'll take a brief look at the history of monopolies in America and how they've been handled before. And we'll look at the future of what today's monopolies and the complications inherent in regulating them are. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is a monopoly? So in doing research for today's episode, I went to a couple of different sites, and this definition, I think, captured it best. It came from Investopedia.com. They say a monopoly refers to when a company and its product offerings dominate a sector or industry. Monopolies can be considered an extreme result of free market capitalism in that, absent any restrictions or restraints, a single company or group becomes large enough to own all or nearly all the market, goods, supplies, commodities, infrastructure, so forth, for a particular type of product or service. The term monopoly is often used to describe an entity that has total or near control of a market. Natural monopolies can exist where there are high barriers to entry, a company has a patent on their products, or is allowed by governments to provide essential services. So based on that definition, let me ask you real quick, do you think we have modern monopolies that fit this bill?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it takes that long to figure it out. There's like 3 drugstores. That's the first one that came to mind for me. Like if you think about it, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. That's just an example. Airlines too. Like if you just, I don't know, I feel like if you just think about it, there's pretty clear examples of at least a handful.
Sure, yeah. So in understanding a monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to high costs for consumers, inferior products and services, and corrupt behavior. A company that dominates a business sector or industry can use that dominance to its advantage and at the expense of others. So taking your example of the drugstores, if there are 3 drugstores that control all the pharmaceuticals to consumers, is that really a monopoly if there's 3 of them?
I think it's a monopoly if by there being 3 and they're being so established that it eliminates the ability for other new drugstores to rise up. I think that's where you get into the monopoly territory if they're creating that barrier of entry.
So it's in that case, it's a monopoly of 3 where they're colluding to prevent competition at that point in time, essentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
They also say that it can create artificial scarcities, fix prices, and circumvent natural laws of supply and demand, which I think is exactly where your pharmacy scenario falls into place. It can impede new entrants into the field, discriminate and inhibit experimentation on or new product development, while the public, robbed of the recourse of using a competitor, is at its mercy. Do you think, again, sticking with our pharmacy example, do you think that the consumers are at a detriment because of having 3 major pharmacies control the entire industry?
I'm not so sure about that because, I mean, the medication is still, as long as the medication's effective from pharmacy to pharmacy, that's the important thing. I mean, it's not like you're getting like faulty products. Now, if, say, for example, Walgreens had their over-the-counter allergy medication and it was defective, but there's only Walgreens in your area, that's where you run into some issues. But I think as long as the products are still working, then, I mean, monopolies are still generally bad, but I think in that example, you could probably get away with it.
Well, how about an example where you've got 3 pharmacies and they all decide that instead of selling your allergy medicine to you at 20% over cost, with a 20% margin, they're going to up it to 50%. They're all going to sell for 50%. So there's no one in the market that the consumer can go to get it at that reduced price. Do you think that would be monopolistic?
Yeah, definitely. Because at that point, they're using their hold on the industry to screw over the customer, which is where you get into like the definition of monopolies.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go on to say that a monopolized market often becomes an unfair, unequal, and inefficient market. Mergers and acquisitions among companies in the same business are highly regulated and researched for this reason. Firms are typically forced to divest assets if federal authorities believe proposed mergers or a takeover will violate anti-monopoly laws. We just had a major takeover very recently among the cellular carriers.
Oh, yeah.
Where T-Mobile bought out Sprint. So we had 4 major competitors in the market. T-Mobile bought out Sprint to become the number 2 in consumer size at that point in time, and to reduce the market down from 4 to 3. At the same time, one of the contingencies associated with that was the emergence of another network that would come out eventually, which it hasn't come out yet. I think it's Dish is going to be running this particular network, but they're going to be using the services of the existing networks. So it's almost like it was a fictional way of putting a 4th competitor into the market.
Mm-hmm. Like a puppet competitor almost.
Exactly. So in that instance, do you think the T-Mobile merger with Sprint will be good or bad for consumers?
I think about this with mobile companies especially. Like there's whole regions of the country where you can only get one mobile service provider. And I think by merging like that, it's going to make that problem even worse. So say I know in this area it's kind of like that with T-Mobile. If you're forced to have T-Mobile and now Sprint, but the coverage is poor and you don't have any other option, I think that's definitely an issue.
Yeah.
It's because you're forced to have an inferior product just due to the monopoly. Right.
And there's no incentive for them to improve their product because there's no competition.
Right. And what are you going to do? Move?
Exactly. You're not going to move because you're a cellular carrier. Exactly. So they say monopolies typically have an unfair advantage over their competition since they're either the only provider of a product or control most of the market share or customers for their product. Although monopolies might differ from industry to industry, they tend to share similar characteristics. Why don't you tell us what these characteristics are?
Sure. So the first one is the high barrier of entry, which we kind of talked about already. This is when competitors are not able to enter the market, and the monopoly can easily prevent competition from developing their foothold in an industry by acquiring that competition. Sort of like we talked about with the mobile company where they put, I guess not really, because they kind of let them use their own services. The second example is the single seller. There's only one seller in the market, meaning the company becomes the same as the industry it serves. The third is price maker. The company that operates the monopoly decides the price of the product that it will sell without any competition, keeping their prices in check. As a result of this, monopolies can raise prices whenever they want. And finally, the economy of scale. A monopoly often can produce at a lower cost than smaller companies. Monopolies can buy huge quantities of inventory, for example, usually at a volume discount. As a result of this, monopoly can lower its prices so much that smaller competitors can survive. Think like Walmart. Essentially, monopolies can engage in price wars due to their scale of their manufacturing and distribution networks, such as warehousing and shipping. That can be done at lower cost than any of the competitors in the industry. I guess that'd be Amazon too, both those companies.
Yeah. So it's interesting because some of these same practices they talk about here that are considered to be monopolistic are also ones that are generally used in business for efficiency reasons. For instance, here in New Jersey, we have a lot of cranberry producers in the state. And one of the things that you have is everyone's heard of Ocean Spray, right? Mm-hmm. You buy Ocean Spray cranberry juice off the shelves and whatnot. Ocean Spray is actually a cooperative. And what they do is they partner with a number of independent farmers to pool their resources. And it's not just cranberries, obviously, it's many other things. But they pool their resources together and sell as one single entity so they can get advantages in the economy to scale by supplying all their entities at the same time for a bulk cost. They're sort of fixing their prices by not competing against each other. They all agree upon a certain price that they sell at. But somehow the cooperatives aren't targeted for monopolies, even though they take on some of the same characteristics of a monopoly. This has happened traditionally in the past with a lot of food industries have done this. A lot of your fast food places, when they go through franchising, they do sort of the same thing. You buy a franchise of a pizza place, Papa John's or I can't think of another
Dunkin'
one.
Donuts.
That would not be pizza, but sure, we'll use that as a franchise.
Yeah. That's the first thing when I think franchise.
But yeah, that's another good example of you have a whole bunch of people that buy the stores, buy the franchise where they have the rights, but they also get all their supplies that way. So instead of, mom and pop down the street going out and buying flour to make donuts, they put their purchase into the corporation, and the corporation buys it for 500 bakers at one time and can get a discount on it. So that's another thing where cooperatives can be targeted as monopolies, but they're not in today's society. So the next thing that we talk about is what's called a natural monopoly. So a natural monopoly can develop when a company becomes a monopoly due to high fixed or startup costs in an industry. This happens a lot with utilities, internet, electricity, telephone. Because of the amount of money that you have to tie up in order to provide that service, the government is willing to allow you to become a monopoly. AT&T at one point in time had so much money tied up in copper. It was like 1/3 of the company's value was in copper, just in the wires that they had, because copper is a commodity.
Wow.
Also, natural monopolies can arise in industries that require unique raw materials, technology, or it's a specialized industry where only one company can meet the needs. Again, this goes back to AT&T. They were Bell, I guess at the time and they wound up getting broken up in the early 80s. Companies that have patents on their products, which prevent competition from developing the same product in a specific field, can have a natural monopoly. So a lot of these things here have traditionally been associated with the utilities sector. your television, your cable, your internet, your electrical, your plumbing, things that aren't state-owned but offer private services. We just ran into an incident last week with the Colonial Pipeline, where they supply a chunk of refined fuels to a large sector of the country. They're a private company, but they have a monopoly on that because of how expensive it is to build a pipeline. So let me ask you, when it comes to natural monopolies where you have this investment or you own the technology, do you think that justifies monopolistic tendencies?
I think that's a tough question to answer, because it reminds me of when we did our streaming services episode. We talked about like something like Comcast, whose internet and TV and there's cell phones, and they're sort of expanding in that way too. But if, again, kind of like when we talked about with the mobile providers, if you can only have Comcast, but it's because Comcast controls all those resources, is that a bad thing? I think it becomes a bad thing when you go back to the inferior product thing. If your product's bad, but you have this obligation to provide the service because you have all the resources, then I think you also have an obligation to make the product at least usable consistently.
Well, and to add to that is, if the government is going to allow you to be a natural monopoly because of that technology or that investment, then there's a certain right that the government has to...
we didn't check the shop beforehand, everybody.
No, we didn't. Just lean a lot that way. There's a certain obligation the government has to regulate you at that point in time as an industry. Do you think that expectation of government regulation, because a lot of the cable companies are trying to get away from government regulation, do you think that expectation that government should have the right to do that when they grant you a monopoly is realistic?
I think maybe not realistic, not in these days, because these companies have so much power. I think it's idealistic that, ultimately at the end of the day, the government is going to have the say in what needs to be regulated and what doesn't. But I think we're seeing so often that the companies have so much power that the government just chooses not to do anything.
Yeah, I think
which we'll get into more later.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. So there's public monopolies that are set up by the government to provide essential services, such as the U.S. Postal Service, although the U.S. Postal Service is getting a run for its money these days with private parcel companies like UPS and FedEx. Utilities, which we talked about already. The utilities industry is where a natural government allowed monopolies flourish until the government doesn't allow it anymore. And it's kind of strange, because this happened a few years back, where back in the early 2000s, we had a major power outage in the Northeast. And it turned out that power outage was a result of a mismanaged power network out in, I think, Ohio at the time. And it's a privately owned company. They weren't under any kind of monopolistic regulations or anything. But because of the problem that they caused that took down the rest of the network in the Northeast, the government came in and imposed sanctions on them and fines and so forth. Do you think that's a way, or an efficient way, for the government to sort of allow monopolies to happen, but penalize them if they don't adhere to some level of standard?
I mean, yeah, and that's a pretty extreme example. If you cause the Northeast to have a blackout, I think you deserve to get punished for some reason. But I think you said it was a privately owned company. It wasn't like, yeah. So if it was, I don't know. I think if it was a larger company, they might not be as harsh. If it's the small independent company, they can easily point the finger and blame them. But if it was something like General Electric or something, they might be a little bit hesitant to punish them as harshly, I think.
Right. No, I could see that. So the monopolies in these instances are allowed because the suppliers incur large costs of producing power or water or providing these services to each household, and it's considered more efficient for there to be a sole provider for these services. Do you think it's more efficient for you to have a sole cable provider, or do you think competition in the cable market would be better for the consumers? Because right now, cable is not considered a public utility. And there's a lot of push to have it considered that way as far as protections and regulation go. If they did, do you think having 2 or 3 cable providers would be better, or having a monopoly would be better?
Yeah, definitely, because I think competition, it breeds innovation, right? Because you need to be able to beat your competitor, and you beat your competitor by making more money, which means having a better product in theory. So I think if there was only one company, then it would just stagnate. They would settle for, whatever service they're going to provide. But if you've got that competition, I think that ends up benefiting the consumer in the long run.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think the only time you get innovation is when companies have to innovate. And the only time companies have to innovate is if the competition makes them, which is their number one motivation, because that's where their profits are, or if the government forces them to. And to a certain extent, the government did force a lot of these cable companies to innovate their technology because they were taking bandwidth back from them, which is why we have digital TV now. That was not because the cable companies were in competition for each other to provide better services. That was because the government mandated that. So you can, in certain circumstances, still have monopolies that innovate when the government forces them to do so, and still allow monopolies to exist in the country. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some of the antitrust laws and a little bit of what the country has done to break up monopolies historically.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern day monopolies today. We're going to talk a little about antitrust laws, and you can't really talk about monopolies unless you mention at least the Sherman Antitrust Act. So in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act became the first legislation passed by the U.S. Congress to limit monopolies. It had strong support by Congress. It passed the Senate with a vote of 51-1 and passed the House unanimously 242-0. And that was put in place to regulate mostly the big industries at the time, which were
Oil,
locomotives, your rail service, your steel industry, and so forth. Then in 1914, 2 additional antitrust pieces of legislation were passed to protect consumers. The Clayton Antitrust Act, which created new rules for mergers and corporate directors, and also listed specific examples of practices that would violate the Sherman Antitrust. And then the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which sets standards for business practices and enforces the 2 antitrust acts, along with the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. So the laws are intended to preserve competition and allow smaller companies to enter a market, and not to merely suppress strong companies. And I think that's a theme that I think resonates today, because a lot of what people are talking about today with our big monopolies is that they're not harming people because they're not producing a product or a service. And the biggest example of this would be social media and Facebook. So Facebook isn't harming anyone by not bringing new products to market. They're just a really big company. The same thing with Google. And the push today seems to be targeting, well, these companies are too big and they shouldn't be that big. And I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that's not something that the antitrust laws are designed to cope with. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's these are obviously laws that were made in, before 1900, so they definitely need to be updated. But I think it's kind of what comes with technology, right? It's you've got to make new laws. You've got to adapt the way you think about it, because while they're not making a product, these companies have data on everybody. And when you have things like information leaks and the companies aren't necessarily held accountable, like Facebook has them all the time where people's personal data gets leaked. And I think that is a huge problem that should be, more harshly punished. And I think that would come with a more modern look at, antitrust laws.
Well, and I think I agree with you to a certain extent that the companies themselves have a certain obligation to protect the user's data. However, the users give the data up freely. So there's not, I don't think there's really an expectation of privacy because it's a social network, right? Yeah. So when I post my information, my pictures and whatever, I'm posting them there for people to see. So I can't really get upset when Facebook leaks that to other people. The other problem that you run into is that the modern laws that we have penalties that are insignificant to the size of these companies now, which I think is where some of the argument comes in that these companies are too big. You might get a couple $100,000 fine for a data breach.
That's like nothing.
When you're a multi-billion-dollar company, that's, essentially you lost that money in the cushions of the couch.
Yeah, the time it took to draft the document to charge you've already made $1 billion.
Right. So there's really very little incentive to do anything other than continue business as is and just pay the fines because you're still monumentally profitable. So I think there needs to be a fundamental shift in what the penalties look like in order for the penalties to have any meaning whatsoever. So in talking about breaking up monopolies, the Sherman Antitrust Act was targeted at companies like Standard Oil and even the American Tobacco Company, which didn't break up the companies. It broke up Standard Oil, but what it did was it pushed more public awareness. In 1994, the U.S. government accused Microsoft of using a significant market share in the PC operating system business to prevent competition and maintain a monopoly. Now, this is significant because I think it's really the first modern monopoly with high-tech industry that we kind of see come across the government's crosshairs. Yeah, they broke up the bell companies, the phone companies and stuff like that. But I think that was less significant from a technological standpoint because it was really legacy technology. But here you have Microsoft, who is at the forefront of computer technology, but they're also internationally acclaimed for this technology. And you have the United States that's trying to set precedent here. And I think, if anything, that's where we kind of look back to see what's going to guide our principles moving forward. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I've said it on this show before. Again, not a lawyer, but, the law is about precedent, right? So something like this case here, sets the precedent for technology companies going forward of how their versions of monopolies, are viewed in courts. And I think that, having Microsoft be this big example in 1994 is extremely important, just to have something to look back at, especially, I don't think anybody could have imagined what technology is like now compared to what it was in 1994, but it's much larger and much more in the forefront of just our daily conversations.
Yeah, and essentially what happened is in 98, you had a federal district judge rule that Microsoft needed to be broken into technology companies. But that was a decision that was later reversed. There were compromises that happened. There were fines that happened. Microsoft ultimately agreed to have a government overseer become part of the company to make sure that the company wasn't engaging in monopolistic activities. Microsoft in the 80s and 90s was brutal. They had a philosophy of well, let's not compete with others. Let's just destroy the competition. And they did. They were very effective at it.
Yeah, I think there's an episode. I don't know if you've ever watched the CNN series. It's just called the 70s or the 80s. It's one of those. There's a whole episode on like the Apple Microsoft war. It's really interesting.
Yeah. And it's funny because Microsoft destroyed Apple to the point that Apple was roughly 3 months away from going bankrupt. And Bill Gates, in a very famous appearance, shows up at the Apple Worldwide Developer Conference via video. And Steve Jobs was still alive at the time and announced that Microsoft is investing in Apple. And they booed Bill Gates for saving the company. All the people that were in the crowd booed when they heard about that. And the funny thing is, the only reason Microsoft did that was not so that they can make profit off of Apple. It was so that they could maintain the appearance
of having competition.
That's all it was. And the government fell for it. Yeah, the government fell for it. So, I mean, a lot of times it's really just about, jumping through the flaming hoops and making people believe the right thing.
Yeah, and like not even in terms of government, but just in terms of public opinion too. You have you get that with video game consoles too. I know it's not nearly on the same level, but if you maintain that rivalry between two companies, it makes it look even better than that you're not a monopoly because, I'm an Apple fan, I'm a Microsoft fan, but in reality, it's the same company. Like, not really, but if they bailed out your company, they still owe them a debt in some way.
Sure. Well, and you look at, we stick with technology, you look at microprocessors. So you've got Intel and you've got AMD. And AMD has always been sort of the redheaded stepchild to Intel, where they were the rebels, they were the underdogs. Their processors were for like the elite group of gamers or overclockers or whatever. And you look at what happened to Intel, and Intel has, in recent years, been completely burned by their technology choices because of the shortcuts that they made that AMD didn't make. And AMD picked up a huge market share. And now you're seeing another fundamental shift that's detrimental to Intel, with Apple moving away from Intel processors in their computers now to their own designed ones that they're manufacturing themselves. So Intel's getting hit again with this. So this was an instance where Intel got very complacent in what they were doing, and now they've fallen significantly behind in the processor market, and the tables have kind of shifted. But at the time when Intel was dominant, Intel was actually supplying information and support to AMD to maintain that appearance of competition.
Works every time.
So again, it really is. It's just a matter of appearance sometimes to keep from getting hit with monopolistic charges. So we talked briefly about AT&T. The most prominent monopoly breakup in the U.S. history was AT&T. After being allowed to control the nation's telephone service for decades as a government-supported monopoly, the giant telecommunications company found itself challenged by antitrust laws. In 1982, after an 8-year court battle, AT&T had to divest itself of 22 local exchange service companies and has been forced to sell off assets or split units several times since. Now, the real interesting thing is, you had what were termed as baby bells during this. So you had all these certified local exchange CLECs, certified local exchange carriers pop up all over the country that were all part of the original one. And over the last 10 to 15 years, you've seen all those get swept up, and they're now owned by Verizon. So you went through that huge natural monopoly that the government allowed, to breaking them up when they thought the competition was stifled, to now mergers happening to get you back to that position where you have two people that are running the...
Yeah, it's history in general is cyclical, and I think we're seeing that here too, right? So in maybe, 15, 20 years, we'll have another breakup and they'll all come back out again, and then in 30 years, they'll all get swept up again. I think that's just how these things work,
and
honestly.
And I think that's kind of the point here is that's capitalism. That's how capitalism works, is that monopolies are a natural outcome of capitalism. And I think the best that government can hope in most cases is to try to keep it at bay as long as possible. And eventually they're still going to get gobbled up and get eaten up. Your pharmacies had the same thing. Your internet providers had the same thing. You know, I remember back in the 90s when I worked for an internet provider, you had just in our area probably 10 different internet carriers. Now you can't get internet from anybody other than Comcast here. You had 3 different cable companies that you could get service from. So it's just a life cycle, I think, of business in a capitalist society. So we're going to take another break and come back and talk more about our modern monopoly problem in America. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern monopolies. So Forbes did an interesting article about America's modern monopoly problem. They said, without realizing it, we become a nation of monopolies. A large and growing part of our economy is owned by a handful of companies that face little competition. They have no incentive to deliver better products or to get more efficient. They simply rake in cash from people who have no choice but to hand it over. This would be impossible if we had true capitalism. Even if we admit some businesses are natural monopolies, most aren't. Most of them found some non-capitalistic flaw to exploit. In theory, this problem should have solved itself as technology and consumer preferences change, yet it hasn't. Axios outlined a problem in a recent article on farm bankruptcies. Why don't you tell us about what they found?
Sure. So 3 companies control about 80% of mobile telecoms. 3 have 95% of credit cards. 4 have 70% of airline flights within the United States. Google handles 60% of all searches online. In agriculture, 4 companies control 66% of U.S. hogs slaughtered in 2015, 85% of the steer, and half of the chickens, according to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, just 4 companies control 85% of U.S. corn seed sales. That's up from 60% in 2000, so there was some consolidation there. And 75% of soybean seed, a jump from about half, according to the Agriculture Department.
That's pretty staggering, and that's not even talking big tech, where a lot of our focus is today. I mean, we're talking telecoms, credit cards, airlines, search, which we'll get to, and agriculture. I mean, our agriculture is really tied up to that few companies. I mean, I find that alarming at best. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you go back to your ocean spray example where it's one company, but it's made up of smaller farms. I guess that's probably similar.
That's
to what's
probably
happening.
would be in this, yeah.
Yeah, so it's if you want to have a successful farm, you have to join up with this company, basically is what you're getting at. And that is a monopoly, but if the independent farms are getting their proper cut, it's not as bad as it could be, right? Where they're just being exploited for their product.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It's like this big company you just become a part of, I suppose, if you want to have a farm. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that they talk about a couple different outcomes that we get from this. One is having a gummed up economy. Some economists say the concentration of market power is gumming up the economy and largely to blame for decades of flat wages and weak productivity growth. They say gumming up the economy is a good way to to describe it because we're getting competition itself is an economic lubricant. And the machines work more efficiently when the parts are moving freely. We get more output from the same input or the same output with less input. Take away the competition and it all begins to grind together, kind of like a internal combustion engine that you don't keep the oil changed in. Eventually, friction brings it to a halt and sometimes a fiery one. Normally, companies grow their profits by delivering better products at lower prices than their competitors. It's a dynamic process with competitors constantly dropping out and new ones appearing. This has been described as what's called creative destruction, which sounds harsh, but is absolutely necessary for economic growth. Today, the creative destruction isn't happening. And as companies refuse to die and monopolies refuse to improve, we struggle to generate even mild economic growth. And I think we're seeing that across our entire economy at this point in time. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just read off all those examples of all those companies that own everything, right? So I think especially when you get to the point where you're too big of a company to fail and it refuses to die, just like that article said, when you're at that level where you control over half of, some kind of domestic product, it's going to be difficult for you to fail, even if you wanted to. And then you end up getting the stagnation that we're seeing today.
Absolutely, yeah. They also talk about uncreative destruction. Creative destruction means companies go out of business and workers lose their jobs. Maybe a few competitors will hire them eventually, but they suffer in the meantime. Politicians try to help, but finding the right balance is hard. Greater blame should be assigned to the central bankers, not just the Fed, but its peers as well. For whatever reason, they kept short-term stimulus measures and near zero rates for far too long. The resulting flood of capital bypassed the creative destruction process. A lot of this happened under the radar. You've probably seen stories about the Lyft IPO and other unicorns that will soon go public. Unicorns being a type of wishful company going public with a very high IPO. The news. This is news because it's now so unusual. The number of listed companies is shrinking because A, cheap capital lets them stay private longer, and B, the founders and venture capitalists often exit by selling to a larger cash flush competitor instead of going public. An economy in which it's easier and cheaper to buy your competitors rather than out-innovate them is probably headed towards stagnation. And that's the problem that we had. We saw all through the 1800s, competition was being bought up constantly. The railroads, the consolidation in the auto industry in the early half of the 20th century. Anytime that you see competition just being eaten up by buying them out, you're not innovating at all when you buy. You just have companies that are so large they can buy out anybody that's competing with them. Facebook is doing the same exact thing now. Facebook has bought up 4 or 5 major competitors, all in different sectors of what they do, but they're buying their way to success, and that stifles innovation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked earlier about that barrier to entry, right? That's one of the biggest things when you're looking at these monopolies. And if you're a small startup trying to compete with somebody like Facebook and they just offer you a blank check to just buy you out, it's hard to say no to that, especially if you know that you have no real hope of competing with them. And I think that the more they when Facebook buys you out, they then also get more powerful because they have your workforce or your resources or whatever you had to offer, and they have less competition, so they only get more powerful. It's a win-win in the worst kind of way, I think, especially for consumers and the economy.
Yeah, and part of the problem that you have is because of this, you have companies that shouldn't be in business are getting bought out, and the technology they have is inferior technology, but you have larger companies buying them not because of the technology so they can integrate it into their own. They're buying their users. So you may have a company, I don't want to say Quibi, but a company like Quibi that spent all this money up front on advertising and we'll say technology, although it's not that revolutionary. But their whole goal was to basically get a whole bunch of people on the platform and then sell it. And in their case, they failed. In their case, they projected something like 70 million people signing on with this 1.5 billion budget or something that they had. They wound up getting 70,000 people actually subscribing to it, and they went out of business. That's the exception to the rule, whereas that should be the natural order of how business works.
Especially with capitalism. If you're not a good business, you should just fail.
Absolutely. But, instead you have companies that they garner this large following, and it could be because of certain people that might be on your service. One of the things that Twitter ran into was that when they banned Donald Trump around the time of the January 6th insurrection, their user base dropped off significantly because all of his supporters stopped using the service. That cult following is enough to start your own social network, bring all those people on board, and then sell those users. Even if the social network itself is outdated, the technology is 90 years old, they're selling eyes at that point in time. And that's generally not how business is done, because in most cases, traditionally, the consumer isn't the product.
Yeah.
The product is something you produce. But in the case of technology and social media today, the consumer is the product because that's where people are making money with all your information. So it kind of breaks the rules, and that's why we kind of have an upset balance here. So we're going to take our last break here, and we're going to come back and look at the future of regulating monopolies and why tech might be different.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights Into Tomorrow. We're talking monopolies, and we're going to talk about how to regulate today's monopolies in tomorrow's market. So when the global financial crisis slowly subsided in the spring of 2010, tech giants Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, known collectively as GAFA.
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either. I didn't write the article, though. So. They were collectively valued at just under 450 billion euros by market cap. These companies were drivers of innovation that pointed the way forward, enterprises at the center of a flourishing technological ecosystem with a creative and technology-driven vision. Over the past decade, the transformation of society's relationship to those companies is unprecedented. We use the products of these companies to manage almost our entire professional and private lives. And during the coronavirus crisis, the value of the tech giants have increased even more. So when we put together the idea of the show, these were really the companies that we're talking about for today's modern monopolies. How do you feel about, first of all, let me ask, do you use their products? I think that's probably the most important question to ask anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to, right? At least like Google and Amazon, even if you don't buy things from Amazon, Amazon still controls a lot of web traffic too for their searches. So you're using them either way. But yeah, I don't think I have any Apple products anymore. I did though for a while. I was an iPhone user. I have a Facebook and Instagram account I don't really use, but I still look at them. So they're getting, my eyes either way. And then Google, I use all their products and services. So yeah, I'm pretty far in.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to keep in mind here is that these companies don't just influence the American economy. These are global companies that have a major impact on the world. So looking at the monopolies of tomorrow, I think we have to ask ourselves probably a few questions and kind of come to terms with a few things. Like, one is how we handle the U.S. monopolies today will dictate Europe's future and even to a certain extent the rest of the world, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that in our modern age, it's a global economy. It's not as isolationist as it used to be with things like Standard Oil and things like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that even though, it's hard to envision, but the technological revolution isn't over. We're kind of still in the early phases of it. And I think one of the issues that we run into is that we don't make the rules as fast as the technology grows. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last, 5-6 years, you had Snapchat show up, which blew up again and became another staple in the social media icon, on your phone that a lot of people use and is now a publicly traded company. So I think that we're definitely going to see it again. TikTok as well, also huge. Yeah. So I think that, every couple of years, it's, just how these things work. You'll get a whole new social media app or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues that concerns me is that the room for maneuvering needed to figure all this stuff out is shrinking. The time that we have to put measures in place now to govern these things is running out rapidly. If we want to know what to do next, it's vital that we gain some in-depth understanding of the mechanisms by which the tech monopolies operate. And I think part of the problem that we have is that the people in our country, at least, that are making these laws don't have a clue about technology.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have no idea how it works, how it progresses, the impact that it has, the security. There's a lot of talk right now about cybersecurity because of the pipeline hack and all these, the Microsoft Exchange hack and the SolarWinds, all this stuff, this cybersecurity is in the news. And our politicians are trying their best, really, to pay lip service to it, but have no idea whatsoever what the technology means. Like, for instance, my biggest question, sticking with the pipeline incident, they got hit with ransomware. Well, why in the world was your pipeline network even connected to the internet? Absolutely no reason for that. And yet there isn't a single politician who's asked that question yet because they don't understand. They just think the internet is some nebulous piece of technology that connects everything. And these are the people that are making the laws. What do you think about that?
I think that's definitely part of the problem. I think you saw it too back when any new technology, when it showed up, like TV, blew people's minds and they thought it was going to give you the devil in you. So I think it's something like this too. And eventually they'll hopefully catch up. But I think the difference with modern technology is that it's progressing way faster than things like TV ever did. I mean, it's changing almost on a yearly basis what the norms are. So I think that the pace is much more accelerated.
Yeah. So let's take a second to take a look at what the current tech monopolies are and why they're different. So I think the biggest thing, and we've touched on this already, is that tech monopolies survive on data and algorithms. That's their product. You as the consumer are their product. They take your information and they sell it for advertising. They're not necessarily selling you anything. Amazon doesn't make any money off anything that it sells from its store. It's literally a break even. It's a loss leader for them. They make their money on their Amazon Web Services, which everybody hosts everything through their Amazon Web Services, which ironically was kind of an offshoot for their own needs. They had to build out their own network to support the Amazon store. And they found out that they could rent space on their cloud and make more money. But Google, you're the product. They collect your data. Facebook, you're the product. Amazon, you're the product. With Apple recognized this, and now in the latest version of Apple's operating system, they implemented this new privacy feature where applications have to ask if you want them to track your movement outside the application. Which, if you think about it, is almost a no-brainer. Like, no, why do I want Facebook tracking me in other apps? But Facebook is actually fighting this to the point that they're threatening legal action because they're saying that it gives Apple an unfair advantage. So Apple has access to that information, but Facebook doesn't. So therefore, Apple has an advantage.
I mean, I guess, but it's like, geez, guys. It's like just the two crazy billionaires yelling at each other for more money.
If you look at the companies in the 20th centuries, their wealth came from factories and machines and qualified employees and the stuff that they made that consumers purchased. So it was much easier to say, okay, well, you're not innovating cars fast enough. You're not innovating refrigerators or whatever it happened to be because you had an actual defined product. How do you tell when you're not innovating services enough if the consumer's the product? Like what's the answer to that question?
I mean, then we get into a question of privacy, right? Because the only way to innovate that is to become more intrusive in people's lives and to collect more data on them. And then that's a whole nother can of worms of where you draw that line of if it's just, you're purely just a product at that point and the human element is completely removed.
Absolutely. So over the past decade, the big tech companies have built a huge competitive advantage because they control the operating systems and the search engines and the browsers and all the cloud infrastructure. They also own the shopping marketplaces, the communications platforms, the networked household appliances, and the app stores. To return to our picture of the 20th century, tech monopolies not only have factories and machines, they also increasingly own the entire infrastructure of the value creation chain, including all the businesses and all the communication channels to the customer, which, being that ingrained and essentially owning control of the economy, makes it almost impossible to regulate them. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's too late. It reminds me of, and this is sort of related, but movies. There was a big Paramount decision like the 30s because they owned distribution, production, and exhibition, which was like movie theaters.
Right.
And that's what this reminds me of. They're owning every single step of the chain, which is a monopoly. But in this instance, they're way too powerful to be stopped at this point.
Right. And, the capital that the big tech companies suck out of the system using this mechanism is fed straight back in undermining the competition or accessing new areas of business. Vendors on Amazon's marketplace are just as dependent on the goodwill of the platform as media companies are on Google and Facebook. This goodwill can only be acquired by consistently providing access to all content and data, thus continuing to feed the monopoly and making it more efficient. So even for competition to work, they have to cooperate with the big tech and provide the big tech exactly what they need to give the big tech the authority in the first place.
Competition in quotes there a little bit.
Exactly. So the enormous profitability of the infrastructure services allows the big tech companies to invest in new fields of business on a very long-term basis. To do this, the monopolists are willing to accept high losses for many years in order to weaken the competition and build up market shares. It's ironic what Amazon is doing because Amazon is doing online in the marketplace exactly what Walmart did. So Walmart had this reputation for buying everything in bulk and selling it very cheap with very little overhead. And they would come into a town and they would open up a mega store and they put all the other small mom and pop businesses out of business because they couldn't compete. Mm-hmm. They didn't have the economy of scale to compete with Walmart. Amazon now shows up, and they started out selling books at first, and they changed the way we bought books. Well, it wasn't long before they started selling everything. Mm-hmm. And now, not only do they sell everything, you can get it delivered in 2 days for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. You can get it delivered the next day if you're in certain geographic locations. They basically are putting companies like Walmart out of business because they can sell it cheaper than Walmart.
Yep. And that's not even counting all the other services they provide too. Their video streaming services as a competitor to Netflix. I mean, they're omnipresent.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally everywhere. They're in the music.
Yeah.
They're producing their own TV shows. They're producing their own movies that they're putting up for awards. They're selling goods. There's several situations Amazon's been involved in where they've had people on their service, because you can sell through Amazon. So they've had people on their service that were selling, I think one was diapers.com.
Mm-hmm.
They were selling low overhead diapers through Amazon. Well, Amazon decided that they were now going to sell diapers, and they would buy their diapers in much larger bulk than diapers.com could, and they would sell them at below cost. They could take the loss because they had plenty of other profit leaders elsewhere that they could absorb it through. And eventually they got to the point where they put this company out of business. And that's a practice that they've done over and over again. And it isn't like diapers.com was bringing in so much money selling diapers that it was a threat to Amazon. So there was no reason to put them out of business. Amazon simply wanted to own that business, and now they do.
Yeah, I guess for them, even if there was a chance, a 1% chance that diapers.com could have taken over the diaper industry, they have to take that as an absolute certainty.
Yeah.
And they did.
And that's really what the scary thing is with these monopolies today, is that they have that ability. You know, they could literally give their products away for 6 months and put everyone else out of business so that they're the only one left after 6 months. They could absorb that loss. And now that bottle of water that cost you $1 before now cost you $10 because you don't have a choice, which is kind of scary. So let's talk a little bit about where we think the future of monopolies is going, and we can sort of sum up this discussion. So I jotted down a few talking points here. I want to bounce them off of you. My first point is that technology moves faster than legislation. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, we already talked about that in terms of, I compared it to television, but yeah, absolutely. Especially today, it's moving even faster than, people in charge of making laws and politicians can even fathom.
Yeah. And today's monopolies are more complicated than railroads and telephones ever were. There's more of an international impact from today's monopolies than ever before. What kind of impact do you think that will have on regulating these companies that are too big to fail moving forward?
I think we're going to have to change the notion of a product, right? Because it's not a tangible thing that you can get. It's data, it's information that's being sold. So I think that's going to be the first step in really making some serious change on how to stop these monopolies, is changing what we view as, the product.
Do you think from a domestic standpoint that the U.S. government should be regulating these, or do you think we should be turning that sort of authority over to the World Trade Organization or something on a bigger scale?
I think the U.S. government should step in and then do it, because these are United States-based companies, and I think that there's a degree of responsibility there. Now, in reality, that's probably not going to happen because they have really no reason to, especially because, like we've said a bunch of times, that these companies are already way too powerful to be regulated. But maybe if, the World Trade Organization and the U.S. government, teamed up, I don't really know how that works in terms of law, but perhaps, that level of force would get something done.
I could certainly see that. I could see, even if you go regionally with things like the European Union and stuff like that, where you might be able to regulate that. Let's talk penalties for a minute. So we already kind of talked about the fact that the penalties that are being imposed on these companies are really insignificant. How do you punish a company for monopolistic practices when they have economies larger than most countries in the world?
It's really hard to. I was thinking of something like when they broke up AT&T, but how are you going to break up Amazon, right? I mean, I guess you could do it where like they own Whole Foods, so Whole Foods would then become its own company again. Maybe something like that would work, or all the different independent sellers that they've tried to acquire, like our diapers.com example, breaking those up and making them their own independent companies. But then logistically, they're not going to succeed because they're not on the Amazon app, which is what everybody's using. So it's a very difficult thing that, I'm not an economist, so I have no idea how you'd even begin. I mean, more money would be ideal, But like you said, they're bigger than some small countries. So how much money can you realistically find them?
Right. And the last thing that I want to throw out there is one that it seems to seep into every conversation that we have, and that's politics. You have governments that benefit too much from monopolies. The number of people that Amazon employs, the impact it has on the economy and the unemployment rate, and the amount of tax dollars that they get from these companies is vast. You have politicians whose constituents are benefiting by having, Amazon recently had a big competition about where they're going to put their new headquarters. And you had cities rather, that were vying for it, offering up, tax incentives and everything, almost like it was the Olympics and you had people vying for the Olympics. They were politicians falling all over each other to try to get Amazon in their districts. When you have that kind of power, that you have politicians that are catering to you, and mind you, we talk about corrupt politicians and the fact that the United States has the best politicians money can buy all the time here. But when you have politicians that are falling all over themselves without you even gracing their palm with any money, just the fact that you're bringing that kind of business and economic benefit to their districts, how are you going to have these same politicians now regulate these companies and break them up and try to push some control over them? How do you get past the politics of it? I
mean, you don't really. I mean, this reminds me of, we studied a lot of around the Sherman antitrust time, those politics of that time in high school. And there was a lot of cartoons of like a big octopus that was Standard Oil that would like have its tentacles in politics. And this is kind of what that reminds me of. Except that I think today, while everybody knows about Amazon's like how poorly they treat their workers and things like that, and the accidents that have happened on the company lines, I still think Amazon is still viewed publicly very positively because of their convenience, right? So I think that that's going to be a major step too, because the politicians associated with Amazon aren't like as nefarious as they were when they were associated with Standard Oil. So it's a matter of public perception of even having the pressure on the politicians in the first place to make the change.
I think you're right. I mean, I'm a Amazon user.
Yeah.
I'm a Google user. I'm a Apple user. I don't use Facebook. The show's on Facebook, but I don't manage that. I don't log into Facebook. And the problem that I have is I know these companies are problems, but I still use them, and I will continue to use them. They're not evil enough for me to not. Facebook is evil enough. Facebook to me is a cesspool, so I won't use Facebook. But these other companies provide benefit to me, and I don't personally feel the detriment that's associated with them. So it's very hard for me to even advocate breaking them up or cracking down on them or whatever. So unfortunately, I don't have any answers myself.
Yeah, it's an interesting moral question. I think we get that with a lot of industries. If you really look into them, they're all evil in their own ways.
Right.
But it's a matter of your daily life. And what's one person going to do that? If one person were to stop using this product, realistically, how many products would they have to stop using?
Yeah.
You have to stop using the internet probably if you wanted to stop benefiting Amazon.
That's true.
You cannot buy Amazon products, but you're still going to benefit them in some way. It goes back to their omnipresence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is probably one of the first episodes that we've done where our future look didn't really have a path forward. I don't think either of us have an answer on how to solve this moving forward.
It's WALL-E. They're going to become by and large, we're going to have to fly off the planet because all the Amazon boxes are stacked up in the cities.
There you go. So I think that's kind of all we can add to this discussion today. I think that was all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope.
Well, thank you for listening, folks. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Things. That will give you video episodes of all of our shows. If you just want audio episodes of this show, you can look up Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Google.
Whoops.
Yes, all those evil people.
Yeah.
I would also encourage folks to contact us. You can give us some suggestions on what topics you'd like us to discuss, any feedback on the performance that we've done. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 5 days a week, this week 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. On Facebook, we are facebook.com.
Should have plugged the shows in the beginning.
Yes, we are part of the problem. I understand that. We have no other, that's another byproduct of the monopolies. We have no other way to get our products out there without using them. But on Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And on Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can go to our website at www.insightsintothings.com for links to all of those things. Anything else before we go? Any closing thoughts?
No, I think that's it.
All right. The world is owned by the monopolies. It's a good game, too. You should try playing it. That's all for this week, this month, or whenever we do another one. Any closing words?
No, we'll see you next time, folks.
That's it. Another one in the books. Goodbye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 141, Healthy Family Relationships. I'm your host, Madison Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen.
Hello, Maddie. How you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing all right, mostly. How about you?
I guess I'm mostly all right, too.
Just been a bit tired today, so.
That's okay. It happens to all of us. It is the middle of the week, so.
Yeah.
It'll get better.
True.
So how was school this week?
It's been fine so far. Nothing really too entirely big happened.
Nothing exciting?
I mean, it's kind of been like a regular week for the most part.
Okay, well that's good. Nothing bad though, right?
Yeah.
That's really the important thing.
I have gotten a new update on, my braces.
And that is?
I'm wearing rubber bands again.
How exciting is that? Don't we all wish we could wear rubber bands?
But I mean, the good thing is I have only 5 more months left until, I can finally have my braces taken off.
That's great. And then what we'll do is we'll do a follow-up podcast on that and see how things work out for you.
Yeah, like, what, part 3 at this point?
It would be part 3 of braces, yes.
We'll have to rewatch that so that we can talk about, hey, this is what happened after that.
This was the torture that you've gone through the last 5 years of your life.
I don't think it's been 5 years at this point, has it?
Well, how old were you when you got them?
I was in like 5th grade.
Well, it's close. It's almost 5.
Almost.
Anyway, that's not what we're talking about. What are we talking about today?
Today we're talking about healthy relationships with your healthy family relationships. Sorry.
Okay.
So families can be a pretty complicated thing. What makes up a family? What are its functions? What type of family units are there, and how do families help you? In this episode of Insights into Teens, we'll continue our deeper look at relationships and dig deeper into what it means to be a family. But before that, I wanted to ask all of you to subscribe to the podcast. You can hit us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much any place you can get a podcast.
What are we listed as?
We're listed as Insights into Things.
So our audio
is
listed as Insights into Teens.
And our video versions are listed as Insights into Things. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insightsintothings. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. I'm sorry, not used to this. Or you can get us at our official website at www.insightsintothings.com.
Like riding a bike, you keep falling off and scraping your knees, right?
Yeah. Are we ready?
I think we're ready.
All right, good.
Here we go.
So, what makes a family a family? This comes to us from study.com. Although a family is widely categorized as two parents and their children, it isn't always so simple. Families can be difficult, comforting, frustrating, and wonderful altogether. No matter what, families are one of the biggest influences on our lives. Some of our personalities, fears, emotions, and dreams come from our families. A family is known as a group of people affiliated by a specific relationship. Basically, the family is the most fundamental unit of social organization with which we most intimately identify. Your family influences your personal, emotional, intellectual, and social development. A family is a group of people who share a very personal level of relationship. But there are a few different ways that you can define these relationships, and families generally contain a few different roles. Some of the different types of roles in a family are consanguine.
You know, the read-through went so much better. Consanguinity.
Consanguinity. So, the different types of roles are consanguinity, affinity, and co-residence. A consanguinity relationship is a relation of birth. For example, siblings have a consanguinity relationship with their parents, but your parents are probably not biologically related to each other. This is an example of an affinity relationship. An affinity relationship is a relationship based on marriage between spouses.
Scroll up.
I'm trying.
Stick to the script.
I'm sorry. A co-residence relationship means that two people are living together. This relationship illustrates notable aspects of family, since in almost all societies, a family is defined as living together or sharing the same space. There is also a family relation in terms of adoption, which doesn't have a different name to it. This relationship is based on a legal affirmation of someone wanting to go through the process of adopting, fostering, or taking care of a younger child that isn't biologically related to them.
We now have an idea of the characteristics of a family, but what are the functions of family? The traditional function of a family is the primary way to raise children. Family introduces you to cultural norms, social behavior, education, group interactions, morals, and pretty much everything else. They also enforce cultural and social rules and morals by teaching you that your actions have consequences, or at least we hope they do. Yeah. Families are really important, but their significance goes beyond that. As social creatures, we're emotionally, mentally, and physically healthier when we have at least some deep and personal relationships. Healthy families can help us at a young age. They help develop the values and skills to become successful members of society, and they help us avoid behaviors that may put our health at risk. So that, in very detailed definition, is what a family is. Of those types of families, what do you think your family fits into?
Well, I guess I would technically have a consanguinity relationship with you and Mommy, since I'm by blood related to both of you.
Correct.
But you two would have an affinity relationship with each other because you're not biologically related to each other. You're only really related by marriage.
Correct. Now, it's interesting. When we went through the read-through and we had to kind of make a change in the show notes for that particular type of relationship, an affinity relationship, you were surprised when I said that it's possible that a husband and wife could be related to each other by blood. Is that true?
I mean, a bit. I don't know. I guess, I know especially in history there have been times where relationships were based on blood.
Sure.
And, marriages were based on blood. I guess now, because society kind of deems that as not really okay, I was kind of a bit surprised, but looking at it a bit more, yeah, I can see that sometimes happens.
Well, and it's interesting because there are legal definitions of who can and can't marry. And those legal definitions vary depending on where you live. Like, for instance, in most places, a brother and a sister couldn't marry. That's unacceptable. But two cousins, depending on how closely related they are, could. Like, for instance, Franklin Roosevelt, former president of the United States. Eleanor Roosevelt. They're cousins, and they married. In fact, they were so closely related that Eleanor Roosevelt didn't have to change her last name when she got married because it started out, her maiden name was Roosevelt. So that's a good example of that. And that sort of thing happens frequently, but you look at royalty. A lot of royal families intermarry. And they intermarry a couple of relations apart from each other. And the reason for that is genetic diversification, we'll say. So if two people that come from too similar a genetic makeup reproduce, then you can have a high incidence of birth defect. And this happens a lot when you go and get a blood test. So when you get married to somebody, most states today and most countries today require you to get a blood test. And part of that blood test is to make sure you're not too closely related to each other. And that's because if you are and you do choose to have children, those children could come out with genetic deformities. So there is a good deal of thought that's put into this in today's society. But in the past, people intermarried mainly because they kept the power and the money and the authority within the family at that point in time.
Okay.
So there's a lot of considerations that can't come around that, but it's still not uncommon to see people that are related by blood to marry like that. I don't want to dwell too much on that, but your reaction to that initially, I think, kind of warranted some additional analysis, let's say.
Okay.
So we know what a family is now. We know a couple of different details about the family. What else are we going to learn? We're going to learn that our tablet holder does not hold our tablet at the proper angle.
Okay. Leave it be. I know you're not going to cut this out, so whatever.
Right. So we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, what are we going to talk about?
We're going to talk about the different types of family units when we come back.
All right. We'll be right back.
Yep.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about healthy family relationships. And now we're going to take a deeper dive into the different types of family units. And this comes to us from family.lovetoknow.com. So, family structure has changed over the past few years, and there is no longer a typical standard for what a family is made of. There are plenty of different forms of family units, some that can consist of multiple categories. So the first kind we have is the nuclear family, which means they make bombs.
Right.
I kind of had to say that. But the nuclear family is known as the traditional form of a family, and it's what some people feel the word family normally suggests. This family consists of 2 parents and their children. This family was long held in esteem by society as being the ideal in which to raise children. Children in nuclear families receive strength and stability from the 2-parent structure, and genuinely have more opportunities due to the financial ease of 2 adults. In America, about 22% of people live in nuclear families.
So nuclear families are kind of a very traditional, people like to say, a 1950s idea. You know, it's the mom, the dad, and 2.5 kids is what the joke has always been. And it gets the name nuclear family because the mother and the father are the nucleus of the family, and the children are, the electrons that kind of rotate around it. Mm. And yeah, society kind of held that as the norm for the longest time. And as you got into the 60s and 70s and the divorce rates increased, you had the women's liberation movement where women were finally claiming their place in society, where they weren't taking this subservient role as a homemaker. You had a lot of women who were single parents, a lot of women who were having children without being married. So you kind of drifted away from that. That winds up bringing us to the single parent family. So the single-parent family consists of 1 parent raising 1 or more children on their own. The family includes a single parent of any gender and their child or children. A single-parent family is really the biggest change society has seen in terms of the changes in family structures in a while. Single-parent families are genuinely close and find ways to work together to solve problems, like dividing up household chores. When 1 parent is home, it may be a struggle to find, when only 1 parent is home, it may be a struggle to find childcare as there's 1 parent who's working. So that single parent family struggles to have childcare because that single parent has to work. You don't have that stay-at-home mom or stay-at-home dad. So this limits income opportunities, and in many cases, although many single parents have support from relatives, it can be tough. One of my best friends was in a single parent family growing up. His mom and dad had divorced, I want to say when he was probably 8 or 9 or so. And the dad happened to be in the military, so he traveled around a lot and wasn't always there. And his mom worked very hard. She I have to tell you, she was probably the hardest working woman that I knew. She would work 2 and 3 jobs just to make sure the bills were paid and the kids were taken care of, because it was him and his older brother. And she was really incredible, just with the energy that she had to take care of the family. But, you do what you have to do to make it work. We also have extended families. The extended family structure consists of 2 or more adults who are related either by blood or marriage, living in the same home. This family includes many relatives living together and working toward common goals, such as raising the children and keeping up with the household duties. Many extended families include cousins, aunts, uncles, and grandparents living together. This type of family structure may form due to financial difficulties or because older relatives are unable to care for themselves alone. Extended families are becoming increasingly common all over the world. This family type can also include your close friends who you may consider to be close enough to be categorized as family. Now, in my experience, we had this type of arrangement several times, I want to say. When I was a kid, my grandmother was living at home with us because she was older and infirm, couldn't live on her own. There was a period when my uncle had gotten hurt and he lived with us for a period of time. We even had my sister-in-law living with us at one point in time when she was expecting and was having some difficulty carrying the baby. And my mom helped her. She stayed with us for a while. So we kind of were in and out of that extended family situation where in the small house that we had, we were a wayward home for refugees on and off during my younger years. What else do we have?
We also have the childless family. While most people think of families that include children, there are couples who either cannot or choose not to have children. The childless family is sometimes known as the forgotten family, as it does not meet the traditional standards set by society. Childless families consist of 2 partners living and working together. Many childless families take on the responsibility of pet ownership or have extensive contact with their nieces and nephews. There's also the step or blended family. Over half of all marriages end in divorce, and many individuals subjected to a divorce choose to get remarried. This creates the step or blended family, which involves 2 separate families merging into one new unit. It consists of a new husband, wife, or spouse, and their children from previous marriages or relationships. Step families are about as common as the nuclear family, although they tend to have unique challenges, such as adjustment periods and discipline issues. Step families need to learn to work together and also work with their exes to ensure these family units run smoothly.
And we technically have a step family here because I come from a previous marriage and Mommy comes from a previous marriage. Mommy didn't have any children from her previous marriage, and we have Sam, obviously, who's your stepbrother. He doesn't live with us at this point in time, but it's still, we still qualify as a step family. I guess it depends really on what your definition of step family is. Like, there's certainly situations where a husband and a wife come together in second relationships or second marriages and both bring kids into the family. You very quickly multiply the number of kids in a family. That adds very different dynamics. It's very difficult coming in, think of yourself, someone your age, and all of a sudden you've got siblings that are your age now. Like, how would you react to something like that?
I'd probably react like, what? Because despite the fact that my brother had been visiting us for a while and still does, he wasn't always around. So for the most part, I lived in a way, single child home. We even had an entire discussion about an entire podcast on that, where I've kind of experienced being a single child despite the fact I'm not really a single child.
Yeah. Yeah, so ours is, I think, kind of unique, but technically it is a step family type environment here.
Yeah. And the only thing I'm kind of confused of is whether Sam's my stepbrother or my half-brother.
Well, I'm not really sure what the clinical definition is. I mean, he's technically, from a biological standpoint, your half-brother. But, yeah, I guess he'd be your half-brother. I don't know. It's so confusing. Like we said, families are very complicated.
Yeah, and I guess our family's no different.
No, that's true. What else do we have?
We also have the grandparent family. Many grandparents today are raising their grandchildren for a variety of reasons. 1 in 14 children is raised by their grandparents, and the parents are not present in the child's life. This could either be due to the parent's death, addiction, abandonment, or being unfit parents. Many grandparents need to go back to work or find additional sources of income to help raise their grandchildren.
And that's tough, too. The friend that I spoke of who had a single-parent household, his grandmother was there as well. So the grandmother kind of, because she worked full-time, too, and she was around for a lot of it. She helped to keep up the house. She helped to cook and stuff like that. So it was kind of a mix of that single-parent, grandparent type household that they had there. So again, even that is unique, and it doesn't really fit into these definitions. These are very broad definitions that you kind of have to take with a grain of salt, I think, because I think everybody's situation is very unique.
Yeah.
For instance, you have foster families and adoptive families. Adoptive and foster families fall under a similar category. Adoptive families consist of a parent or parents and 1 or more adopted children. Some families can have both biological and adopted children. The definition of adoption is the act of legally taking another's child, and bringing it up as one's own. Foster families are a bit different. Foster care is the temporary placement of children in the homes of adults who are not related to them. Children may live with foster families because of problems like abuse, and some foster parents even adopt the children they foster if the parent gives up full custody of their child. So there's no right or wrong answer when it comes to what the best kind of family structure is. But as long as a family is filled with love and support for one another, it tends to be successful and thrive. Families need to do what's best for each other and themselves, and that can be achieved in almost any unit that we talked about here, even the hybrid units that we've talked about. So classify our family. We kind of talked about the unique situation that we're in, but how do you feel? How would you classify us as a family right now?
Well, I guess we are technically a step or blended family. You know, both of you coming from divorce, you coming in with Sam's kid.
Sam's kid? When did Sam have a kid? Did I miss a memo?
No, Sam as your kid.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, see, and that's the thing. Now that I think about it, technically, Sam would be mommy's stepson, but he would be your half-brother because there's a genetic link to Sam through me to you.
Yeah, because with stepkids, like, it would be between 2 other parents, and then, like, maybe mommy had me with her ex-husband.
Right. So if mommy had you with someone else, and I had Sam with someone else, and mommy and I got married, then you'd be stepbrother, stepsister.
Yeah.
But because I'm that genetic link, that genetic bridge, you're technically half-brother, half-sister.
Yeah, that's complicated.
Yeah. That's what I'm sticking with.
And, I mean, we also have extended family, and it kind of falls into the last part of it. Mommy's close friends with Aunt Chris, and we have an entire area of extended family thanks to her.
Yes, we do. So, you know, we have a family structure that doesn't fit into these definitions. And I think a lot of people will find that they don't fit into these nice, neat little boxes that we like to classify things as. You know, we talk statistically, 22% of families are a nuclear family. And there's a higher than 50% divorce rate. So if you just look at those two numbers, they seem to be diametrically opposed as far as what the definition of a family is. And I think, I mean, kind of my family history. Most of my family has passed away. Most of Mommy's family has passed away. The family that I have left have basically disowned me. So family really is what you make of it.
Yeah.
It's the people that you care about. It's the people that care about you and that help you function and thrive and be a better person. Whether that's a blood relative, a legal relative through marriage, or an extended family through friendship. I don't think it really matters how you're linked. It's really what that support structure looks like. So, I say that most of my family's passed away, but really, I got a lot more family than just my blood relatives. And in my case, my blood relatives didn't turn out to be nearly as loyal as my non-blood relatives, I think. So anyway, I think we're going to take another break. And then what are we going to talk about?
We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to talk about how your families help you.
All right, here we go. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about healthy family relationships. And now we're going to talk about how your families help you. And this didn't really come from a website. The whole idea...
You just sort of made this up?
Well, I didn't make all of it up. The entire idea of this podcast just came from my health lessons. So a lot of that, some of the information from the PowerPoint I used here. So
awesome. That works.
Just figured I'd mention that. So we've mentioned how our family unit is one of the most important relationships you will have in your life. Your family helps shape who you are and are one of the main factors that determine who you will be, as well as providing you the support you need. So now we're going to talk about how your families help you stay healthier and just the main benefits you get from a healthy family. So one of the main aspects that go into a healthy family is family interactions. There are different roles that a parent or guardian and a child or teen will play in their family relationship. Some of the main roles for parents or guardians are to meet the family's basic needs, like giving food, water, clothing, and shelter.
Oh, like if we're cats.
Yes. Well, not the clothing part.
Well, because you can't put clothing on our cats.
Yeah. They would also establish rules and set limits, like getting teens to do chores, or telling them no to something they may have wanted to do or have.
Or yes, they can say yes.
Or yes,
too.
no or yes. They also teach the reasons for the rules, like you need to brush your teeth, you'll get cavities, and they teach values and skills, like how to treat others fairly and what's right from wrong. As for kids and teens, their roles in the family consist of respecting the authority of parents or guardians, and taking on more responsibilities like doing chores or caring for younger siblings.
Ultimately, healthy families are the foundation of a healthy society. Your family can help promote all aspects of your health. One major factor they promote is your physical health. They promote your physical health by providing for your basic physical needs, providing medical care, setting limits on behavior, and teaching health skills. Another major factor that your family promotes is your mental and emotional health. They promote this by providing a safe environment for you to express and deal with your emotions, giving you love and support, helping to meet your need to feel that you belong, and by meeting your need to feel valued and recognized. Family members can also provide affirmation by celebrating each other's achievements or showing appreciation for the ways you help out at home. Affirmation is a positive feedback that helps others feel appreciated and supported. Your family also helps to promote your social health as well. They do this by teaching you how to communicate and get along with others, and teaching you how to cooperate with others and how to resolve conflicts. And finally, your family also helps you promote your social health by helping you develop core ethical values. These include responsibility, honesty, and respect. And of course, the first question I have to throw out there is, does your family do these things for you?
I mean, yeah. You guys definitely benefit me physically because, I get food from you guys that I'm more than likely.
Right, so we keep you. So you're good as far as being a pet. We feed you, we give you water, and we give you shelter.
I mean, you also make sure that if I am injured or if I'm sick, you guys make sure to give me medicine and
such. Are you
such.
bleeding? No. Do you need to go to the hospital? No. All right, you're fine. Shake it off.
But, I mean, okay, yes, your family can. It does sound like I'm a pet. But if I can't really get stuff on my own, you guys help me out.
But, in your favor, I can't teach the cat to run the vacuum cleaner.
I mean, yeah.
You're much better at chores than the cats are.
Yeah. And then my mental health, you guys have always been there telling me that I'm open to express my emotions and such, and a lot of the times you help me get through some really dark moments in my life.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know I'm helping there, because, sometimes I feel like I don't help your emotional state.
I mean, yeah, well, sometimes you push a little too far. You're always at least there to hear me out and let me just say what's wrong, and you don't offer any judgment for the most part.
No, I don't judge. I don't judge anybody.
Yeah. You don't judge when I'm like that, and and you sometimes offer some help, other times you just let me vent.
That's true. Yeah.
And then socially,
well, I'm socially inept, so I'm not sure I can help you out much there. That's all mommy.
Well, yeah, but you guys, teach me, how I should be treating others and such. You also kind of teach me how to communicate.
Kind of, I guess. I mean, this whole podcast is really a form of communication, I guess.
I mean, yeah, you can probably categorize it as that. And, you always kind of try to, sometimes nudge me to make friends, and you always seem to encourage when I talk about my friends, say how have your friends been doing so far? You guys, well, mainly mommy, you don't really care. You don't really care about that.
Well, I'm not big on friends myself, so it's hard for me to get excited for somebody else's friends.
So yeah, mommy probably is the one that mainly helps me with my social health.
Yep. Yay, mommy.
I mean, both of you help me equally most of the time.
So it seems pretty clear that you're getting benefit from the family unit itself.
Yeah.
Your friends and people you talk to at school, I'm assuming they're in different scenarios, different family units than you are. Do you get the sense that they get some of these benefits as well?
I mean, I would assume so. Of course, not everyone has like a good family that will give them these benefits. But kind of from the sense of what some of my friends are like, unless they've told me otherwise, I think so far they've gotten these benefits from their family.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. So we've talked about the benefits, and we didn't have anything else in the notes here, but I did want to ask, there's always two sides to every coin. What do you think are some of the negatives of a family relationship that you probably should avoid?
Well, first of all would probably be, I guess the major thing I have to probably discuss about is kind of along the subject of divorce. Like, not everyone's gonna work out. That's the big thing. And I know a lot of a lot of parents stay together if they're in a bad relationship, mainly because of their kids. But in a lot of cases, doing that might only harm the kids, because having to deal with the mental trauma, basically, of having their parents constantly fight and not having that loving support from both of them, that does have a pretty negative effect. And I think the biggest thing is probably communication. If you don't have enough communication with your family, it's not going to go well. Like, if teens don't communicate with their parents, their relationship isn't going to be that well. They're not going to be able, parents aren't going to know how to relate to their kids or understand what they're going through, thus they won't be able to help them go through pretty negative times in their lives, and it might stop them from being good influences on their kids' lives and have the kids go into more rebellious states. But also parents, if they don't communicate with each other, they could end up ruining their own relationship and thus having a much larger impact on the rest of the family.
Wow, that was much more thought out than I was expecting. It was a very good answer, too. That's kind of exactly the down the line that I was thinking, too. So kudos to you for having that level of insight. No pun intended, being insights in the teens.
Yeah.
But I think that was all we had. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts and shout-outs.
Alrighty. Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that family is honestly what you make of it. There isn't one normal family, and there isn't a perfect family. But no matter if it's related by blood, marriage, or just because you're just close with people, family is the closest relationship you'll more than likely have, and it has plenty of benefits as long as it remains healthy. And if you have a family where you have issues, try to communicate with each other and find a better way to, and basically just evaluate your family life. Because a family is the most influential relationship you're going to have. And your family is normally your entire upbringing and is also a really big aspect of just your life in general. And as long as you maintain a healthy relationship with your family, you should also have a pretty healthy life.
All right. I can't argue with that. I think that's good advice.
Thank you.
Before we go, we do have a little bit of podcast business to finish up with. You want to do that for us?
Sure. So our audio versions of the podcast are listed as Insights into Teens. You can get video versions of the podcast that are listed as Insights into Things. We're available on all popular podcast services, including Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music, Buzzsprout, Podbean, Stitcher, Castro, Pandora. Honestly, anywhere you can get a podcast.
All of them, huh? Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, why not? Go ahead. So you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We would really love to hear from you. You can basically tell us what topics you want us to discuss, what you don't want us to discuss, just feedback in general. We're also on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get all of this and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I guess, do you want to do my part?
No, you do your part too.
Don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insight into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 138, purely for curiosity's sake. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my hardworking and diligent co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
And why, dear, are you hardworking and diligent this week?
I don't know.
'Cause you had to go back in the office.
Was it because I had to make an appearance in the office?
Because your company held a gun to your head and forced you back into the office.
Yeah.
For a whopping 2 days. Yeah. Just for the record, I've been going to the office 5 days a week during this entire pandemic.
I'm playing my violin for you.
So there's this overwhelming sense of sympathy that I have for you for the 2 days that you have to go back into the office.
But yet, when you came home today, you said I looked so much happier.
You were indeed much happier working from home today.
And much more relaxed than the past 2 days that
And it didn't require any alcohol at all to get you to that point.
See?
So
look at that.
I will send a note to your boss and tell them for medical reasons you need to stay home and work from home.
Uh-huh.
And I'll send my medical degree along with that too, so it
Sure.
reinforces it.
Right, absolutely. But that's not what we're talking
That is
about today,
not
is
what
it?
we're talking. We've already talked about that over dinner.
Yeah.
So today in our Disney Detective, Disney is inspiring Black youth through Imagineering. Plus, Disney is in the community building business again, because that worked out so well for them before. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Andor gets a season 2, and the Old Republic gets a new trailer. And for our entertainment news, we remember Ivan Reitman. And how do you show the young heads that the old heads have still got it? We'll talk about that and more. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and a couple afterthoughts.
Sure.
Before we do that, though, I do want to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google, iHeartRadio, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your conventions you'd like us to plug at the end of the show. You can email us at commentsintothings.com. We're also on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. On Facebook, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast, not podcast. We don't do that kind of podcast. We'll leave that to Joe Rogan. On Instagram, you can find us at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So our first article comes from people.com, and it is Lanny Smoot is not your average inventor. In fact, he helped create spectacles that Disney fans would instantly recognize. Speaking with People in honor of National Inventors Day and Black History Month, the 66-year-old Disney Research Fellow for Walt Disney Imagineering is revealing some of his favorite contributions to Disney parks over his 24-year tenure with the company. Among the projects he has tackled with colleagues are various effects used in the Haunted Mansion, obviously personal favorite of mine, such as the Madame Leota floating crystal ball head in the Seance Room, Spaceship Earth's Power City at Project Tomorrow in Epcot, and many more. He said, one of my favorite inventions now, just because it's current, is the realistic lightsaber. Some guests might see it in the soon-to-be-opened Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser hotel experience at Walt Disney World Resort in Florida. It is the most realistic lightsaber ever made and extends, retracts, is super bright, and exactly mirrors what you see in the movies. He said, I also designed and patented the effect that will allow people to fight using lightsabers in a training remote, just as Luke Skywalker does in the movie. It's a feat he accomplished thanks to years of experience and versatility. With over 100 patents from the United States Patent and Trademark Office, 74 of which came from his work with Disney, he is considered a jack-of-all-trades, inventor, electrical engineer, scientist, researcher, and more. He may have never taken that path had it not been for his self-taught father, who got his bell ringing in electrical engineering at a young age. He said, it changed my life, and it's one of my earliest memories. I was probably maybe 5 or 6 years old, and it never left me. That urge to create something, new things, doing them myself, being able to see it purely for curiosity's sake. He came from a family that didn't have a lot of money, but his passion and talent led him to secure a full scholarship to Columbia University. He went to serve as an engineer for Bell Labs before starting at Disney in the late 90s. Along the way, he received recognition for his 40-plus year career. Most recently, he was named the Inventor of the Month at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. He's also featured in the Breaking Barriers exhibit at the National Inventors Hall of Fame Museum in Alexandria, Virginia, among his many other achievements. He's worked on multiple technologies that aren't even in wide circulation yet. For example, the ability to take a three-dimensional imagery without 3D glasses, and the electronic panning camera, which is an invention he patented while at Bell years ago, which puts users in control of the view that you see on television. He had said about the latter that it might have been a bit before its time, as it required a lot of network bandwidth, which wasn't really quite there because fiber optic systems weren't as prevalent. Through trial and error, he learned that inventors need to be brave and resolute in their pursuits, and that includes knowing when to just let go. You have to be realistic as to whether it will bear fruit, whether it will grow to be a successful idea. He said, I have ideas all the time, and I just kind of need to filter myself of the things that, I could possibly be doing, which would be have the greatest chance of success. What's going to be changing the world? Are you making a seasoned judgment? Okay, I've seen this type of thing before. Does it appeal to a certain kind of audience? Are you able to service this many people at a time? And what am I going to put a little bit more effort into? Disney Parks, which is honoring Black cast members throughout the month of February, kicked off Black History Month with a blog post about him and his legacy. We have Black heroes all over, and it's time to tell their stories, and to allow young kids in particular to see a future where they can contribute as people like them have. He had said when he won the Black Engineer of the Year award back in 1987, our stories are not as told as they need to be. At least Black History Month gives us a chance to do some of that. And he, it's really kind of cool that they have put this out there, because not a lot of people know. You see the different stories of different Imagineers that have been with the company, but here's somebody that has all these different patents and things, but yet you've never heard of him before, but he's been with the company, for so long, and just, so many different things that so many people already know about. So it's great that, he's been featured and they've been talking about him.
This is the kind of thing that really is the gems that Disney has to offer.
Absolutely.
It's people like this that are so intelligent, so creative, and it's not because they get paid to do it. He goes on at one point in time to say, I'm never tired of inventing and keeping up with new ideas. He says, don't tell my bosses, but I'd do it even if I wasn't paid.
Right.
He's what inspired the title of the show today, because he does this purely out of curiosity's sake.
Right, absolutely. And one of the other things he says is, if you do something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. He's like, I didn't make up the saying, but it's so true.
Yeah. And I'm totally down with that philosophy, because I adhere to the same philosophy. I love the kind of work that I do. And this is the kind of person I would love to just sit down and just have a conversation with. Just to get into the mind of a genius like this, and to hear how he thinks and some of the ideas
he has. And just his thought process of, do I do this or do I do this? Is this going to get a bigger wow factor, or is this? These are the kind of people that you want to surround yourself with, because you never want to be the smartest person in the room, because you're never learning if you are. These are the people you want to have in the room there that you can ask a question to, or just see how they attack a problem and see how their brain works and how they break the problem down. How they think outside the box. Because they're totally always doing that. So
kudos to Disney for highlighting someone with this kind of talent. And, God bless him for what he does and for continuing to do what he does.
And what was nice was not only did the Disney Parks blog run the story, but the story about him was featured in multiple news outlets. So that was kind of nice, that it wasn't just ooh, you have to kind of look here to find it. It was kind of all out there, which was
That's
nice.
Great. That's great.
Yeah.
So Disney's getting into building communities again. Let's talk about that.
Yet again. So this comes from USA Today. So have you ever visited a Disney theme park resort with its beautifully manicured and clean scrubbed grounds, whimsical yet reassuring architecture, chirpy employees, and a general sense of cheery optimism, and thought, wow, wouldn't it be great to just live here? So that is sort of the idea behind the Mouse House's latest venture, Disney-branded, master-planned home communities. Yesterday, the company announced Story Living by Disney, which will be part of the same division that oversees its theme parks, Disney Cruise Line, and other experiences. The first community, which will be known as Cochino, I believe, will include about 1,900 housing units and will be located in Palm Springs City of Rancho Mirage, California. There is an incredible demand for all things Disney. Our fans continue to look for new ways to engage with us, to keep Disney as part of their lives, said Josh D'Amaro, the chairman of Disney Parks, and the branded communities, he added, you can be part of Disney all the time. As the Story Living name, the communities will capitalize on the company's sense of storytelling and placemaking. Instead of telling Mickey Mouse tales, however, they will focus on the culture, history, experience, food, and other attributes of the places where they are built. Every single element of these communities will be seeped in a story. The residents, D'Amaro had said, will be active participants in the story. Now, of course, pricing, financing, and other details have not been announced yet, but the development will include a variety of properties such as condominiums, single-family homes, and, of course, estates. Rental units are not anticipated to be part of the mix. Families with young children and people of all ages will be able to purchase properties. Some of the neighborhoods, however, will be designated for residents 55 and older, a market in which Disney seems especially interested. Baby boomers are much older than 55. So I think they kind of misspoke here. Baby boomers are moving into retirement. No, baby boomers are already retired. Anyway, they're going to be moving into retirement communities, says Daryl Fairweather, who is the chief economist for a Seattle-based real estate brokerage, Redfin. So why not have a Disney-branded retirement community? Sign me up. I'm ready. Disney says that amenities will include live entertainment, wellness programming, and seminars. Plans call for a centerpiece lagoon with a beach that will be accessible to members of the community's private club. There will be a public component to the town as well, which will include a hotel, an entertainment, dining, and shopping district. Guests will be able to purchase a day pass to visit the beach. Despite bearing its name, Disney will not own the communities or be the developer of record, nor will it be building or selling the homes. It will be partnering with a third party to handle those functions. However, Disney's fabled Imagineers, the band of creatives who bring the park's audio animatronics to life, will have a hand in designing the town along with future communities. As the public face of the communities, Disney will manage the marketing and sale efforts. Once the communities are up and running, the cast members will handle the day-to-day operations, including customer service and entertainment production. It turns out that the legendary founder of the company owned a home and frequented the Coachella Valley region where the town will be located. Walt Disney treated the area like his creative oasis. We loved our residents to treat this as their own creative oasis and explore the next chapter of their lives. Inspired by the historical detail, the clubhouse will be kind of themed as a modern-day creative studio, with each of its spaces creating different art forms. So according to Redfin's fair weather, it's likely that Disney will tightly control the communities. That would bring both pros and cons, obviously, to homeowners. There wouldn't be the rowdy bar down the street or obnoxious music playing from your neighbor, but it would come at the cost of your own personal freedom. That wouldn't sit well with everybody, but some Disney devotees who like the company's brand and value will welcome the careful curation of the community. This isn't the first time, obviously, that the Disney company has dabbled in real estate. Buyers have been snapping up popular DVC, or Disney Vacation Club, timeshare condos since Disney started doing that in 1991. At the same time, Disney announced that it would be building Celebration, which was a planned residential community located next to its Florida resort. It welcomed its first family in 1996, but the company no longer manages it. Then, of course, you have residents of Golden Oaks, which is the luxury resort home community that Disney opened in 2011, where you can see fireworks nightly from the nearby Magic Kingdom. Walt Disney has grand ambitions to develop a working city with residents, which would have showcased the latest in technology, and that's actually what Epcot was supposed to be. But after his death in 1966, Disney's successors reinterpreted his vision as a theme park that exists today. So Disney was actually trying to build a connected, integrated, story-based community, and while the story living communities are not Epcot, they kind of share the same spirit. And this is what Disney would have wanted all over. So details about the town, when they're breaking ground, hasn't been set yet, and they've also said that they're not accepting deposits as of right now.
So another money grab from Disney here. I had read another article that actually talked to residents of Celebration, which Disney's kind of abandoned at this point. They're not involved with it at all.
No.
And they said it started out as a very, it was a modern community. It was a very tight-knit community.
Right.
And then tourists ruined it because it became everyone. It was all they had kind of equated it to living in a fishbowl, where tourists would
everybody
come
wanted
in
to come and see what your life looked like.
And how are they going to change that for these new communities that Disney's doing?
Right. And because, again, Disney's just going to start it, and then there'll be another company. So it's really kind of
right. They're
same thing.
Doing the same thing over again. And I love the fact that they mentioned that they're going to have all these types of different housing there, up to and including estates. And they specifically mentioned they're not going to have rental properties. So it's pretty clear what income segment Disney's catering to.
Or
here.
they want you to buy. They don't want, somebody that's just going to live there for a year. They want somebody that has a commitment.
Right. Well, and I look at it from the standpoint of Disney's looking for higher end customers now.
Absolutely.
In everything else that they do. This is just one more thing that they're doing that with. We'll see how successful this is. This is the first one they have planned. I don't know if this article talked about it, but the one that I was reading said that there were supposedly 5
different locations.
The intention is to have 5 locations. They didn't say where.
If I had to guess, I would say they would probably, I don't know, maybe you would do something like, I was trying to think like different regional areas.
Well, so they do one in Hawaii because they're trying to increase their footprint in Hawaii with Alani and everything out there.
Yes, I don't know. I don't know who would up and move to Hawaii.
You probably would get locals first.
Right.
Then you'd get people from the West Coast that would be moving out.
I guess, but I'm trying to think of, because obviously they're planning it with the lagoon, with the beach, whatever. But do you do something like a Colorado with a skiing aspect?
I could totally see that.
So, something where it's not all...
Yeah, you don't have the same restrictions you would with a theme park, for instance.
Right.
So geographically, it's
do you
pretty
do
wide
something,
open.
In the Midwest or something.
You could do something in
ranchy
Jersey,
type.
like in North Jersey where the landfills are, and that can cater to a different group. And
yeah, unfortunately, there probably wouldn't be anything.
I could see them using some of the swampland down in Florida.
Right. I'm trying to think of, like different areas that are near something, one that it has a lot of land that they can do this, but also where, the region and the weather and something.
And the other thing is they have to be careful where they go because of the level of control they want to exercise.
True.
There are some states that will not allow the level of homeowner association interference that Disney's going to be looking for.
Right. Because, and that we know that was a big thing for Celebration.
Yep.
And I'm sure it still is part of the homeowner association, but was probably much stricter back in the day based off of, what color your house could be and your decorations for the holidays and when you could have them up and when you took them down and things like that.
Maybe we sold our DVC just in time. We can invest in this and get in the state now.
But see, this is one of those things, and this is where I think I would have a problem because and this is why I never wanted to go to Celebration, because you're with other Disney fanatics and you're competing with other Disney fanatics. Like, ooh, what collectibles do you have? Oh,
are you though?
I think you are a little bit more
See,
so.
I don't. I don't collect for the sake of
competing with
to someone else.
No,
I collect for the enjoyment of it.
Right, but then it's let's go over to George's house and say, oh, look what George has for Star Wars.
I would go to George's house and say, oh, that looks cool. I want to do something like that in my house now. I would use it for inspiration more than competition.
But it becomes a competition because you want to have a bigger and better Death Star.
I don't want it bigger and better. I want to have a nicer arrangement than I have in my house.
Okay. All right.
That's how it is. I don't compete with anybody. It's not a competition unless
you're
winning.
winning. Right.
That's the rule.
Yeah. So that would be my only thing. It's, you go and you move there and it's,
I'm curious to see what the average annual income is for the people that are going to be living in this community.
And the other thing too is, are they going to have a school? Are they going to, because obviously we know Golden Oaks, $2 million to just get in the door.
To just walk through the gates.
Right. Doesn't have anything. So your kid either you don't have kids or your kid goes to private school.
If you're buying a $2 million house, your kid's going to private school. Okay?
Right. Whereas Celebration, I know, has their own school
They don't
district.
have their own government, though, or police force or anything like that.
Right.
So they're a special classification down there, which I suspect they'll be similar.
Right. So I'm wondering what because they obviously want everybody. They want all age. Well,
they want everybody above a certain income.
Who can pay a certain income. Yes, I got it.
Yeah. So I'm curious where that cutoff's going to be. But time will tell. I think this is one of those situations where we've already talked about Disney, for some reason, going back and making the same mistakes they did 30, 40 years ago.
And they're doing it again.
With this one here. So makes me wonder how long Chopic's going to last in that position.
Yeah.
Because he's not only is he digging up the bodies that are buried in the backyard, he's propping them up on the porch and trying to make a show of it.
He's making the audio animatronic.
This is Weekend at Bernie's with Bob Chapek. Bob's the new Bernie.
Nice.
So anyway, that's all we had for our Disney Detective this week. We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. quick on that transition there.
You were just so excited.
That's right, because it's Andor. Star Wars Andor Season 2 is a go on Disney+. The Book of Boba Fett is currently receiving all the galaxy's attention, and rightfully so. After a slow start, the series has turned into a jaw-dropping ensemble piece that we like to refer to as the Book of Everyone But Boba, giving Din Djarin, Grogu, Luke Skywalker, and Ahsoka Tano significant screen time while kind of disrespecting Boba in the second half of the season. The latest episodes also saw the live-action debut of bounty hunter Cad Bane, upping the stakes for a thrilling season finale. No spoilers, though.
No.
Except for Cad Bane, that was a spoiler. When the dust settles on Tatooine, fans will return to the familiar desert in May for the debut of the highly anticipated Obi-Wan Kenobi series. The project, which was in various stages of development for nearly a decade, will finally see the return of Ewan McGregor as the Jedi Master, with Hayden Christensen also stepping into the boots of Darth Vader once more. And a breaking news that we just discovered before going live on the show today is that John Williams will be stepping in for the soundtrack for Obi-Wan. So we're all looking forward to that.
Mm-hmm.
Given the excitement of such big shows, one of Lucasfilm's other 2022 releases has largely flown under the radar. Andor was announced at the tail end of 2018, and following development and production delays, is finally slated to drop during Q4 of this year. The spy thriller boasts an impressive cast of and offers serious potential for a compelling story, something that will evidently continue in the near future. In a recent interview, actor Stellan Skarsgård confirmed that Andor will be receiving a second season. The actor told a Swedish publication that after a brief break, he'll be returning to a few sets, including Andor, come this fall. He says we start with Dune 2 in July, and then in the autumn, it's time for the second season of the Star Wars series Andor. Due to COVID-19 surge, Andor experienced delays that extended its production. Skarsgård himself isn't sure when the first season will begin streaming, but suggested the date will be selected with Season 2's release in mind. He says, I don't know when they'll be starting broadcasting. It'll take some time so that it does not take too long between Season 1 and Season 2, which is a relief for us.
Right, right.
While the second season of Andor was something of a foregone conclusion, it's satisfying to hear the words from a member of the project's team. There have been rumors suggesting that the Rogue One spinoff would have as many as 3 seasons, but Skarsgård's words are the first indicator that things will be continuing in an official capacity. Andor's first season underwent a significantly lengthy production, in large part due to the pandemic, but also because it was shot on location. Unlike the projects in the Mandoverse, Andor did not make use of the volume, with the creative heads instead opting to build practical sets. The choice will allow the series to follow the look and feel of Rogue One in a seamless manner, but it did come with a drawback of extending the film's process. Because of the complications of COVID-19 introduced to Andor, it's difficult to predict how long production will take for Season 2. Given Skarsgård's words, there's a chance that all work could be completed in time for a Q4 release in 2023, but that seems to be a pipe dream. The production team does have the benefit of pre-existing props and sets on hand, which should reduce the pre-production time significantly. Should creative leads opt to use the volume for some sequences, shooting will go quicker than expected as well. It's been confirmed that Andor Season 1 will be 12 episodes, making it safe to guess that the sophomore run should be the same. Previous rumors claimed the first season would be split in 2, but Skarsgård's comments thoroughly debunk such a notion. With the series taking on a new genre in the galaxy far, far away, Andor has the chance to tell a fresh story over the span of several seasons that will show the darker elements of the rebellion. So what do you think?
Well, it's I don't know how many seasons. It's promising that they think it's going to go beyond 2 seasons, but like we've said, we know how the story ends eventually. Right. So it's not like you can say, oh, we can kind of rewrite history. You can't. Rogue One, everybody dies.
Right.
So so it'll be interesting to see, because I don't think they really have mentioned yet where the time frame comes. Is it 10 years before Rogue One? Is it 5 years before Rogue One?
I'm guessing it's sometime before Rogue One.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. Wow, that was so refreshing. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Obviously, it's not going to be when Andor's a teenager.
Exactly.
So is it something where it's like 5 years? All right.
Maybe it turns out that Andor has a twin brother somewhere who looks just like him.
There you go. But that's the thing is, like, obviously, you figure, 7 or 8 episodes per season, that could all take place within a day.
Right.
They could pull a whole 24.
And that's the thing. We know nothing about the plot, nothing about the story, because his appearance in Rogue One didn't demand any more story to the character. So what are you trying to establish with this character?
Right. Or maybe it's just the fact of this is everything that kind of led up to the uprising and the resistance, and
I could see you going that route and kind of trying to fill in some of the blanks. But again, you don't need that.
Well, and maybe it wasn't even the fact that they needed it to be about him. It was just, hey, we kind of introduced him, but here's, a whole backstory of what was going on in the time frame before Princess Leia showed up in A New Hope.
It's kind of the philosophy that it's a big universe and it's not just about Skywalker. There's other characters.
Right,
and I get that.
But the thing is, and that's constantly something you're always saying. Why does Luke have to show up? Why does it have to be a Skywalker?
I'll tell you, if that's the philosophy they're going with, then they damn well better not show up on Tatooine at any point in this series, okay? Because if they do, they throw that whole idea out the window.
Right, but that's the whole thing. This is, like, obviously we know Luke and Leia are kids.
Maybe they show us when the V-Wings come into play and why we never see them after Rogue One. Maybe that's what they'll show us.
Maybe.
Because that was one of the big questions people had, too.
Okay, sure. We'll go with that.
I don't know. We'll see. It's not like I'm not going to watch it, right? So we're definitely going to watch it.
Right. It's Star Wars.
Hopefully it's a compelling story.
Right.
And this is a chance where you have to have a compelling story.
Right. Because
so if you look at Book of Boba Fett.
Right, I was just going to say.
So you take the Book of Boba Fett and you take a character that had very little history in the movies, but his limited appearance in the movies made him a cult favorite.
Mm-hmm.
And then you give him his own show. And it sucks. Like, literally, the first 4 episodes were terrible. The best episode of the entire season didn't even have him in it.
Mm.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do the same thing with Andor, you damn well better have some good story behind it. It better not be 4, episodes of flashbacks and snore fests. So that's just what I have to say.
Okay.
Anyway, also this week we are talking about EA and BioWare releasing The Old Republic: Legacy of the Sith and unveiling a new CGI trailer for it. EA and BioWare have released a brand new CGI trailer for the much-anticipated expansion to The Old Republic that puts back the focus on Darth Malgus, called Legacy of the Sith, which finally launched after delays on February 15th. These high-quality cinematic CGI trailers have captivated Star Wars fans ever since the game was first launched. They quickly became a tradition for EA and BioWare's long-lived, massively multiplayer online role-playing game, as they convinced plenty of players to check out the game over the years. The Old Republic is currently celebrating its 11th year of release, and there are no signs that 2022 will be the last with new content. The game recently celebrated its 10-year in style, re-releasing the older cinematic trailers in stunning 4K. Legacy of the Sith is the 8th major expansion to the Old Republic, and the latest since 2019's Onslaught. You can jump in for free with some limitations by downloading the game on the game's website at swtor.com or through Steam. The premium monthly subscription unlocks full access forever, even if you unsubscribe to all expansion packs released so far. So it's not a bad idea to pony up for at least a month of premium if you plan to explore all the story content the game has to offer, which is a lot. 2022 is cooking up to be a massive year in Star Wars gaming. EA recently announced that Respawn is developing 3 new games, including the sequel to Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, that could arrive as early as this fall. We already talked about on this podcast, Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga is finally being released on April 5th, and Zynga's Star Wars Hunters is opening its combat arenas soon as well. What are your thoughts?
I don't play the game, so I have no thoughts. I become a Star Wars widow again.
So the article...
You dissed me, the other day
just
to
once
play.
already on the day it came out.
Just saying.
So the article itself dealt primarily with the trailer that came out, which was, again, it's fantastic. And I've always said that if you watch all of these, there was I think 4 of the original and 3 or 4 more have come out. I would go to the theater to watch a full length movie in the style that they do this in.
And you've said that over the years.
It is some of the best scenes I've seen, some of the best artwork, some of the best combat. It's some of the most thrilling Star Wars cinematics I've ever seen in any Star Wars movie. Mm-hmm. I really wish they would do an entire movie like this. It would be fantastic. However, I didn't want to just plug the trailer. I did want to plug the fact that the game is in its 10th season, 10th anniversary. It's in its 11th season. One of the commercials that we cut to early in the show happens to be for my guild that is in the game itself. We are in our 9th year together. July will be our 10th anniversary.
Wow.
So it is definitely something that is near and dear to my heart. Primarily because it's Star Wars. I don't really play any other online games at this point in time. But it's also because of the community. We have a very tight-knit community, not just my guild, but we work with other guilds and other people in game. And it's a great support group that, it's a great escape from reality. It's not expensive to subscribe. And like they say, all you need to do is subscribe once, you get a premium status, and you get to keep all that content moving forward. So I wanted to plug the game, the anniversary, and the new content.
Cool.
So that's it for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be back in a minute with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So, some sad news. So, Ivan Reitman, the influential filmmaker and producer behind many of the most beloved comedies of the late 20th century, from Animal House to Ghostbusters, has passed away at 75. He died peacefully in his sleep on Saturday night in his home in California. His family told the Associated Press. They had said, "Our family is grieving the unexpected loss of a husband, father, and grandfather who taught us to always seek the magic in life. We take comfort that his work as a filmmaker brought laughter and happiness to countless others around the world. While we mourn privately, we hope those who knew him throughout his films will remember him always." Known for his comedies that caught the spirit of their time, his big break came with the college fraternity send-up National Lampoon's Animal House, which he produced. He directed Bill Murray in his first starring role in the summer camp flick Meatballs, and then again in 1981's Stripes, but his most significant success came in 1984's Ghostbusters. Not only did the irreverent supernatural comedy starring Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Harold Ramis, Ernie Hudson, Sigourney Weaver, and Rick Moranis grossed nearly $300 million worldwide, it earned 2 Oscar nominations, spawned a franchise that included spin-offs, television shows, and a new movie, Ghostbusters Afterlife, that opened this past year, which was directed by his son, Jason. Among other notable films that he directed were Twins, Kindergarten Cop, Dave, Jr., and 1998's 6 Days, 7 Nights. He also produced Beethoven, Old School, and Eurotrip, and many others, including his Oscar-nominated film Up in the Air. He was actually born in Czechoslovakia in 1946, where his father owned the country's biggest vinegar factory. His mother had survived Auschwitz, and his father was in the resistance. When the communists began imprisoning capitalists after the war, the Reitmans decided to escape when he was only 4 years old. They traveled in the nailed-down hold of a barge headed for Vienna. He said, "I remembered flashes of scenes. Later they told me how they gave me a couple of sleeping pills so I wouldn't make any noise. I was so knocked out that I slept with my eyes open, and my parents were afraid that I was dead." They rejoined relatives in Toronto, where Ivan displayed his showbiz inclinations, starting a puppet theater, entertaining at summer camps, playing coffee houses with a folk music group. He studied music and drama at McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario, and began making short films. With friends and $12,000, he made a 9-day film, Cannibal Girls, which American International agreed to release. He produced it on a $500 budget a week TV revenue, Greed, with Dan Aykroyd, and became associated with the Lampoon Group in its off-Broadway review that featured John Belushi, Gilda Radner, and Murray. And that obviously led to Animal House. He seized the moment after Animal House's massive success and raised money to direct Meatballs, which would be a tamer than a hard R-rated Animal House. He handpicked Murray to star, which would prove to be a significant break for the comedian, but Ramis later said that Reitman didn't know if Murray would actually show up until the first day of shoot. But it was the beginning of a fruitful and long-running partnership that would produce the war comedy Stripes, which Reitman said he thought of on his way to the Meatballs premiere, and then Ghostbusters. He also put Arnold Schwarzenegger in his first major comedy opposite Danny DeVito in Twins. By the 1990s, Kindergarten Cop came around, and he had established himself as the most successful comedy director in history. Though not even being the father of 3 could have prepared him for the task of directing 30 children between the ages of 4 and 7 in the comedy. Then we had the political comedy Dave, starring Kevin Kline as an ordinary man who has to double for the U.S. President provided a bit of a departure for him. Roger Ebert wrote at the time that the movie is more proof that it isn't what you do, it's how you do it. He, under the direction and Gary Ross's screenplay, uses intelligence and heartwarming sentiment to make Dave into a wonderful, lighthearted entertainment. He kind of stepped away from directing, but he continued to produce with his production company. And then with Ghostbusters Afterlife, he even found himself on the press circuit with his son, providing emotional support, emotional moments for both with the passing of the baton. Jason, his son, who was only 7 when the original came out, included some nods to his father's film, like Beethoven and Cannibal Girls, in Afterlife. Directing Ghostbusters Afterlife was completely intimidating, Jason had said last year. I was lucky enough to do it sitting next to my dad. He always took comedy and the power of laughter seriously. The great cliche is about how damn tough comedy is, but of course nobody really gives that any respect, he had told the Los Angeles Times in 2000. It's such a visceral thing, laughing. Some get to the point where we can get an audience of 600 people laughing is really precise and intricate work. My sense is we're laughing at the same time. We've always laughing at the same things that we've always laughed at, but the language of the filmmaker and the performer shifts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tremendous loss. He's incredibly talented with what he's produced.
Mm-hmm.
What I didn't know that the article brought out was some of the stuff about his personal life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like what his mother and father went through.
Right.
And the fact that he had to basically steal away in a I don't know, a coffin almost.
Right,
you
right.
know, being sealed in to get through the border. To
get out of Czechoslovakia to get to Vienna and then eventually get to Toronto.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing.
It's amazing what he went through
Mm-hmm.
and to go through something like that and to survive it is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But to then thrive the way that he
and
did.
be so successful.
And, right.
You know,
when he got here was, I mean, if that's not inspirational, I don't know what is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess, you know, given what his parents went through, they had to have been a huge influence.
Absolutely.
And motivating factor for him. Like if they can do that, what can't I do at that point? You know?
Yeah.
And you look at his son, you could see his son idolized his father.
Yeah.
You know, he talks about, you know, going on the press tour for the new movie with him and how lucky he was to have him. So it's more than just what he put on the screen. It's what he went through to put things on the screen, I think, that make him such an amazing individual.
And such a catalog that, you know, will have, you know, forever. And some of the greatest comedies from, you know, the 80s and 90s even, you know, and he was a part of it.
Yeah.
So.
And 75. I mean, 75 is too young at this point.
Yeah, it really is.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
He'll be missed. Let's talk about something that's insignificant this week.
So this Sunday, if you weren't doing anything, it happened to be the Super Bowl. Now, of course, Super Bowl is very regional, I guess you could say, depending on what teams are playing.
Regional to North America, maybe.
Well, no, but, you know, like everybody watches it because everybody wants to watch the game. It's a good reason to have a party. This was probably the first big year maybe that people were having get-togethers with the pandemic.
Certainly the celebrities at the Super Bowl were.
They were all partying. It's a big time to watch the commercials. You know, it happened to be two teams that hadn't won a Super Bowl before, so
that the vast majority of the country were not invested in.
Right, so it was kind of like, yay, go whoever. But one of the interesting things was the halftime show that had a hip-hop heat to it. So old school hip-hop showed the kids a thing or two on Sunday night at the Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show. The original gangsters, Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre, performed with Dr. Dre's mentee Eminem and the queen of R&B, hip-hop, Mary J. Blige, and rap star Kendrick Lamar. It marked not only the first time that hip-hop artists were the main performers of the halftime show, but also represented Generation X with the opportunity to see if their dance moves were still da bomb or if they were totally buggin' to think so. And since the game was played at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, naturally Snoop Dogg and Dre kicked it all off with the next episode and got us in a California love mood. Surprise guest 50 Cent then showed up to perform the all-time favorite birthday anthem in the club.
I think that's actually pronounced 50 Cent.
50 Cent. And then it was time for Mary J. Blige to take the stage with her emotional hits Family Affair and No More Drama. She was followed by Pulitzer Prize winner Lamar, surrounded by dancers dressed in black wearing Dre Day sashes. The powerful performance appeared reminiscent in style and strength to Beyoncé's Formation during her halftime performance in 2016. Accompanied by a band with Anderson .Paak on drums, Eminem was up next with Lose Yourself, which of course caused the crowd to lose it. Eminem ended his song and took a knee, a gesture made famous by former NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick as an act of protest against police brutality and racial discrimination. Then it was time to return to Dr. Dre, who appeared to be producing the entire performance from a soundboard on top of a set referencing a South LA neighborhood. Dr. Dre played a snippet of I Ain't Mad at Cha on the piano, which was a tribute to his former collaborator and West Coast rapper Tupac Shakur, who was gunned down at the age of 25 in 1996. Then they reminded the audience that he still got love for the streets with some bars from Still DRE featuring Snoop Dogg. And that's how you show the young heads that the old heads still got it.
So I'll be the first one to admit I am not a consumer of hip hop material.
Right? Yep.
I don't get it. And I admit that.
And that's okay.
But I will acknowledge the fact that having all of these superstars of hip-hop on stage at once was a monumental achievement.
It definitely was. Now, granted, I will admit it's not my music of choice. Did I know a good portion of the songs? I did. And it was very entertaining. So as somebody that wasn't, a huge fan, but, somebody that grew up in the 90s, you knew the songs, right. Whether or not, if you had listened to the whole performance, you definitely would have known it. It was definitely something for the Gen Xers. It really, really was. And to see how much talent, was there, it was probably one of the best shows. Last year, it was, again, we were in a different time, but the performer was The Weeknd. I knew one song by the guy, and it was just weird. I think when they do the shows where it's a collaboration of multiple artists, it tends to be a better, performance, especially when they all go together, because there have been years where they've done multiple artists, but they kind of clash. Nobody goes together. It's kind of like, well, we're going to do this person for this group and this person for this group and this they kind of, and it doesn't work. This totally worked, and the fact that, as far as I knew, nobody knew that 50 Cent was going to be there. Right. He was a complete surprise. So, of course, when that happened, it was kind of like, ooh, what other surprises are they? Who else is going to show up?
Well, and the one nice thing that can be taken away from this is that you've got these superstars, these veteran superstars of hip hop coming out there in a show of unity. Mm-hmm. And, they came out tongue in cheek, joking about showing the next generation and stuff like that. But really, they're out there inspiring the next generation of artists. And I think
they're
that's
not
huge.
just hip hop artists. They're successful actors
Yep.
and producers.
Yep.
And, so it goes to show you, you don't just have to be one thing. Look
Absolutely.
at everything else you can do and you can, come together.
Absolutely. Very good. That was all we had for our entertainment news this week. We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is kind of a funny game showy type show called That's My Jam, which is hosted by Jimmy Fallon, and it's actually inspired off of different show segments from The Tonight Show, where he would do the Wheel of Musical Impressions. So basically, they came up with hey, let's put together a whole game show with all these different song ideas. So the premise behind the show is they have two teams of two guest celebrities that compete against each other with various musical competitions. So there could be competition, karaoke competition, or it could be trivia, or trying to play different instruments and getting your teammate to guess. So it's a fast-paced show. They NBC had tapped him to do. There's 10 episodes total to season 1. Not sure if it's going to get picked up or not. But he has a live house band. It's not the same band that does the Tonight Show, but still an awesome band. And some of the guests are just hysterical. And, it's one of those kind of like, oh, we're going to give you this many points and this many points, and the points don't matter type thing, because everything comes down to like the final mashup between.
Like, what's my line anyway?
Yeah, exactly. But like the final is a karaoke thing where a song gets randomly picked and you have to sing, the lines of the song, and then all of a sudden the music's going to go away and you have to continue. And if you get it right, the other team gets squirted with water. If you do it wrong, you get squirted with water. And just watching the celebrities, interact and get all crazy with each other, it's hysterical. It's
Nice.
a nice, you just want something to laugh at. Here's your show.
All right, good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is another documentary. This one's on the History Channel, and it's called The Private Lives of the Monarchs. The iconic images of monarchs, frequently captured, and I'm not talking about butterflies either,
No?
frequently captured in famous portraits and paintings, are part of the very fabric of national culture in carefully arranged poses. This is all well and good, but actually, they were all just human beings with the same tics and foibles, bad habits, and weaknesses as the rest of us. Their collective impact on history fills tens of thousands of textbooks. But what do we really know about these royal figures? The Private Lives of the Monarchs delves beneath the public lives of the monarchs, such as Queen Victoria, King Louis XVI, and Henry VIII, to shine a light on their private lives. By eschewing dates and diplomacy for foibles and fetishes, the show reveals the real-life human beings behind the pomp and pageantry. For instance, when most people think of Queen Victoria, they think of a woman that's straight-laced and slightly removed from the empire she presides over. But in truth, the Queen was a very passionate woman, witty, rebellious, and flirtatious, who defined the Victorian age. 11 episodes over 2 seasons, each focus on a specific subject. Season 1 is a look at historical fixtures such as Queen Victoria, George III, Henry VIII, and Louis XVI. Season 2 touches on 20th century figures, including Princess Margaret, Edward VIII, and even Hitler and Al Capone. The show itself is interesting. You get me into the British shows.
It's all my fault.
It is. It's all your fault. So I watch
look,
these
honey.
things.
Downton Abbey.
What's really interesting about this is they get to incredible detail about things that are never released to the public. And in some cases, for very good reason, because if they really got out and were public knowledge, it would really tarnish the image of the royals. Like the episode on Margaret, they say the public image of Princess Margaret was she was this partier, she was this cold, calculating woman, and was mean to her kids and stuff. And it turns out that she was really this very, fragile but soft and loving person who, she had her issues in love, and she couldn't find someone that really appreciated her, but she was incredibly gracious and loving to her kids. And a lot of that never came out because much of what she did do publicly was kind of not embarrassing, but controversial and kind of detrimental to the royals. So they didn't release anything that really they could hold on to, that they could prevent people from getting out.
Okay.
So things like that. They talk about Queen Victoria, how she was a very active monarch when she was younger, and she was, very flirtatious, and she comes across kind of as the prude of the Victorian age, but she was, I don't want to say loose, but she was much more laid back early on. It wasn't until her husband passes away and she goes into this
state of mourning.
Yeah, like a dysfunctional state of mourning where she goes off to Scotland, and she doesn't even bother with the kingdom for years, and nobody sees her, and she only wears black after that. She winds up having a relationship with the groundskeeper at the castle up there. And she also winds up having a relationship with, I think it was her Indian chef. And they were relationships that the family thought and the ministers thought were inappropriate. And when she passed away, all these promises were made to these individuals. Well, the groundskeeper had passed away. And the chef was really who she turned to next, because she didn't have anyone that she could turn to.
Right.
And the people that she did turn to were people that her ministers thought were inappropriate for her because they were below her station.
Right.
So it made for a very difficult life for her. So it's stuff like that you don't read in history books, that I find very interesting. They delve very deeply in these things, but they do it in a respectful way. Right up until you get to one where you're seeing apparatuses that were created for fetishes and stuff like that. And it gets a little creepy in some spots, but they're honest, they're open, they're not tabloid, it's not anything like that. So it's tastefully done for the most part.
Okay.
So the private lives of monarchs on the Smithsonian Channel. We'll be right back with our afterthoughts. So what do we have for afterthoughts?
So just two quick ones that are coming up. So I'm guessing this is next weekendish is the Nerd Fest, which is part of the Jersey Shore Comic Book Show.
Nerd Fest!
There you
really
go.
Can't get into that one.
You push your glasses or something. So this was going to be in Swedesboro, New Jersey, at the Holiday Inn, Swedesboro.
Well, I guess we won't be going to that one.
Why?
We got RP that weekend, don't we?
No, we're doing RP.
That's not
the
next
20th.
Weekend. It's the weekend after this weekend.
Right. It's not this coming weekend. It's the weekend after.
All right.
That's
you
what
say
I was...
next. The next weekend is the one that comes up next in my mind.
Sorry. Yeah, because this weekend's the
clarifying
20th.
For all of the audience.
Right. So the 27th. So it is just Sunday, the 27th, from 10 to 4 p.m. Admission is $5. Kids 12 and under are free with a paying adult. Lots of free parking. Artists, vendors, comics, anime, toys, Funkos, sports, cards, crafts, Pokemon, cosplay, face painting, interactive stuff,
I'm guessing
and more.
if there's plenty of free parking, this is not a Disney-sponsored event.
Right, exactly.
Just making sure.
That was good. And then, of course, I guess probably the week after that is
Zoloka!
March 5th and 6th in Warminster, Pennsylvania. Saturday's hours are from 10 to 6, with admission being $15 and children are $5. And on Sunday, it is from 9 to 4:30 with general admission, $10. Kids 12 and under are free.
All righty. Before we do go, I want to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment for audio. You can find all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things as video. We are actually publishing our audio versions now under our Insights into Things as well. So you can get audio or video. Trying that out to see how well it does.
Okay.
We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Amazon Music, iHeartRadio, Stitcher. And I think I said them all that were on the screen there.
Yep.
We'd also encourage you to reach out, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your shows you'd like us to plug. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
You can find video versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We do stream online 5 days a week. I was going to say 6, but that's not true. I'd lie. 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
High-res versions of all of our videos can be found on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
And if you missed any of those links, if you go to our main website, you can find links to everything, and that is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts.
Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 145, Body Insecurities. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my secure and open-minded co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. So you had a little bit of a shake-up to your schedule last week, right? What happened?
I had gotten in contact with a student who had contracted COVID, so out of caution, you decided to quarantine me for 5 days.
And today was your first day back in school, right?
Yep.
How'd that go?
Fine for the most part.
Up until 7th period, right?
Yes, 7th period was when I started losing my sanity and realizing that I didn't really like being back all that much.
Well, yes, it's you don't realize you dislike people until you're around a lot of people that are annoying, right?
Yeah, but like that, even before, they felt like way more annoying this time, so.
Well, you'll get used to it, I'm sure. So, but anyway, today we're talking about body insecurities. Teenagers often face significant pressure to meet strict, unrealistic, and harmful ideals around beauty, weight, and shape. The quest for a, quote, perfect body or appearance can take a heavy toll on a teenager's confidence. What's the matter? We have a cat. Wonderful. The quest for a perfect body or appearance can take a heavy toll on a teenager's confidence as well as their physical and mental health. In today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll talk about what you can do to help your child develop and maintain a healthy body image and self-esteem. Before we do that, though, I would, as usual, invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can also find video and audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Things. And you can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to reach out to us, give us your feedback, give us your show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all these and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Here we go. So what is body insecurity? This definition comes to us from medicalnewstoday.com. They say body insecurity is the product of a negative body image. Body image refers to how an individual sees their own body and how attractive they feel themselves to be. Many people have concerns about their body image. These concerns often focus on weight, skin, hair, or the shape or size of a certain body part. However, body image does not only stem from what we see in the mirror. A range of beliefs, experiences, and generalizations also contribute. Throughout history, people have given importance to the beauty of the human body. Society, media, and social media, as well as popular culture, often shape these views, and this can affect how a person sees their own body. However, popular standards are not always helpful. Constant bombardment by media images can cause people to feel uncomfortable about their body, leading to distress and ill health. It can also affect work, social life, and other aspects of life. So before we go on, let me just ask you: have you ever experienced negative body images, or do you feel a certain societal pressure to look a certain way?
I mean, yeah, I think probably most people have probably felt that way. I've definitely noticed that society has its like views of what the perfect male and female body is. And like I guess it like getting actual like research on this made me realize that that kind of body is incredibly unrealistic, and I guess it helped me to like not have as hard of negative body image as I know most people probably have, but I still have like issues with my own body, but like at the same time I know like I shouldn't really be comparing myself to what the media says is beautiful. I kind of just unanimously accept the fact that I'm not going to be like that.
Yeah, it's funny. I think once people realize how unrealistic and how unobtainable this idealistic body image is, once you understand that it's just a fiction, it makes it a little bit easier to accept yourself for who you are and not force you to try to live up to this unrealistic means. I really think, and of course, coming from somebody my size, it's hard to kind of take this with a grain of salt. But I think if you are happy and healthy, that's really the most important thing. I think living for someone else, whether it's body image or how you act or what you do in life, anytime that you live your life for somebody else, it's probably not the healthiest type of attitude, nor is it the healthiest type of relationship if you're altering yourself or your body to please somebody else.
Yeah.
So what is negative body image?
So, a person with negative body image feels dissatisfied with their body and their appearance. The person may compare themselves with others and feel inadequate when doing so, feel ashamed or embarrassed, lack confidence, feel uncomfortable or awkward in their body, see parts of their body, such as their nose, in a distorted way, and in some cases, having a negative body image can lead to the development of mental health issues like depression. A person may also pursue unnecessary surgery, unsafe weight loss habits such as crash dieting, or an inappropriate use of hormones to build muscles. There's a strong link between eating disorders and negative body image. Some people develop body dysmorphic disorder, or BDD. A person with BDD sees a part or all of their body in a negative way. They may ask for cosmetic surgery to correct their nose size, for example, when to anyone else it appears normal.
So can you think of anybody that you know, or I'll even extend this to any celebrities that you're aware of, who may have done cosmetic surgery to an extreme to try to change the way that they look?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm guessing that, I don't entirely think there's really too many people that come to mind. I really only know, maybe one person that's done it.
Someone you know or a celebrity?
The thing is,
Because I'll tell you, the first one that comes to mind when I think of that question is Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson had gone through so many plastic surgeries on his face, specifically his nose, that if you look at a picture of Michael Jackson from the 80s and one from shortly before he passed away, he looks like literally a completely different person. And I never really understood what would drive you to that, because we're not just talking about, weight loss being where your body insecurities. There are people that have complete changes to their body, and a lot of times it's people as they get older, they want to have the proverbial nip and tuck here, a facelift here, or get rid of the wrinkles here or liposuction here so that they can maintain that youthful look, especially when we're talking about the entertainment industry. And unfortunately, even more so, women in the entertainment industry, because the entertainment industry has a tendency of typecasting women of a certain age, and it limits the roles that they can get. So these women feel compelled professionally to alter their bodies in a way to look younger and more fit in order to get a better selection of roles. Even that is a body insecurity thing, but that's an artificially created body insecurity thing by the industry.
Yeah.
So physically altering yourself, aside from just not liking how your body looks, is another form of that body insecurity.
Yeah.
So where does negative body image come from, you might wonder? A body image does not develop in isolation. Culture, family, friends, they all convey positive and negative messages about the body. The media, your peers and family members can all influence a person's body image. They can encourage people, even from a young age, to believe that there's an ideal body. The image is often an unnatural one. The fashion industry also sets an unhealthy example when they employ underweight models to display their products. Discrimination based on race, size, ability, gender orientation, and age also play a role. Exposure to daily microaggressions at work and in society can cause people to feel that they don't measure up or that they are somehow lacking. One of the trends that you've seen fairly recently in the fashion industry is you see people in the fashion industry modeling clothes and so forth that are not this pencil-thin idea of a model. You're seeing, more curvy models come out there, which is good because it's not just skinny people that buy clothes, right?
Yeah.
People of size and people with curves want to be able to see what these things look like on people like them.
Yeah, and I guess I can kind of give an example in a way of, the age when it comes to, the fashion industry and how that's not really being entirely represented. I remember when I was going through the preteen years, it was kind of hard to find clothes. It was around the point where it's okay, I'm not really wearing kids' clothes, but I'm also not really wearing adult clothes. And, it was kind of hard to find clothes my size because there wasn't really a defined tween section.
Right.
And, I found it kind of difficult to find clothes because, you don't really see too many tweens advertising clothing.
Well, and also part of that problem is that your body is changing so rapidly in that time period as you're going through puberty that you're growing in spurts here and there, and what you buy today might not fit you in a week or two from now. You just don't know. You don't know how your body's going to develop like that. So trying to find clothes is a problem. Trying to keep clothes that fit and that fit well, because what happens is you may eventually find the clothes, but they only fit well for a short period of time, and then they're not comfortable anymore, right?
Yeah, and maybe if they could find ways of getting more accessible clothing for those sizes.
Yeah.
That's definitely something that I kind of realized, that was one of the struggles of being a tween, because you don't know if you're really wearing kid clothing or, older clothing.
And that type of, I wouldn't say indecision, but that type of quandary that you run into can fuel body insecurity as well. Because you wonder, am I strange? Is this unusual? Why is this happening to me? Why is it so difficult for me to get clothes? What's wrong with my body? And it's not that there's anything wrong with you. It's perfectly natural. It's just what the body goes through during that stage of development. But because of the struggles you run into trying to find clothes that are comfortable that you like, that fuels body insecurities as well. What else fuels body insecurities?
Illness and accidents can also have an impact. Skin conditions.
Mastectomy?
mastectomy, or breast cancer, or limb amputation can cause people to rethink how they appear to themselves and to others. All these factors can impact a person's mental health and physical well-being. Studies have suggested that females who have a greater resilience, linked to family support or general satisfaction, coping strategies, fitness, and well-being, are more likely to have a positive body image. This suggests that emotional insecurity may also contribute to a negative body image. Body despairing conversations include fat talk, which refers to when people talk about how fat they look or feel. These conversations can lead to further negative feelings, low mood, or negative eating patterns.
Yeah, and that's a great example of the fact that body insecurity isn't just something confined to teens. It's something that occurs all throughout life at different ages. And the illness and accidents impact, the first thing that comes to mind when I think of that is, soldiers that come back from active duty might have had situations where they were injured in combat. You might have scars, you might have lost limbs, and all of that causes body insecurity as well. So there's all kinds of effects, there's all kinds of factors that affect body insecurity, and it's not confined to just the teenage years, right? Mm-hmm. Fat talk, okay? So I'm one who tends to use self-deprecating humor to diffuse situations a lot. I'm fat. I know I'm fat. I'm okay with that. I stopped having body insecurity images a long time ago because I got sick and tired of worrying about what other people think about me. So I'm perfectly comfortable making jokes about it. For me, it's a lot easier to make a joke about it and diffuse the situation before somebody else has an opportunity to make a joke about it. Because once you say it, it's out there and it's open and they can't say anything at that point in time. So for me, that's kind of the route that I take, but it's not that I'm obsessed over, yes, I probably should lose weight, I should probably get in better shape, etc., etc. You know what, at this age, I'm not going to change. I've accepted that. And, for better or worse, that's just the way things are. But when you do it to people who haven't reached that, I don't want to say enlightened point, but that, we'll say indifference. When someone hasn't reached that level of indifference, it can have a serious mental effect on them. People think of that when you start talking about things like that, and it scars people. It scarred me for a long time when people would make jokes and stuff like that. And you kind of have to think of the effect that it's going to have before you say something like that to someone. And it's not just fat talk. I mean, if somebody has an unattractive smile or, an unattractive nose, or their ears may be a little bit larger than others, when you say stuff like that, like I think about, when I was a kid in high school and, some of the jokes that I would crack because everyone else was saying, and it's like, you come to a point where you realize the effect that has on people. And if you don't feel bad for inflicting that on someone, then I think there's probably something wrong that you need to see some kind of professional help for, because anytime you willingly try to hurt someone like that, it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
And it's important to understand that these types of things, even though you may not think that you have body insecurity images, and you may think that it's just a joke, that joke could have significant impact on somebody else. So it's important to keep those types of things in mind. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll talk about the causes of negative body image.
Alrighty.
We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about body insecurities. And now we're going to talk about the causes of negative body image. And this comes to us from mayoclinic.org. So, maintaining a normal and healthy body image during adolescence, a period of major physical and emotional changes, can be difficult. Okay, that was a really drawn.
You got that? Yeah, they kind of describe what that part of adolescence was.
Yeah. Factors that might harm a teenager's body image include natural or expected weight gain and other changes caused by puberty, peer pressure to look a certain way, social media and other media images that promote the ideal body as fit, thin, or muscular and encourage users to aspire to unrealistic and unattainable body ideals, having a parent who's overly concerned about his or her own weight or his or her child's weight or appearance, or seeing material in which a teen is seen as a thing for other sexual use rather than an independent thinking person, more commonly referred to as sexual objectification.
So if you think about when you were going through puberty, the 12 to 14 year range there, you were having, well, one of the things that you had were you would go through growth spurts and you'd get joint pain a lot when you went through that. That wasn't really something that was visible to the outside, but the effect of that, your legs were getting much longer. Your arms were getting much longer. It took you a little while to get used to those body changes. You might have been a little bit gangly. You might have been a little bit less coordinated than you were before as you came into those dimensions, those refined body dimensions. And that's one of those things that they talk about here, where it's not just the weight gain, it's the actual physical changes that your body's going through, that you're learning how to use your body now, right? How would it have made you feel if you had someone who was picking on you about that? Oh, look at Stretch there because she's, sprouted up 4 inches since the last time you saw her. Like, what effect would that have on your mentality and your development?
I guess it would make me feel pretty insecure about it, and, I would try, my best to try hiding it. Maybe I'd be, scrouching down more, right. Or, whenever I would feel the pain, I would just not mention it.
Yeah. And the other thing that you run into is you have parents who are obsessive to the point of unhealthiness about body weight. My brother was like this with his kids, where if he saw that his daughter had a little bit of a belly on her while she was, going through this evolution period of youth, he would get, you need to start exercising. You're not allowed to have snacks, blah, 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 this and that. And that weight gain is a natural thing because your body takes on more calories as it's going through these growth spurts.
Yeah.
And you carry that weight differently. How did mommy and daddy do? Did we come across as being overly concerned about that type of stuff?
Not really. Basically, it was actually me who first brought it up because, I started to notice that, I was kind of thin as a kid, and when I started realizing I was kind of growing a stomach, I kind of started feeling a bit insecure. But then you guys started coming at me with the facts, saying that, oh, your body just needs more calories, and it's kind of natural basically like your body needs food in order to grow, and that's why you have more weight. And it started to make more sense to me, and then I realized that, okay, it's more logical to think of it that way, and related to just my overall body weight, despite the fact that there have been instances where I say, oh, well, I'm not really very thin, or like I kind of have some weight to me. You guys would kind of like say that like that's fine, and like neither of you would call me fat.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, we really kind of trusted the guidance of your pediatrician. And you remember when you would go to your pediatrician, they would give these numbers. Oh, she's in this certain percentile. She's in this percentile. Remember they would say stuff like that?
Yeah.
And that's just an average measurement. You know, that's them making sure that you're not out of bounds of any of the expectations. And as long as each checkup you went, you were within what they expected, you weren't coming out of that range of where you should be, there was no reason for us to be concerned because it was all normal. There's a certain variance that happens because you do put on weight and the weight comes off and then you grow and you go through growth spurts, but it's different for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't, you need to be X number of pounds by certain age, or you need to be X number of pounds per every inch that there's nothing like that. But what they have are kind of generalized percentiles that they drop you into. And as long as you sort of follow those patterns, then you're doing just fine. And you always were within the acceptable parameters there, and there was nothing for us to worry about. So Mommy and I tried not to obsess over. But if there was ever anything that you had questions about or concerns about, you know, we tried to answer those concerns for you. How do you feel now? Do you have any body insecurities now that are, you know, causing you issues or anything?
Well, I guess I probably am not as worried about my weight anymore because, again, it's like knowing about the unrealistic expectation that it's never going to happen that the media like proposes. And also now I'm realizing that there's nothing really wrong with having a little weight to you. In fact, if you're gonna be trapped on an island with someone who has the ideal body weight, technically you're more than likely gonna survive longer.
Well, that is true.
If you actually have weight to you.
That is true. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is your level of activity differs over the year, right? Over the course of the calendar year. So wintertime, you're not going to be as active as other people. Summertime kicks in, you're going to get much more active. Marching band's going to kick in, you'll be even more active. And you'll go through this period. So the weight that a couple of pounds you might put on over the winter, you're going to work that all off anyway as your activity patterns change. Mm-hmm. And everybody's activity patterns are going to be different. But as long as that average kind of works itself out throughout the year, then you're perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
So what influences teen body image? This comes to us from NewportAcademy.com. Research shows that childhood and teen body image is shaped by many factors. Therefore, body image influences include the following. Your psychological makeup. Studies show that body image dissatisfaction does not exist in a vacuum. Thus, mental health influences body image and vice versa. Hence, children and teens with negative body image are more likely to experience feelings of anxiety, depression, and a lack of control. You also have family environment. Girls whose parents express concern about their weight have lower body esteem and feel less physically able. Moreover, parents' body image influences children. Thus, a study looked at young children with mothers who expressed dissatisfaction with their bodies. And the researchers found that these children are more likely to have a negative body image.
Your peers also play a factor. In addition, peer attitudes and judgments impact teen body image. That includes older and younger peers. For example, one study found that 5th and 6th graders attending schools with older students reported more negative body image. This was accompanied with same-aged girls in school with only younger students. There's also larger societal and cultural norms. Research on American teens finds that racial and ethnic backgrounds influence body image issues. In general, white middle-class girls are most likely to have eating disorders. Asian American teens express high rates of body dissatisfaction, and the unrealistic thin ideal perpetuated by the media seems to hold less sway among African American teens. And finally, you have celebrity images. The negative effects of media on teenage body image are well documented. The ideal to real body image survey found that 80% of teen girls compare themselves to images they see of celebrities. Moreover, among those girls, almost half said that celebrity images make them feel dissatisfied with the way they look.
Now, that last bit is kind of interesting because you hear a lot of talk about celebrity body images. We talked already about the fashion industry. Are there any celebrities out there that you think have an influence over your own body image that you might look at as a example of what you want to be or where you should be or anything like that?
I've tried not to really compare myself to celebrities all that much, but I have noticed that, like, a lot of these female celebrities kind of most of the female celebrities I've seen, especially when me and Mommy watch, like, the entertainment news and such, a lot of them have the traditionally ideal feminine body, as well as wearing outfits that, show off those bodies. And, a lot of the times I'm kind of just thinking how that's not really normal. And, like, I guess I can definitely see how it plays a large factor into why people, like, have body image issues, seeing so many celebrities with these hourglass bodies in a way.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure when I was younger, I probably noticed this and kind of wished, oh, I wish I kind of looked like that. And obviously at that time, I didn't really know the fact that that was completely unrealistic.
Yeah. What about your peers? Well, that was one of the things that I think probably as a youth I found had the most influence over most of the, image issues or the, what you wanted to aspire to be. It was mostly peers, the kids you were in school with. They were the ones that you kind of, if you were fashion conscious, you got your fashion sense from your friends. If you were body conscious, you got it from the people that you were associated with. I mean, let's face it, you get into the locker room and you have to change for gym. You can't help but be self-conscious of your body, regardless of what it looks like at that point in time. So do your peers play an influence over what your body image of yourself is?
I mean, I can definitely kind of see that. Like, I have my own style, and, like, I haven't seen, most of my friends don't entirely bring up my body all that much, although there was this one instance where, like, my one older friend was kind of talking about, like, kind of presenting your way, like, my one friend is kind of interesting. They, like, have, like, certain ideas of how people kind of act, and, like, at one point he was talking about, how I was sitting with my other female friend who, to be fair, we have pretty different styles, and they were, my other friend was saying, like, how if I, kind of had more of a demeanor similar to my one friend, I might be, like, more positive, because it was around a time where I was kind of, like, not feeling too happy about the day, and, like, he was saying, like, how, my one friend, like, has a certain demeanor to her look to where, like, she's happier with it, and, like, if I was more if I was more expressive in that way, like, maybe I'd feel happier, and I don't know. It didn't really make me too insecure. It's just like, okay, why should I care about that? But, like, it's only been brought up a couple times, not enough to where I really take too much notice to it, and not enough to where it's really been too insecure, but I can definitely, it's there.
Right. And at the age that you're in, it's kind of hard not to be there. But as long as it's not having an overriding effect or an uncomfortable influence, I think, and it sounds like it's not, I don't think it's really that much of a problem.
Yeah.
I think we're going to take our last break, and then we're going to come back and talk about the benefits of positive teen body image.
Alrighty.
We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back. Today we're talking about body insecurities. And now we're going to talk about the benefits of positive teen body image. So, young people who cultivate a more positive teen body image experience important benefits. Positive teen body image leads to changes in several areas. This includes improved self-esteem and well-being. Feeling better about one's body contributes to a positive outlook and self-confidence. Increased self-acceptance. A positive body image means that teens are more accepting of their bodies and how they look, as well as healthier behaviors. Teens who experience body satisfaction are more likely to practice self-care. That includes eating well, getting more sleep, and exercising at a healthy level.
So here are some tips to improve your body image. And these will help you feel more positive about your body. Spend some time with people who have a positive outlook. Practice positive self-talk with saying things like, my arms are strong, rather than my arms are flabby. You can wear comfortable clothes that look good on you. Avoid comparing, as you said already, avoid comparing yourselves to other people. Remember that beauty is not just about appearance. Appreciate what your body can do, such as laughing, dancing, and creating. Be actively critical of media messages and images that make you feel as if you should be different. Make a list of 10 things you like about yourself. See yourself as a whole person, not an imperfect body part. Do something nice for your body, such as getting yourself a massage or a haircut. Instead of spending time thinking about your body, start a hobby. Become a volunteer or do something else that makes you feel good about yourself. Aim for a healthier lifestyle, which might include eating a varied and nutritious diet. And really, the gist of all this is kind of focus on the things that are good about you. Focus on the things that you like about your body. Focus on what you can do. Can I exercise? Can I be more active? Can I eat better? Can I go to bed at an earlier time to get more sleep? Will that help? All these things can help you improve your body image. But the overall idea here is accept yourself for who you are. Emphasize the good stuff. You're a wonderful artist. You're a brilliant mind. you're topping your class in algebra, like things like that. People tend to fixate on the physical appearance side of things when the person is much more than just what they look like on the outside. I'm a big fan of, beauty is you can't judge a book by its cover. Beauty is on the inside that counts. So focus on the things that are more important. Now, there are certain signs that, your teen might have negative body image, and it's important to keep those in mind and be able to recognize those. Why don't you tell us about those?
And these come from
NY Metro Parents.
NY Metro Parents, thank you. I didn't know how I was going to say that, but thank you. So, in general, there are several red flags parents should be aware of when it comes to body image and disorders. Teens who are struggling with body image may cover up certain body parts, make increasingly negative comments about specific body parts, including talking about surgery to change their bodies, have decreased interest in school, hanging out with friends and other activities, spend significant time scrutinizing themselves in the mirror or refuse to look in the mirror, avoid looking at pictures of themselves or being photographed, or have an increased irritability or other changes in mood. Parents should also take note if their teenager abruptly cuts out certain foods from their diet they were previously eating, such as dairy, meat, or carbs, or begins paying significant attention to calories or grams of fat. Eating disorders are often preceded by dieting.
If parents have concerns, a crucial first step, as we always tell you, is to seek out a mental health professional who has expertise in supporting teens with developing a positive body image and a healthy relationship with food and exercise. Sometimes it might be difficult for a teen to open up to a parent, but they might trust an external source more. Parents can also turn to their doctor or a pediatrician or reach out to a nonprofit group that can provide resources. Experts caution against I can't say that word.
Just look in the notes.
Yeah, just look in the notes. I should have written the phonetic pronunciation out. Experts caution against comments teenagers make about their bodies. Now I'm all flustered. For example, if your teen says, "I hate my stomach," don't jump to conclusions. This is first and foremost an opportunity for the parent to start a conversation with their teen. And as always, if you have concerns for your child that you don't feel you're capable or qualified to cope with, always seek the assistance of a qualified professional. And I think that's kind of the safest advice that we can give here. There are signs to look for, and you definitely want to be proactive about this. You don't want to miss the red flags, first of all. Mm-hmm. And you certainly don't want to let it go on too long, because it's one of those things that if it goes on too long and it isn't corrected, it can cause serious health issues. Yep. So we're going to take a very quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts.
Alrighty. Alright, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that body insecurities should be taken seriously and should hopefully be corrected. Now, I just wanted to also say that it's perfectly fine if your body doesn't fit any ideals that other people have. Most of the time, the ideal body is not at all realistic and will never be able to happen. Please use some of the tips we offered, and if it comes down to it, please go and seek professional health. And I guess I'm just going to give you a little bit of help. Just know that if you do have a bit more weight than someone else, just think that you're going to be able to survive longer on an island without food.
All right. Yay for the zombie apocalypse side of things.
Yay.
All right. I think
you never know. It might help.
You know what? That's certainly a fair way to look at it. especially with today's, situation. You never know.
Yeah.
That is all we had today. Before we do go, I would once again encourage folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can also find video and audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Amazon, and any place you can get a podcast. I would also encourage you to reach out to us, give us your feedback and your show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. You can find audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. Video versions can be found at podcast.insightsintothings.com, or you can get links to all those and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 142, Racism, Slaps, and Weird Star Wars. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and inspiring co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
Not too bad. And you?
Doing all right. We're a little late this week doing this. We had some weather events happen on Thursday that kind of pushed the show.
Mm-hmm.
So how was your week? That good, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
Not enough said there, I think.
Yeah, you know, we have a new house guest staying with us a little bit more full-time than before, and we had a little bit of some incidents last night with said guest and the other residents that reside here.
Cat fight.
Literally, a cat fight. So, yes. So we are now up to 4 kitties under.
Crazy cat lady.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. The cats now outnumber us.
Nice. That's never good. Never good. Well, we got a busy show today, so let's jump right into it. So this week we are going to be talking about how Disney manages to do it wrong yet again. Then we'll take a look at how Star Wars almost got very weird on us. And finally, we'll talk about the unavoidable news from this past weekend's Academy Awards. And that's a developing story that's been updated probably 4 times since I wrote this script.
Yeah. Like every day there's something new that pops up.
It's crazy. It's crazy. We just updated it again 5 minutes before the show started. So before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video and audio versions can also be found listed under Insights into Things, and we can be found anywhere you can find a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. We would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your shows, your conventions to plug. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcasts. Or you can get links to all those and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Here we go. Go.
So Disney just can't seem to get it right. What's that old saying about lightning never strikes twice? Well, it has, at least in the form of bad press. And Disney is once again the lightning rod attracting it. After just coming off the heels of the insensitive handling of the Don't Say Gay bill, Disney is now courting racist performances in their parks. The Port Neches Grove High School drill team shocked attendees at Walt Disney World on March 15th with their racist performance. Marching in their purple fringe dresses, the drill team chanted questionable slogans like, "Scalp 'em Indians, scalp 'em," among other things. An attorney for the Ojibwa tribe shared a portion of this video performance on Twitter with their astonished reaction to such blatant racist remarks. Tara Hauska writes, "'Cause a bunch of kids in fringe chanting, 'Scalp 'em Indians, scalp 'em' is honor, right? Shame on Disney parks hosting this. Nostalgic racism is racism."
So how many red flags does it take to clue in a mega media giant into a problem? Disney missed numerous red flags, any one of which could have clued you into a potential problem so you could have prevented it. The Texas-based high school's nickname were the Indianettes. You'd think that would have been a first sign of a possible problem, but apparently Disney missed that clue. The fringed costumes the team wore were a clear case of cultural appropriation of traditional indigenous people's dress, another clue Disney either missed or simply ignored. And finally, the school's official fight song is titled Cherokee. Okay, so I could see how you might confuse this as perhaps a homage to that particular Native American tribe. But a few seconds of Googling would net you a video of the song along with its racist lyrics. Instead, Disney allowed them to perform at their parks, either oblivious to the issue because they neglected to do their due diligence, or simply ignoring the warning signs. Despite the damage done, Disney was quick to distance themselves from the performance or their responsibility for screening those performing in their parks, as if they had no foreknowledge of what it contained. Disney spokesman Jackie Waller said in the statement, quote, "The live performance in our park did not reflect our core values, and we regret it took place. It was not consistent with the audition tape the school provided, and we have immediately put measures in place so this is not repeated."
So criticism has been lodged at Disney for their lame attempt to distance and dismiss the racist performance. At no time has Disney condemned the performance, nor have they acknowledged their own mistake in hosting this group. And there has been no statement of support for Indigenous peoples or even an apology that it happened. In recent years, the company has started putting disclaimers on its more dated works in an attempt to acknowledge insensitive material. Movies like 1953's Peter Pan now have warnings to viewers about stereotypical portrayals of Indigenous people. Disney is also in the process of retheming aspects of the park that court more sensitive materials, such as the Song of the South themed Splash Mountain, to make it more universally acceptable. The entertainment giant has initiated steps it takes for new material to avoid these types of issues. A diversity and inclusion initiative reviews and filters new material from the company. Their aim is to amplify underrepresented voices. An attempt is being made to champion the importance of accurate representation in media and entertainment.
So, is this all just buzzword bingo here? Disney seems very adept at saying the right things about these issues. Of course, they usually say those things after they're called on the carpet for them, which leaves the casual observer and the offended party scratching their heads as to how out of touch Disney really is. It's clear Disney's prime objective is to protect their image and preserve their bottom line. They don't seem to be inclined to acknowledge shortcomings in the organization until a spotlight has been shown on them. Disney needs to be more proactive at acknowledging the hurtful things they as a company are consistently responsible for, and need to take the initiative to correct these issues instead of waiting for someone else to point them out. Now, while we can't blame this one on Bob Chapek directly, the fact of the matter is the buck stops with him, and this happened on his watch. So, like I always say, blame it on Bob. So, what do you think? I mean, the fact that they haven't even condemned the performance at this point, they basically just said, oh, that's not our problem, and they're just distancing themselves. Like, that's like the height of irresponsibility, I think.
Well, I think there was something that came out basically saying they were never going to be allowed to perform again, but that was really it. Right.
Like, they didn't... It was almost like the performance was the problem. It wasn't the message from the performance. Like they failed to they're failing to acknowledge that the content was bad. It was almost like they were like, oh, well, it just wasn't a bad act and we're not going to have him back again.
Right. And granted, I'm sure they get thousands upon thousands of, audition tapes from schools all over the country, probably all, even the world at this point. So, okay, so do you have time to, all right, you would think if they pick a school that looks good in their audition tape, well, let me just Google them to see.
At a minimum.
If anything.
I mean, literally, it took 2 minutes to look this school up and see how offensive their performance was.
And the other thing, too, was for the performance in the parade, they weren't in full uniform because their full uniform actually for the Indianettes, they actually do have a headdress as well, from what I had read, too.
What they did wear was clearly cultural appropriation.
Oh, absolutely.
And
their
offensive.
Whole uniform itself was that. So, and that's the thing is you have all of these high schools that still have their old names that, at least you're starting to see the major league teams, the NFL teams and the baseball teams starting to change their names changing their logos to not be.
See, but as a policy, if you're going to have a school come in that has an offensive name to it like that, don't use the mascot name or their theme name.
Right.
The school name is perfectly fine.
Right.
And they can't wear the offensive uniforms and they can't perform offensive material. You can still allow the kids to come out and do a performance just within certain parameters that are not offensive. And how difficult is that?
Right. But that's the whole thing. Like thinking about our daughter's, marching band. They have, their uniform. If they were to get picked to perform, but yet had some sort of, inappropriate outfit,
Well, and
our
it's
school
probably just elements of the outfit too.
Well, and that's the whole thing is I'm guessing. I didn't see what the rest of the marching band, because it was just their majorettes, I guess, that were in the outfit. So I didn't see what the rest of their marching band was wearing. So they might have had a different outfit, but I'm guessing that's a uniform that they use all the time. Whereas like with our school, I'm just saying, because like our school,
then you need to get a different uniform if you want to perform here.
Well, and that's the whole thing. If
your uniform had a big middle finger on the back of it, Disney's not going to let you perform, are they?
Right, probably not. But I'm saying, looking at their uniform, that's probably a uniform that is worn every year by them. Just like for the marching band has the same uniform every year, but our color guard, their outfit changes based off of the theme of the show.
The point there.
So my whole thing is, if Disney said, okay, you can come, but you need to change your outfit, I'm guessing they probably wouldn't have gone, because they would have had all of those.
Problem solved.
Exactly.
Right? I mean,
and you don't
that's
come.
what we're looking for. Well, is a solution.
and that's the thing is, now Disney has to.
If Disney said, "Well, you can't come and wear a uniform like that because it's offensive," maybe it would have taken the band director, a second to think, "Wow, if the uniform's offensive, maybe what we're going to perform is offensive too.
Yeah.
Maybe the name that we chose maybe it actually starts people thinking, hey, this is kind of insensitive and we shouldn't do this." Maybe Disney should be leading the pack on this instead of, again, trailing behind and trying to play catch up and, fix the problems they've created. Maybe that's the way they should be going. As the corporation that they are, they should be leading. They shouldn't be following.
I agree.
So, anyway, Disney doing it wrong again, and it's Bob's fault.
You just enjoy that way too much.
He's such an easy target.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
So we'll be right back with some Star Wars news. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So Weird Al Yankovic almost officially made it into the Star Wars universe. It's hard to listen to the Don McLean classic American Pie and not confuse those immortal lyrics with the Saga Begin lyrics of the Weird Al spoof, especially when every time the song comes on, our daughter sings the Weird Al.
Well, I was going to say, with our daughter,
Yeah, that's very difficult. It's hard to hear the Kinks' classic Lola and not think of Weird Al's Yoda parody. These have become iconic contributions to the notoriously non-canon world of Star Wars thanks to that zany musician with a talent for parody we all love. But they were all separate and independent from the Star Wars universe. Well, it turns out Weird Al Yankovic actually had a golden opportunity to be official part of the Star Wars lexicon. Star Wars Detours, an animated series developed by Robot Chicken creators Seth Green and Matthew Seinrich, featured an episode that included music composed by Weird Al himself. Sadly, the series was shelved and never saw the light of day, so we all missed out on more of his creative genius.
So was there really going to be a Star Wars the Musical? Yankovic had actually confirmed on an appearance on the George Lucas talk show. He said, "We were working on a Star Wars musical. That was a 3rd season show. We were writing songs, and all of a sudden, it was just like, this is not going to happen." Yankovic was tight-lipped about details of the music, but did confirm there are at least a half a dozen or more songs that would have been part of the episode along with various characters. He noted that they actually recorded the characters singing their songs about a week before they found out that the project had been canceled. Weird Al, trying to recall details of the project, did indicate the songs were all original and not parodies of existing contemporary material.
Detours was developed under the original owner of Lucasfilm prior to the company's sale, George Lucas. It was a comedic series that was over 40 episodes, which had been created for it. Debuting with a sizzle reel back at Star Wars Celebration 2012, it showed great promise. Both Green and Seinreich worked closely with George Lucas to develop the series, which Seth Green later wound up kind of attributing to the best experience of his career, in an interview.
I'm sure,
time he got to spend with Lucas. When Disney took over the company months later, they shelved a number of new projects in the works, Detours being one of those casualties. Apparently, Disney was concerned that newcomers' first experience to the series not be a satirical one.
So he's more than just a music guy. Weird Al also voiced the character of 4LOM on the series, a robotic bounty hunter who made its debut in The Empire Strikes Back. Yankovic wasn't able to recall the complete roster of singers, though he said it really was a long while ago. I'm not sure that I was actually even in that particular episode, so probably not, he said regarding whether he sang for the episode. I think probably most of the principal actors in the series were involved. Lucasfilms, under Disney, has given no hints about a possible revival of the comedic series, but fans continue to hope that they one day will see the finished project.
Now, it's funny because there was a whole bunch of projects that Disney had canceled when they took over, this being one of them. But this was 90% of the way there.
Right, they had
to
40
release.
episodes already done.
They had over 3 seasons ready to go with this.
Yeah, how do you not... Yeah, and especially now that you have Disney Plus, you have an opportunity to put it out there.
And the funny thing is, this was a satirical animated version of Star Wars. Well, Star Trek came out with their own version of that, their Lower Deck series, and that's been received extremely well. So there's a lot of speculation that, given how successful that's been for the Star Trek franchise, it might be worthwhile to go back and revisit these and make them, non-canon still.
Right.
But you've got this entire work of media.
Right.
And they've been pulling all kinds of crazy stuff back onto Disney Plus because they have it.
And the other thing, too, is not only, because at first when Disney Plus started, it was family friendly. There was nothing that was... PG, you had a couple of things, but nothing more than that.
Robot Chicken wouldn't have flown.
Robot Chicken, totally. But now they've added a lot of the more adult things.
Right, along with the parental control.
Right, so now you have the parental control. So if you put that on, they have everything tagged. So if your kid is logging on, as long as they don't know your passcode, they can't get to it. So you could totally bring... this stuff if there was anything that was questionable that you don't want
He's
kids.
Such a huge Star Wars fan.
Oh,
too.
my God.
It's almost a shame. It's certainly a shame to the fans to not get his creative mind into the franchise.
Right.
But I feel probably worse for him for not getting that opportunity to actually be involved in that and be a part of that.
Yeah.
The one concert that we went to and when he goes into the Star Wars segment, he's got his full costume on. Who's his musical director? I forget his name. Who plays the piano for him?
I can't think of his name.
But he's got his Sith Lord.
Right. Yeah, everybody gets.
It's great. The stage show that he does is great.
Right.
But he did a fantastic job with what he has done. It would be nice to see him become officially part of the Star Wars lore.
Right. And he's such a part of Disney already.
Right.
He's voiced a bunch of different Disney characters, for different animated things. So, he's already part of that, so you need to just kind of let them cross over, a little bit.
And given all the stuff that Disney's been reviving from the Lucas era and trying to put their own spin on, some of it kind of works, some of it's
right,
questionable. If this is a moneymaker for them like it was for Paramount,
yeah,
I could totally see them, bringing it out. And they're done.
Right, exactly.
I mean, they brought back Clone Wars. They did a whole nother season of Clone Wars to finish the story off.
Right.
So you're sitting on a potential gold mine here with like zero investment to put it out there. So there's no reason not to do it.
Right.
And I think the fans will get a kick out of it. When we saw that sizzle reel there, it was very much... It was a toned-down version of the Robot Chicken Star Wars. It wasn't quite as adult humorous. So I think it would pass muster, But the article that I had read cited that Disney didn't want people's first experience to be satirical. Why not?
Right.
You want their first experience to be that mess of a trilogy you put out? Really?
I was going to say, if you haven't seen Star Wars already, it's been 40-something years.
Right.
Granted, if you're a little kid, you have to start them off with,
This series, because it had Lucas's involvement, this series was a toned-down version of Robot Chicken, so the kids could enjoy it.
Right.
There were characters in here. It made it more kid-friendly.
Right.
I mean, you took some pretty dark characters and you put them in an animated form that the kids could enjoy.
Right.
So, I don't know. I think you may see it coming to Disney Plus.
I hope so.
If nothing else, this might serve to get a petition going to have
you go.
Have them bring it up for us.
Sure.
That was all we had for Star Wars news. We'll be right back with the big story of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So the Oscars, right? So to say that it was a night full of emotion would be an understatement. Putting aside the obvious big emotional outburst of the night, there was more to the 94th Academy Awards than just the slap heard round the world. Troy Koster's Best Supporting Actor win for his role in Coda tugged at the heartstrings for so many people in the audience who signaled their approval with waving hands, the ASL signal sign for applause. The trend of inclusivity continued with the Best Supporting Actress award going to Ariana DeBose for her role as Anita in West Side Story. She scored the win 60 years after Rita Moreno's claimed the award for the same role in the original 1962 film version of the Broadway musical. DeBose was also the first Afro-Latino and openly LGBTQ actor to win in the category. In her heartwarming speech, she touched on what it was like to have her dreams come true and spoke to anyone who had ever questioned their identity, assuring them that there was a place for all.
Thankfully, politics took the night off, mostly. After the past few years of showcasing a politically charged stage for activism, the politics were pretty low-key at this year's awards. There were a few references to the Don't Say Gay bill. Among them were co-host Wanda Sykes, who herself is openly gay. She says, and for you people in Florida, we're going to have a gay night. That was just a mild jab at the controversial legislation. Later that night, Best Actress winner Jessica Chastain fired a more obvious shot across the bow of Florida's Republican legislators and governors, saying, quote, "We're faced with discriminatory and bigoted legislation that is sweeping our country with the only goal of further dividing us."
So the big winners of the night, Dune took home 6 Oscars for Best Cinematography, Best Original Score, Best Film Editing, Best Production Design, Best Visual Effect, and Best Sound. Coda scored 3 Oscars for Best Picture, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Adapted Screenplay. And The Eyes of Tammy Faye earned 2 Oscars for Best Actress and Best Makeup and Hairstyling. So, who won? So, Best Picture went to Coda, Best Cinematography went to Dune, Best Director went to Jane Champion for Power of the Dog. Best Actress, as previously mentioned, went to Jessica Chastain for her role in The Eyes of Tammy Faye. Best Actor went to Will Smith in King Richard, and more on him in a bit. Best Supporting Actress, of course, went to Ariana DeBose in West Side Story. Best Supporting Actor, we already had mentioned, went to Troy Koster in Coda. Best Animated Feature Film went to Encanto. Best Documentary Feature, Summer of Soul. Best Original Song was No Time to Die by Billie Eilish and Phineas O'Connell. And that rounds up the top categories, so you can check out links in our show notes for a complete list of all of the winners.
So, what happened with the slap? I didn't want to put this in the show because so much press had been about it, but it was, sadly, it overshadowed the entire show, so we can't help but talk about it. So Chris Rock best summed it up with his quick and concise assessment that, quote, "Will Smith just slapped the shit out of me." And that's exactly what happened, for sure. And it happened in front of the entire audience on stage with the sound quickly cut out, for the American audience at least. Thanks to an Australian broadcaster, we were able to get the entire thing. What led up to this was what can be best described as a tasteless and insensitive joke directed at Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. Chris Rock, on stage to present the Best Documentary Award to Questlove, had made a joke comparing Smith's wife to Demi Moore's character in G.I. Jane, a reference to her shaved head. Jada Pinkett Smith is very open about her suffering from the autoimmune disease alopecia, which results in hair loss. This resulted in Will Smith climbing up on stage, walking up to Chris Rock, and laying one of the most epic slaps to the face on him in the history of face slaps. Rock, to his credit, took it in stride, trying to play off the assault jokingly, only to have Smith, who by now had returned to his seat, berate him in a vulgar tirade about keeping his wife's name out of his mouth.
So Entertainment Weekly has since reported that an unnamed source affiliated with the show confirmed that the joke that set off the moment was not in the script. The New Yorker seemed to further confirm this by a source identified only as a man who worked a tech job at the ceremony, who was overheard by attendees saying, "Everything I know from backstage was that was totally real." He further clarified, "It was certainly not in our script." Will Smith, who would go on to win the Best Actor award later in the evening, apologized to the Academy and other winners during his acceptance speech. Smith has since issued a public apology on Instagram for his actions, saying, "Violence in all of its forms is poisonous and destructive. My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are part of the job, but jokes about Jada's medical condition was too much for me to bear, and I reacted emotionally. I would like to publicly apologize to you, Chris. I was out of line and I was wrong. I am embarrassed, and my actions were not indicative of the man I want to be. There is no place for violence in a world of love and kindness."
The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences did issue a statement condemning Will Smith's actions and announcing they were beginning a formal review and will be exploring further action and consequences in accordance with their bylaws and standards and conduct and California law. On Wednesday, they issued an update on their formal review, saying they had already begun the disciplinary proceedings against Smith. They cited, quote, inappropriate physical contact, abusive and threatening behavior, and compromising the academy as violations by Smith. According to the bylaws, Smith will receive 15 days' notice of the academy's vote and have an opportunity to be heard via written response. Smith could face suspension, expulsion, or other sanctions. CNN also reported that the statement acknowledged that Smith was requested to leave the ceremony after the altercation and refused to do so. To this, the academy also recognizes, quote, we could have handled the situation differently.
Chris Rock was back on his Ego Death Tour on Wednesday. After receiving back-to-back standing ovations at his show in Boston, Rock made his first public comments on the incident since Sunday. I'm still kind of processing what happened, so at some point I'll talk about it. It'll be serious and it'll be funny, but right now I'm going to tell some jokes. Rock also put to bed that he had been in contact with Smith, saying, I haven't talked to anyone despite what you've heard. In the latest development in this ongoing saga, Will Smith has now officially resigned from the Academy. Variety reports that Academy President David Rubin issued a statement saying, we have received and accepted Mr. Will Smith's immediate resignation from the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts, and Sciences. We will continue to move forward with our disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Smith for violations of the Academy's standards of conduct in advance of our next scheduled board meeting on April 18th.
So I'm not sure what powers they have now, short of stripping his Oscar from him. Clearly they can't suspend him or expel him.
Right, because he already said, all right, that's fine, I'm out.
Right. Nor do I know, they don't really have any enforcement rights on his working in the industry, because that's going to be a union-based thing.
Right.
So what's going to come out of this? You might see him get stripped from his Oscar there, and then I'm not sure how they handle that moving forward.
Right, because I don't, if you strip somebody, because I don't know if they've ever done that in the past. So is there
find any research on it?
Right. So is it something where like the runner up, whoever was the next to get votes, gets it, or do you just have a little asterisk, next to
no award this year,
formally given to whatever, former Academy Award winner? I don't know. It's such a weird thing, that happened, because it's never
as if the world wasn't screwed up enough already.
Right. And like, you've had some wacky people, win the award, or Marlon Brando famously sent up a replacement, and they were just kind of like, yeah, whatever, and you even had Sean Penn,
but they didn't strip either of them of the award. Right.
And you had Sean Penn, who was basically saying, well, I'm going to melt it down if you don't bring attention to the war that's going on, in the, so there's all this, again, wackiness that comes from the people that end up winning. But in so many cases, you have people that have won and then just kind of drifted off, and, you never hear from them again.
It's not unheard of that people use the award as a platform for an agenda that they have.
Right.
But they're never punished for it.
Right.
And I mean, not publicly or according to the bylaws.
Right.
Marlon Brando was largely blacklisted for a while after he did his. But
right.
Of course, no one's ever got up on stage and slapped somebody at the awards either.
Right.
So it's all kind of fresh territory.
And that's the thing is, like, why did they keep it going? Like, why didn't they just go to a commercial so that there wasn't...
Well, and it's funny because they discussed this this week on The View.
Okay.
And someone had kind of made the same point on the show, and Whoopi Goldberg, who's an officer, I don't know what role she plays, but she's on the board of the Academy.
Okay.
And she made the point of, well, it's a live show, so the last thing you want to do is have an army of security guards come out and forcibly remove somebody on live TV. And to that, my point is, cut the commercial.
Right.
I mean, you have stuff like this happen on live TV all the time. So that's really a poor excuse. And she was really defensive about the fact that the co-host on the show at the time was labeling Hollywood elite as one big group. And she made the statement of, well, that's like saying black people like chicken. And it's like, well, no, it's not. I mean, it's a generalization. But the man got up on stage and slapped another person at an award show. And nobody said anything.
Right.
Everyone stayed in their seats, and they then applauded him. They gave him a standing ovation when he got up on stage for his award.
Right.
How is that acceptable?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, he should have immediately been removed. They should have had someone there to accept the award for him and then been done with. That would have been the right thing to do.
Right. Right. And that's the thing is, because they have the dump button. Now, granted, they haven't really had to use it in many years. Not so much for the Academy Awards, more so when you have like the Grammys or something, something else where, they have that delay button that they can,
they
hit.
used it. They cut the sound out in the United States.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is, if you can do that, then just go to commercial.
That's the thing.
As soon as you see him,
as soon as he gets up there and hits him, you should have cut the commercial.
Right. You should have been like, cut.
That's the producer's fault there for keeping that up there.
So that's the whole thing is, if you would have done that, then you wouldn't have had all these clips and, videos floating around. I'm sure somebody would have had something.
So,
but then
a couple other things to throw out there that I didn't include in our script, but were in articles. The joke that Chris Rock made was confirmed to have not been in the script.
Right.
So that was, him trying to
just off the cuff.
And Howard Stern was quoted as saying he was basically trying to make a joke to make a terrible show funnier and more enjoyable, and he's a comedian. That's what he does. So I can understand that to a certain extent. And then Chris Rock also came out and claimed he knew nothing about Jada Pinkett Smith's medical condition. And he wound up apologizing for making the joke after finding out about it. How truthful that is, I don't know. I didn't see what the sources were for it. I don't know. Because he's, the two of them are associated with each other. He was on, Smith's show ages ago, and they've had friendships in the past. And
right, but they've also been kind of at each other, too. They kind of have a back and forth thing that's also been going on.
Which is why I question his sincerity of whether he knew about.
Well, and that's the other thing too is, and here's where, I kind of, whatever. So yes, the Academy Awards, the Golden Globes, all of these things, depending on who the host is, somebody's going to get roasted.
Right.
That and where, Will Smith even said, I know jokes are coming at me. And that's the thing is, he was the one that was nominated, so you make the joke at him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Nobody else, basically anybody else that's there should be left alone. And why do we need to make fun of people anyway? If you have that type of humor where you have to make fun of other people, then you're not funny, in my opinion. Now, granted, there are people that think Chris Rock is hysterical, and honestly, I'm not a fan of Chris Rock.
I've never been a fan of Chris Rock.
I have friends, women of color, who were like, he was totally out of line. And you know what? There's stuff that he said in the past that's even worse than this. Like, this was tame in comparison, and that he really needs to be done with. Like, yes, he shouldn't have gotten slapped. That shouldn't have happened. But why do you keep bringing somebody who's been so offensive to so many people back and back and back too? There's no point for that. So, again, a lot of back and forth with, was it right? Was it, and the other thing too is he wasn't there to host. He didn't need to sit up there and do a spiel. He didn't need to
He was
do
there to
a
read
set.
a script,
He was
present your
there.
award, and be
Here's
done.
the award. Da 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 da. Gone. And granted, yes, they always have little skits and things
Banter,
back
banter,
and
banter.
bantha, back and forth. But there was no need for him. So if he had just gone up there, stayed to his script, we wouldn't be talking about it. We'd be able to say, hey, look at all these
there's
great things that happened at the Academy Awards.
And that's the worst part of this whole thing,
Right.
is that this entire thing is overshadowing the accomplishments of the other people who won awards here.
Right.
And even the nominees.
Right,
Now, no one's going to talk about anything else other than the slap,
right.
which is really the tragic thing, which is, when in Will Smith, and I didn't include his resignation speech here, but in his resignation speech, he mentions, he apologizes for overshadowing everything else. I mean, there's plenty of blame to go around.
Oh,
here.
absolutely.
Chris Rock was not innocent in this entire thing. He didn't deserve what he got.
Right.
But, the joke that he made was highly inappropriate and should not have been made, period. So, if anything, that should have been done backstage. There should have been a discussion. There should have been an apology that was issued afterwards. And that's how it should have been handled, not by getting up on stage and slapping him. That's never the way to do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, hopefully this drama is over and we can put it behind us now and move on.
We shall see.
I will officially stop caring about this after this podcast is done recording.
I'm so glad to hear that.
That's just my position. I wanted to put it out there.
Okay.
So that was all we had. Believe it or not, that was all we had for entertainment news
Really?
today.
That was it? We didn't have anything else?
We'll be right back with me trying to find my mouse cursor somewhere. There it is. We'll be right back with some upcoming convention news. And I don't have it queued up, but we'll talk about what we're doing tomorrow too, just for last minute stuff.
Sure.
So what's our convention news?
So the big one is obviously next weekend, and it is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and it is Fan Expo, formerly Wizard World. It's going to be at the Philadelphia Convention Center. It is the 8th, 9th, and 10th, so join tens of thousands of fans who are just like you and experience the ultimate playground for comics, sci-fi, horror, anime, and gaming. 3 days of citywide events, family-friendly attractions, and world-renowned celebrities await. The show times are Friday, 4 to 9, Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sunday, 10 to 5. Pre-sale tickets, or at least the reduced rate of pre-sale tickets has already ended, so you can probably still buy tickets online, and I'm sure they are going to be doing tickets at the door as well.
Okay, and what are we doing tomorrow?
So tomorrow we have the April Fool's toy show, and that is
Pity the Fool.
right, and that's one of our smaller little toy shows, kind of, well, not really local because it's in Delaware.
Tens of fans.
Tens of fans, couple hundred fans. It's a nice little local area. It's about a half hour for us in Delaware, right over the bridge. It's at the Nur Shrine Center. They do Saturday. Today is actually the train show that I think goes until like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And then tomorrow is the toy show part of it. They have a couple of different rooms, usually some classic toys. Some vendors even have new stuff. It's definitely a place to find the unique, one-of-a-kind type things too, as well. So
yeah, the one thing that I like about this is it's a lot of older toys.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that I look for when I go shopping at these, they're not conventions, they're toy
it's
shows.
just a toy show.
I look for vintage Star Wars toys, and this is a great place to find it. So I found my carded Vader here.
Yep.
I wound up pulling a land speeder that was in really good shape. My Millennium Falcon I pulled from here. So this is a great place to pull stuff from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's kind of set up, it's all inside, but it's kind of set up like a flea market, I guess, with lots of different rows of tables. And, it's funny because there's always the guys that are selling like really old stuff. And it's like nobody ever buys anything. Like you never see anybody buying it. So it's almost like here's an opportunity just to display where other people, are there obviously looking to make money. They usually have a guy selling video games. There's usually somebody selling, like one or two video game people, one or two, DVD movie guy is usually there.
The 3D printed guy usually isn't there though.
No, he's not at this one. He's usually at the bigger one. So
anyway, we'll be there tomorrow, and we'll let you know how we make out. Yeah, we might have a few finds that we come back with.
Absolutely.
So that was all we had today. But before we go, I do want to once again implore you, because I'm not paying anyone to come to our site. I would implore you, or at least invite you, to visit and subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. Anywhere you can get a podcast these days. Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, etc., etc. We also invite you to contact us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook under Insights into Things Podcast.
We're also on YouTube with high-res videos at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram under Insights into Things.
Or you can get links to all that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, Microsoft's gaming monopoly. I'm your host today, Sam Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen. How you doing today?
Doing good, Sam. How you doing today?
Fantastic. We've taken a long hiatus from the show. The holiday break became the almost Q1 of 2022 breaks. But we're back. We're back, and we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. We're going to break it all down for you on today's episode. But really quick, just a quick summary at the top of the show. So on January the 18th, we're a little bit late on this, but yesterday's news are tomorrow's insights. January the 18th, 2022, Microsoft, you guys may know them from Xbox and from computers, announced that they were acquiring Activision Blizzard in an all-cash transaction valued at $68.7 billion, or $95 per share. Now, this is arguably the biggest piece of news in the history of the games industry, and on today's show, we're going to take a look at what this means, why the acquisition is so important, and honestly, why you should care, because you might, look at this news and say, well, how does this affect me? It might not, but we'll get into it regardless. In addition, we'll hit some key elements, some key elements that should be remembered in this conversation going forward. But before we get into all that, I want to remind you some show plugs. You can subscribe to this podcast and all the podcasts offered from Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. I know Spotify just introduced a 5-star rating system. So if you can go in there and rate the podcast, it does help our numbers quite a bit. In terms of contact information, we can be emailed at comments at insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, you can just search Insights Into Things Podcast. Instagram, at Insights Into Things. And finally, all these links, as well as more information, are on our website, www.insightsintothings.com. But that's all the housekeeping for today. Let's get right into the program. All right, so starting off with what exactly happened here. Now we have the press release from Microsoft that I've pulled a couple excerpts from just because nobody wants to hear boring corporate speak. But I've kind of boiled it down here. So, quote, Microsoft will acquire Activision Blizzard for $95 per share, which we hit at the top of the show, a $68.7 billion purchase, inclusive of Activision's Blizzard's net cash. Now, when this transaction closes, Microsoft will become the world's third largest gaming company by revenue, and they are behind Tencent at number one. Tencent, if you don't know, is a mobile game company. They're out of China. They make a ton of money through mobile games. And, of course, Sony at number two, Sony being the main competitor of Microsoft. Now, the planned acquisition includes iconic franchises from the Activision, Blizzard, and King studios, King being the makers of Candy Crush, but games like Warcraft, whether that be World of Warcraft or... Is there another Warcraft game?
Yeah, there's a whole series of different Warcraft games that are out.
Yeah. Diablo, Overwatch, Call of Duty, which Call of Duty is a big one that we'll come back to, and like I said, Candy Crush. In addition to the global esports activities through MLG, or Major League Gaming, which is one of the biggest esports, I don't know, what would you call them, producers?
The organizers,
Yeah. The company has studios around the world with nearly 10,000 employees. Now, if we can see, there's a graphic you can look up. We have it on this back monitor here. But some other studios included are Treyarch, Raven, High Moon, Beanox, Infinity Ward, Toys for Bob, which makes remakes mostly. But it's more than just, these big games here. These are your big things, your Overwatches, your Call of Duties, which we'll hit on more later on in the show. But it's important to remember just how many studios are being acquired now under the Microsoft banner that you may not even think of. But some important points, actually, before we get into that, Joe, what do you think about this acquisition when you see these big studios? Do any of these games jump out to you?
Well, obviously some of them do. I mean, we've got Call of Duty, we've got Diablo, we've got World of Warcraft. That's a little long in the tooth right now, but it's a huge franchise. One thing is important to emphasize is this, the deal is still pending regulator approval.
Yep.
So it isn't a done deal just yet. So I think it's important to point that out. I think it's definitely a huge deal as far as dollar value and the impact of the industry. I don't think it's game breaking just yet. I think we kind of have, assuming it goes through, you've got probably about 3 years or more before it starts having a huge impact because of existing contracts and rights management that's going on. Yeah,
definitely. And I think there's a special task force. Not task force is a bit dramatic, but there's a FTC group being assembled specifically to look into this to make sure that it's all, it's all square before this acquisition goes through. So it is still pending, but it's most likely going to happen. So we thought we'd cover it today. But some more important points for you. Like I said, Microsoft now becomes, or will become, if this goes through, will become the third largest gaming company by revenue. Just to put that into perspective, I was wrong. Sony's number one. With gaming revenue at $25 billion, Tencent coming in at number 2 with $13.9 billion. Nintendo was number 3 with $12.1 billion, but Microsoft has knocked them out with $11.6 billion, which, those numbers don't make sense, none of them looking at them. But Microsoft will be taking that third spot for revenue. I imagine those numbers will probably go up for them now that they have acquired all these big franchises. Speaking of those franchises, especially Call of Duty. Call of Duty is one of the biggest things they're getting out of this. Activision isn't publishing a whole lot now, but it's primarily a Call of Duty machine. But we'll get back to Call of Duty. No, I'm sure that wasn't important, whatever that was.
Oh, not at all.
We'll get back to Call of Duty later on because it is something that I think deserves its own segment just because of how much money they're going to be making off it. But another important note is that King, the development studio, the Candy Crush people, gives Microsoft a big foot in the mobile gaming market, which they didn't really have before. They have their xCloud, which they're allowing you to play Xbox games on your phones, but in terms of games specifically developed for mobile, Microsoft didn't really have something like that, except for, there was Spartan Assault, there was a couple Halo games that were...
They're not even worth mentioning.
Yeah. Yeah, which you can also play on console now anyway. But it's where Tencent dominates, so we're going to see if, Microsoft acquiring this, are they going to try to go after Tencent in that mobile gaming market? But yeah, this is the broad umbrella look at it. This is the kind of the big overview. We'll get into some of the details in just a bit. But were there any thoughts you wanted to add, just big picture about this acquisition?
Yeah, I mean, consolidation in the game industry really isn't new, and that's what a lot of people are concerned about with this. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen gaming studios gobble each other up, left and right. Epic acquired Tonic in 2021. EA went on its own buying spree, picking up BioWare and all the other known studios in the last, 5 to 6 years. What's significant with Microsoft is that they're not just a game studio.
Mm-hmm.
They're a platform and a hardware manufacturer. So that's what's got a lot of people concerned, is that they can lock up a lot of exclusives with this.
Yeah, exactly.
But even the exclusives aren't that concerning because Sony's had exclusives, for decades now, their entire intellectual property. When Sega liquidated their Dreamcast and their gaming systems, they basically sold off their intellectual property to Microsoft. They divided it between Microsoft and Sony, and each got a couple of pieces of that property. But like I said before, the deal's full impact won't be felt for a few years because of a number of existing licensing agreements. And, a lot can change in 3 or 4 years in the gaming industry.
That's true. Yeah, you're going to see these studios shift. A lot of these studios have big games waiting to come out. We have Overwatch 2. Overwatch 1 coming out in 2016, we've seen a ton of gameplay of Overwatch 2, but it's kind of one of those ones that Blizzard has in their back pocket that they're kind of just waiting to drop. Probably a guaranteed hit because, the Overwatch, I'm part of the Overwatch fan base. It's a big fan base, but we're hoping to see that soon with this acquisition as well. But let's we'll take a short break. We'll come back and get into the nitty gritty details.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, where today we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. So getting into the details here, Activision Blizzard has been making some questionable management decisions in the last few years, and this is something I wanted to put right at the top, just so we can kind of get it out of the way, because there is some controversy there that I think is worth talking about. Mainly from Bobby Kotick, the Activision Blizzard Incorporated Chief Executive Officer, or CEO. This is from Bloomberg, from Devon Pendleton and Scott Carpenter. Activision CEO is looking at a $375 million payout in the Microsoft sale. So Bobby Kotick will be getting his payout from this, and we'll get into sort of his behavior and why that is controversial, I think. Last year, Activision Blizzard Inc. Chief Executive Kotick, he received a 50% pay cut. This year, he's up for a $375.3 million windfall before taxes. Now, Kotick's time as CEO has been marked by a leader whose recent tenure has been I just repeated myself in the notes here, but his tenure has been marked by employee complaints over sexism, a hostile work culture, and mismanagement of assault claims. That's kind of the big thing here, why he's kind of had a negative light on him pretty much his entire time at Activision as CEO. As recently as November, he was the target of employee walkouts and petitions demanding his removal over reports he failed to make the company's board aware of allegations of rape and other serious misconduct. Now, since being CEO in 2017, Kotick owns almost 4 million shares of Activision. This is the most of any officer or director, according to their filings. The second largest holder is board chairman Brian Kelly, who owns 1.4 million through trusts and foundations, which his stake is at a value of 137 million based on this deal. So that's where a lot of this money is coming from. Now, were you aware of Bobby Kotick at all, just from any kind of press you might have heard about him?
I don't know how you could not have been with all the negative press that he had.
Yeah.
When the deal itself cut, it was interesting. The companies have been kind of playing the fate of Kotick a little loose, a little close to the vest. They only said that he's going to remain CEO through the 2023 fiscal year for Microsoft, which ends June 30th, 2023. What is interesting, he's quoted himself saying, is he'll be available if needed.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to get too many callbacks.
No.
But even if he doesn't, in addition to the stock buyout that he gets, he has an employment contract that entitles him to a severance package worth $293 million should he lose his job as a result of a corporate takeover. So this guy's walking away with well over $500 million as a result of this.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you kind of hate to see come out of this, right? When we get into that discussion of corporate consolidation, is that, the bad guys that float to the top often get away, arguably better off than they were before.
Yeah.
If they're going at all, even. Microsoft, like you had said, were very wishy-washy about it, because that was one of the things, you think, oh, great acquisition. Okay, what happens with Bobby Kotick? Are we getting this guy out of here?
Right.
Because it's something that's pretty much universally agreed upon, is that he is not a great manager, and, these sexual assault allegations and employee walkouts, the hits just kept coming. And it was, it's an interesting decision for Microsoft to say, okay, we're going to keep the guy around, but is that because we don't want to have to pay out $250 million?
Right, exactly.
But Kotick's compensation was controversial even before California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing sued the video game publisher in July, detailing a retaliatory, quote, frat boy culture. Earlier, the company announced it was slashing Kotick's 2021 salary and bonus in half in response to criticism. His pay package was excessively lavish compared with his peers. Kotick was also found in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, in which he used his company email address, and that's not a great look.
That doesn't help you or the company at that point.
No, I mean it's because I don't know why you would use your company email address. The hubris.
I don't know why you'd be involved with him in the first place.
True, yeah. But that's just one of the issues with Activision Blizzard. There are other problems as well in terms of union busting. This comes from Ethan Gack. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Ethan, from Kotaku. Call of Duty maker reveals plan to squash union effort. Activision Blizzard calls for studio-wide vote after refusing to voluntarily recognize Raven QA union. Raven is one of the studios under Activision Blizzard acquired in this acquisition. But this comes from the Kotaku article, quote, 34 staff from Raven's QA department revealed recently that they were organizing with the Communications Workers of America to unionize, which would have been an unprecedented step for developers at a major gaming company. They called on Activision Blizzard to voluntarily recognize the union, which had supermajority support within the QA department. Now, this is where we get into company policy from Blizzard. Their policy essentially boils down to when a company refuses to voluntarily recognize the union, the organizers behind it must win a majority in an election ratified by the National Labor Review Board. Now, this would be a huge hurdle for the folks over at Raven. A hurdle that would have been easy for Game Workers Alliance to overcome within just the QA department, because you have a very small section of employees, would have been very easy to get a majority. By requiring all employees at Raven to have a say, Activision Blizzard is effectively arguing that either the entire studio, not just the QA department, but the whole studio of Raven, unionize or no one does. And that's kind of where you get into these wordsmith sort of, how we're going to use technicalities to kind of break up these unions. How do you feel about them?
Well, I think that's one of those things where, one, you're not gonna win against the union at this point in time. All these, if Amazon itself is fighting against the unionization of their facilities and losing, Blizzard's not going to win. And second, if you're trying to force the entire company to unionize rather than just a department, you're shooting yourself in the foot right there. Because all you're going to do is piss off all your employees. Yeah. Then they're all going to unionize, and then you're really screwed in the end.
Yeah, but Blizzard had another response to this. This comes from Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon. The situation developed even more back in November. Quote, this is from a company statement. In November, we began the process to convert our temporary employees to full-time employment status. This comes from Raven Software Studio head Brian Raffel in an email to staff. He goes on to say, now I'm excited to share that our QA colleagues will embed directly within various teams across the studio, including animation, art, design, audio, production, and engineering. In the email, Raffel said, the move to our QA team has been in the works for several months. Now, this splitting up of the QA team that was trying to unionize comes just 6 weeks after they were coming off a 6-week work strike. This makes unionization even more difficult. So these folks go on strike for the union, they come back, the QA department is split up among all different parts of Raven, making it even more difficult to effectively unionize. Do you think, according to Raffle here from Raven, they say this was in the works for several months. Do you buy that, or is it just a little too much of a coincidence for you?
There's probably a grain of truth in there, because these guys, as monumental as some of the mistakes are that they're making, they're not stupid.
Right.
And when they started getting whispers that the QA department was going to unionize, the first way to do that is to liquidate your QA department and dissolve it into everyone else who's not going to unionize. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure there was probably plans for it. I think the strike forced their hand and required them to basically pull the trigger on that decision.
Yeah.
I don't think they had much of a choice there.
Yeah, and this, as we're kind of alluding to here, the timing of these events is certainly interesting. The speculation is that is this acquisition of Microsoft purchasing Blizzard, with the GIP hype moments of having all these franchises come to Microsoft, is that meant to overshadow the bad PR that Activision Blizzard has been getting for like 5 years now? Pretty much everything. There was even the thing with Blizzard, I don't know if I have it in the notes here, but where the controversy with China, where they were censoring the Hearthstone player when he was protesting China. And that was like huge news for like weeks. And it was all negative PR for Blizzard. And, it's kind of interesting. Sometimes you have to wonder, the CEO or the higher ups over at Microsoft, was there a thought of, is this too many bad apples? Is this too much of a bad PR move?
And I think there's little doubt that Microsoft is buying damaged goods.
Yeah.
As far as the reputation of the company goes. The products they put out are solid. Microsoft's already looking to do damage control on the bad image. I had found a Wall Street Journal article where Sabina Menschel, who's the president of global investigative firm Nardello and Company, says there's definitely more diligence being done, particularly diligence being done around bad behavior on the part of Microsoft doing their due diligence. She said not only sexual harassment or misconduct, but bullying and other types of behavior, companies are a lot less tolerant. Microsoft being that. Microsoft knows that they're going to get a lot of press and attention, and they realize that their own reputation is on the line here. So the last thing a company like Microsoft wants is to inject itself with a cancerously bad culture that'll eat away at the rest of the company. Or, certainly more company profits than anything else. So Microsoft's not stupid in this acquisition. They kind of knew what they were getting, which is why I'm pretty sure they're so aloof when it comes to what the management of Blizzard's going to wind up looking like after all this.
Yeah, you want to be optimistic, right? You want to say they're being acquired. Maybe we'll get some management shakeups. We'll improve the culture. But especially when it comes to the gaming industry, the culture of crunch, when you have to get a game out and you're working, double to triple the hours that are healthy, and you're getting harassed at work. It's something that is all too common, especially in the gaming industry. So you want to hope that things will get better, but only time will tell. Especially with something as big as this, it's going to take years to see if there are any changes, what they might be.
Well, and honestly, historically, Microsoft doesn't have the best reputation with its game developers. It had a really rocky relationship with Bungie back when Bungie was developing Halo for them.
Yep.
So that was kind of a caustic environment there. Not nearly as bad as what Activision and Blizzard had, but it is. It's a high stress environment. I've worked in development environments doing application development. Game development is on a whole different level. You've got deadlines that are right off the bat, unrealistic deadlines that are being set by salespeople, not set by engineers, and you're driven to the point of collapse by the time the end of the project rolls around.
Yeah, we're still seeing the effects of COVID with all this as well. A lot of these studios had to completely shut down and send everybody home with all their equipment, which, we're seeing that with games. I mean, probably the biggest one is Halo Infinite, Microsoft's arguably biggest title in years, got delayed a whole year, to make the game ready and to
probably needed to be delayed another couple of months too before launch. But
well, yeah, they're still staggering that content.
They delayed it for a year and then released 70% of the game.
Yeah,
and 30% of it was bugged.
Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to things like that, it's as a bit of an aside. I would rather just take longer, just so you don't.
Absolutely,
have to,
I'm the same way. I play in a game that's owned by EA now, Star Wars: The Old Republic. They had a major content drop that was supposed to happen right after the first of the year, and they had to push it out another month. And it's like, it's okay. I'm all right waiting for that because I've lived through content drops that weren't ready, and it made the game just completely unplayable for a month or two while they went back to the drawing board and fixed it.
Yeah.
I'd rather stay with the old content and live with it, but still be able to play the game until it's ready to go.
And that's not even, the quality of the game and what you're dropping, the kind of content you're dropping is important. But giving it more time also allows the people making this content to not necessarily have to crunch and to have more time to work on it at a healthy pace. And I think that's a lot of the reason we're seeing the delays as well. So hopefully we'll see some more positive management decisions, but unfortunately only time will tell on that. But another big aspect of this is Games Pass. Now, for those of you that might not know, Xbox Games Pass is basically the Netflix of gaming. It's the thing that everybody calls it. And I'm sure they might already have that as like their official slogan, but if they don't, they should. But basically you pay a set fee every month. I think if you get the Games Pass Ultimate, which includes your Xbox Live Gold, which allows you to play online, what's it, $15 a month, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But around that price, and you can basically download the library of games, which is like 100-some games, available to play. Now, you also get first-party Xbox Studio games, day and date, Xbox games with gold, EA Play as well, getting a lot of EA titles in there. And there's also Games Pass for PC, so you don't even have to have an Xbox to access a lot of these things because you can get it all through Games Pass with PC, which is a recent addition, but definitely a huge get, which also ties into this acquisition because a lot of these games from Blizzard are primarily on PC.
Yeah.
But some numbers for you about Microsoft Games Pass. This comes from Tom Warren over at The Verge. Quote, Microsoft Game Pass service now has 25 million subscribers, which is up from 18 million Microsoft reported in January of last year. So in just a year, you're adding 7 million more subscribers. And that's in a year where you acquire Bethesda, you get the EA deal through, so you can get EA Play, you get Games Pass on PC. That's all in a year, and it makes sense why they got 7 million more people on board.
Sure.
And that's not even accounting the Xbox first-party studios, those games that came out, like Halo, and I'm trying to think of some other ones. There was Rainbow Six, but I don't think that's another big game on Games Pass. It's not an Xbox exclusive, but
right.
So you had a couple games drops as well to kind of justify those higher numbers. Xbox Games Pass is shifting how gaming companies look at revenue models. It's kind of changing the whole industry. It's changing it from being you pay $60 to $70 for a game the day it comes out. You have a physical disc, you play it, and that's it. Now we're kind of shifting to a more ever-changing thing where you have a library of digital games that you can then download, which some people aren't for because they'd rather have that physical media. Personally, I don't mind, except for when it comes to storage, because I know there's two different models of the newest Xbox out now.
Right.
There's one that has a disk drive and one that doesn't. You have the non-disk drive one. Do you ever run into storage issues with, having to download everything like that?
I don't. And I have the internal storage. I have the external NVMe card storage. Plus, I offload a good chunk of the games to the slower USB drive on there. So I've got plenty of storage. Is only the newest, latest, greatest games need to be played on the fastest storage. So they've provided enough options that it's manageable, and I'm not too worried about that. And I download all the games anyway. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I went to a GameStop or someplace else to buy a physical piece of media for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same way. I have because I download everything. The second it comes to Game Pass, I'm downloading it to play just because I love video games. And, I think this is a great, this isn't an ad for Games Pass, but I think it's the best value in gaming because if you're someone that doesn't necessarily want to commit to that $60 purchase, you can get Games Pass and have over 100 games available to play like that.
Yeah.
And, you run into issues.
Not like that. You do have to download.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, there is the issue, if you don't have the best internet connection or if you don't have the money to shell out for an external hard drive or things like that, there are some barriers to entry there. But you can still only download one game at a time. And, the Xbox can handle that if you're able to download it eventually. But like I was saying, this Games Pass is shifting how game companies are looking at the revenue models going forward. Sony is looking to compete with its PS Now service. It is similar to Games Pass, but not nearly as effective in the marketplace. And a big reason for that is because with PS Now, I don't think you can download the games. I think you have to stream them.
You're streaming them, live.
Which, even with a good internet connection, you can tell.
Yeah. Well, the latency, there's no way you can get around with the technology we have today. You can't get around latency. Yep. And latency, especially if you're playing like a first-person shooter or something like that, latency is going to kill you every time. Mm-hmm. There's no way you can get around the physics of you're trying to send a bit of data from your network all the way across the internet to some server somewhere else and might not even be your region. You physically, even if you are using fiber optics all the way, you're limited by the speed of light. And there is, people don't realize it, but there's this limit to the speed of light when you're trying to go across the country or when you're trying to bounce a signal off a satellite.
Mm-hmm. And talking about those online only services, Xbox does have xCloud, which allows you to stream games from your console to either your phone or a tablet or something like that. And they have made significant improvements to that in terms of dealing with latency. But still, if you're playing, like you said, a first-person shooter or a fighting game or a racing game, something that is online multiplayer, you're going to notice it regardless.
Yeah, single-player games, you're usually pretty okay with it, but don't try to do anything competitive in player versus player.
Yeah. But Sony is looking to beef up their PSN Now service. This comes from Jonas Mackey over at Game Reactor. Quote, the creator of PlayStation 4 and 5, Mark Cerny, has filed a patent via USPTO for, quote, backward compatibility through use of spoof clock, I don't know what that is, and fine-grained frequency control. So basically, Sony's got some patents on the book for backwards compatibility. So it leads people to speculate that they are going to try to incorporate some more, PS3 games and PS4 games into PS Now to try to make it compete with Games Pass, while also maybe throwing in your PS Plus, which is the equivalent of Xbox games or Xbox Gold, basically the online component, kind of rolling it all into one package, just like you have here with Games Pass. Do you think that would be as effective as Microsoft's Game Pass?
It has the potential. I think the problem you run into is that game services is an area where PlayStation is playing catch up. Microsoft is leaps and bounds. They're 10 years ahead of PlayStation when it comes to this service and this ability. PlayStation really abandoned their backwards compatibility as a serious concern years ago. As they were moving past the PS2, PS3. They didn't really worry about supporting backwards compatibility. That was an area that Microsoft really cashed in on because they knew all these people out there had this huge library of games and they were going to be angry if they couldn't play them, moving forward. So Microsoft has been very good about that. And Microsoft, just to talk real quickly about the technology that they're talking about here, the spoof clock. So the problem with the newer game systems is they run fast, right? They're newer processors, they're faster clocks on the processors, and you need all that for the computation. The problem is when you try to run an older system on a clock that fast, it either doesn't work at all or it works at a rate that you can't play that game anymore. So what they do is they try to clock down the processor on there so you can play it at the same speed as the old consoles. Well, Microsoft got around that by using virtual machines, which Microsoft brought in from their corporate world. So when you fire up, an old Xbox 360 game, it fires up a virtual machine and it runs in that virtual machine completely self-contained in there and fully functional. So they're not doing these gimmicky type things like PlayStation's trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is kind of a thing, right? That Xbox, when they announced that they were going to have 360 games coming to Xbox One at the time, people lost their minds because, obviously for the reasons you're saying, people didn't want to lose all those games.
You can go back and play original Xbox games now. They're making them compatible.
Yeah, as a lifelong Xbox and PlayStation fan, it's really, really cool to have access to those old games. Although I think Xbox announced recently that the last batch of what's going to be backwards compatible has been announced. So we are seeing that halt, but it's still a ton of games.
Yeah.
And, even one game would have made it, over PlayStation in this instance. But let's get into another big aspect of this, which we kind of teased at the beginning of the show, Call of Duty.
Let's take a break before we get into that.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
And we're back with Insights into Tomorrow. Today we're talking about Microsoft's gaming monopoly. So like I said before, I'm a little rambunctious. I thought I'd just plow right through it. But, we got bills to pay, got to keep the lights on, so we had to run some ads. But we're back, and we're going to get into talking about Call of Duty. It's one of the biggest, worthy enough that they decided to put it as part of their banner here for the purchase. But it is Activision's probably their biggest game that they're currently publishing. Once again, Call of Duty Vanguard, which is the most recent addition in the franchise, was the best-selling game of 2021. This comes from the NPD, or the National Purchase Diary panel. That comes from its sales report for 2021, that Call of Duty Vanguard, #1 again. Which is interesting because it was critically panned and fan panned. I don't know what you would call that demographic, but nobody liked the game. But it was still the #1 best-selling game, and that kind of speaks to why Call of Duty is such a valuable asset for now Microsoft to have in their pocket. Because, and I could speak of this as a Call of Duty fan that kind of hopped off the bandwagon after Cold War, the last entry. Call of Duty fans are dedicated.
Yeah.
And
fanatical, I would say.
Yeah. And they're going to buy it regardless of what it is. People will pre-order the next Call of Duty before it's even announced what it is.
Yeah.
So when you acquire something like this, that's guaranteed money in your pocket. And in a second, we'll get into Microsoft now has a lot of these titles where the fan bases are extremely rabid. But this comes from Eddie Momakuch over at GameSpot.com. That's a shame.
Just work through the name.
Yeah, Eddie, if you're listening, I apologize. Change your name, though. Quote, Vanguard was December's best-selling game of December and the full year, and the series has now been the best-selling game franchise for dollar sales for 13 years in a row. How do you feel about that? Because I could not believe that statistic when I saw it.
Being a fan of Call of Duty for 13 years, I could totally understand it. That's the one game a year. I don't play games nearly as much as I used to, but the one game a year that I always look forward to is Call of Duty. And Call of Duty is not released by just one development group either. They come out each year. It's a different group that comes out with them. And it's it's funny looking at the dynamic and almost the personality that you get from game to game. But it totally makes sense to me that you're going to have a group of people that are that dedicated to it, because the big fan base for Call of Duty isn't let's just play through the scenario and be done with it, campaign and be done with it. It's that online cutthroat, super competitive, prestiging 20 times, getting all the bells and whistles and all the toys on my weapons and all the colors. That's what it is. And it's a reward-based system that they run on that keeps people addicted. It's almost like drug addiction, where there's always something for you when you keep playing. It's not like you run the content and the game's over. There's such replayability with it, with the online PvP play.
Yeah, and that's not even factoring in Call of Duty Warzone, right? Which dropped, 3-4 years ago, but, kind of became another battle royale in that battle royale wheelhouse that is just a cash cow for the folks over at Activision, because, it's difficult for any game, especially a battle royale, to break out and kind of make its name. But, you have the big three, I would say at this point. You have Fortnite, Apex Legends, which is also owned by EA, and now Warzone. So it's just interesting to think about how much money just Warzone alone is bringing in, which they've already said they're going to continue that, because of course they are. Why would they stop?
Why wouldn't you? It's a golden goose.
Yeah. But something else I wanted to mention about the Call of Duty thing is that now part of this acquisition, Microsoft now owns Major League Gaming, and I don't know for sure, but there's got to be a Call of Duty tournament with MLG, right?
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah.
So now Microsoft has all that stuff in house.
I'm not nearly that good enough to know where it is or how to play in it, but.
Yeah, so now Microsoft has all those. They almost have, it's like, the old Paramount decision with movies back in the 30s. They have the distribution, distribution, manufacturing, and what's the other one? Production, maybe. I don't know. There's three things that you need.
They produced them, they distributed them.
Yeah, they have all these. Oh, exhibition, that's what it is. For movies when you go see it in theater. But now they own, the Xbox, I guess, would be the movie theater at this point.
And that's really where that concern came from, was that you're not just looking at an EA buying up other development houses. You're looking at the people that bring this to your house, that you play on their hardware. They're now going to be a major player in producing the games themselves and locking up those games to a closed system. And that's what scares a lot of people.
Yep. For a little bit of context, here's the top 5 games of 2021. You have Call of Duty Vanguard, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which was the one before Vanguard, Madden NFL 22, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and Battlefield 2042. Now, there's some variation in the numbers there because I don't think this accounts for digital sales, but regardless, 4 out of these 5 games Microsoft now technically owns.
Right.
And these are, semi-annual titles. Madden comes out every year and is another cash cow. That's, you talk about rabid fan bases. Madden's one of the biggest ones out there, and FIFA. Just the FIFA Ultimate Team alone is $1 billion industry. Yeah. And it's insane that now Microsoft now has Call of Duty, the sports games, and just that alone could make any company rich for years. But they've got everything else to back it up. I don't know. And
ironically, the place that I think Microsoft is going to make the most money out of this in the short term is going to be mobile. Mm-hmm. Microsoft had no footprint in the mobile market itself now. And now they're going to be probably second place in mobile games at this point in time, just from this acquisition. That's huge. Just the microtransactions associated with the mobile games, huge cash cow for them.
Yep, because you have King with Candy Crush, and I'm sure King makes other mobile games. I'm not too familiar with them. But you also have Diablo. Diablo Immortal is a huge mobile game that no one was particularly happy about when it got announced. But it might already be out, or it's coming out, and that's...
When you can have games that are terrible games by all accounts, and they still make a fortune, you're doing something right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Diablo Immortal got announced, it was booed at E3. But that's another big mobile title coming out. We're going to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a variation on Warcraft, the original Warcraft, like the RTS real-time strategy games, ported to mobile, and StarCraft. I think all these things could.
They're perfect for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I would not be surprised at all. There's also Call of Duty Mobile, which is, I think, it's still around, so it's pretty successful. But, you're exactly right. I think we're going to see, Xbox kind of maybe try to dominate this market, assuming it can compete with Tencent. That's also counting xCloud, which you can play games mobily, which I think is really cool technology, especially if you're someone that travels a lot.
I've not had a good experience with
really?
it, and it's more because of the controls.
Oh yeah.
It's really tough to play a console game on a tablet or a phone without having a proper controller.
Yeah, that's kind of been why I don't use it often as well, because I have to hook up the controller to my phone, and it's like, you've kind of lost me with that stuff. But if they're going to double down on this mobile market, I could see them making an easier to use interface, or make games specifically for mobile that you don't have to worry about translating that controller interface.
As long as Microsoft doesn't try to make phones again, we should all be okay.
I had that Microsoft phone, by the way. I wanted that thing, and it was terrible. So yeah, I think they learned their lesson there. But we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk more monopolies.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Insights into Tomorrow, episode 16, where we are talking about Microsoft acquiring Blizzard. So we've kind of been leading up to this entire show, the discussion of Monopoly. What does this mean for... What does this mean, Jenny? What does this mean for Microsoft monopolizing the games industry? Should PlayStation gamers be worried that they simply won't be able to play some of their favorite franchises going forward? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, they should not be worried at all. Sony just acquired Bungie, and that huge catalog of games that Bungie doesn't have.
Destiny 2, baby!
Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled at the Sony response to this. It was almost like hey, we need to look like we're still in the game here, so let's buy something.
Well, it wasn't a response, because these deals take months. Sony, it's a response in general to Microsoft's, acquiring Bethesda, now this, but the acquisition game, the land grab in general, I don't think it's a direct response to this, but it is something that Sony is trying to flesh out their online presence, because, you think Sony, you think single player, narrative focused, action, adventure games. You have Uncharted, well, not anymore, but Last of Us, God of War, all these things, Horizon, Spider-Man, yeah, all these things that are single player driven. Sony really doesn't have a foot in that multiplayer landscape like Microsoft does with things like, Halo Infinite's multiplayer, which is free to play.
Not exclusives, no. They're banking on cross-platform licensing like Call of Duty and stuff like that.
Yeah, but hopefully having Bungie, they can kind of flesh out that landscape, not just with Destiny 2, but I think they announced another IP from Bungie, kind of focusing in the multiplayer world as well. But Call of Duty has been confirmed to be multi-platform for at least the next 3 years, and I wouldn't be surprised if... Do you think we'll see an Xbox exclusive Call of Duty?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Microsoft would be stupid if they didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Do you think they would try to split it up and have it be single player only on Xbox, multiplayer Warzone everywhere else, or Warzone everywhere else, multiplayer single player only on Xbox?
I think you're going to see the whole thing just be on Xbox. Microsoft has very few bankable franchises that they can say are exclusives that they didn't themselves create already. You've got Halo. You've got, what else do you have? I mean...
Gears of War, which, unless they make another game, is not super...
That's kind of getting long in the tooth.
Yeah, well, we're on number 6. Well, 5 came out, but the next one would be number 6.
But Sony made their place in the gaming market with their exclusives. Mm-hmm. And they sucked up all the exclusives, is the problem. When Microsoft went to start doing exclusives, there was none left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that too, and like the focus of Microsoft has never really been on making... you don't have those like... It reminds me of like the 90s and 2000s where you had mascot games like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Sony kind of has that now with Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn. You see these characters, you recognize them from PlayStation games. Microsoft pretty much only has Master Chief.
Right.
I mean, you can count Marcus Phoenix and now Kate, I forget her last name from Gears of War. Those are iconic characters, but they're not nearly as beloved and as current as a lot of your PlayStation single-party players or characters.
So seeing Call of Duty go exclusive to Microsoft, I think, is a no-brainer.
Are we going to get a Call of Duty Halo crossover?
God, I hope not.
That'd be
mean,
insane.
it's possible given the direction that they've gone with some of the Call of Duty stories.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them if they think they can make money on it. I think us arguing whether or not Microsoft acquiring Blizzard Activision is a monopolistic move is difficult when they're solidly claiming the third place slot.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say you're a monopoly when you're third place.
Yeah, it's just, I think the biggest thing that frightens people and why they cry monopoly is because the independent game studio landscape is dwindling quickly. And you wonder if there's going to come a day where everything is either a Sony Studios or an Xbox Studios game, and if we're just going to lose that independent scene altogether.
Well, you will, but it's one of those things that's self-sustaining because I can go into business for myself. I can take out a $100,000 loan, start a studio, run it for 3 years, come up with something that's marketable, and then get a 100-time return on my investment and get bought out. So just as an entrepreneurial injector, those independent organizations are still going to continue going on there, if for no other reason than to be targeted for buyouts.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it is a lot like movies where you had, early movies were not owned by anybody, but then you had big studios like Warner Brothers and others, and then eventually that studio system was torn down, and that's why you get more independent films like in the 60s and 70s. Are we going to see this with gaming where, these studios buy up everybody? We get these, a decade or two of all these exclusive console exclusive games. And then do we have a kind of consumer pushback against that where we'll go back to more independent publishers? Or do you think we'll settle into this studio, grabathon? The
market never really allows the polarizing effect of one or two companies to run things. The corporate industries tends to migrate in that direction. I mean, even if you look at like retail, for instance. So everybody vilified Walmart because they came into every town and they killed all the small mom and pop shops. And then what happened after that? Then Amazon showed up, and Amazon's now killing Walmart. Mm-hmm. So now all the small mom and pop shops are like, well, you got to support your local businesses. So now there's a big push for all the local businesses, all your little bookstores and everything else. So the market is going to regulate itself more than the government is. The government's going to try and regulate it for purposes of, tax revenue and so forth. But the market doesn't sustain monopolies very well.
Yeah. Dialing it back a bit, by owning all these yearly releases, the ones we hit on earlier, the Maddens, the Call of Duties, the FIFAs, does Microsoft stifle competition? Because if you're someone that is a casual gamer, right, and you only buy one game a year, and that game is Call of Duty, and you own a PlayStation, is this something that Microsoft, whether it's not a real monopoly, not a total monopoly, are there some issues with it?
Well, the competition does not survive off of those guys that buy one game a year, right? The competition is spurred on by market growth. It's spurred on by market activity. And what you find now, the reason so many of these acquisitions are happening is because you have so many independent companies that put out that one gem. And everybody loves that for 6 months, and it makes a fortune. Well, and then you see someone like Microsoft go gobble them up. Mm-hmm. It's not going to stop those guys from producing that. You're still going to have all these small studios and individual efforts that are going to be putting out those brainstorms that you don't get that level of innovation from a corporation like a Microsoft or a Sony. You just don't get that kind of innovative design and out-of-the-box thinking. This sort of stuff has been happening since the 1980s and through the 90s, where you get a couple of guys that start, like, you've probably heard of Sid Meier's, right? Mm-hmm. Civilization, Pirates. It was a two-man company he started. and they got huge. Then they were popular. And then when they got bought out, they created Microprose. And when Microprose wound up getting bought out, he went and started another studio. And when that got bought out for Axis, he went and started. So you're not going to stop people like that who can't, I don't want to say can't operate in a corporate culture, but they don't thrive in a corporate culture. They thrive in that small incubator type of environment. And they're going to keep going. They're going to build what they want. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. And there's hundreds of people like that are out there in multiple industries, not just the game industry.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it was something I was worried about because I think that just like with movies, again, bringing it back again, you have to have the independent element, right? Because if everything is studio mandated, it stifles creativity. Absolutely. At the very least. So, I do agree with you that I think we'll see that independent scene will still be there. And it's just a matter of, when they make it big and get bought by Sony or Microsoft.
Everybody wants, the old saying in the movies, everyone wants their 15 minutes of fame. Well, everybody wants their big break. Everyone wants their buyout here. So everyone's still going to keep building the stuff independently.
Yeah, there was an example I thought of while you were making that comparison. Drinkbox Studios, they made a game called Guacamelee and Guacamelee 2, side-scrolling platforming action game, really creative, really fun. Then they got bought by Microsoft, and they recently had a game come out called Nobody Saves the World, which was day and date on Games Pass. But playing that game, you worry a little bit that you're going to lose some of the independent charm, but they didn't. And so, as long as Microsoft, if they're going to, Microsoft and Sony, if they're going to buy these studios, if they can kind of remain hands-off and still let these guys work, but just have it be, maybe a console exclusive if it needs to be at the end of the day.
Well, Bungie's a great example. Bungie was a fantastic small independent group when Microsoft went to them with Halo. They did a fantastic job with Halo, knocked it out of the park. Microsoft bought them, ran them for a little bit, stifled their innovation, and then they wound up breaking it off again as an independent group. Now they're getting bought by Sony, so, some people don't learn their lessons, I guess.
Well, it's also important to note that they were owned by Activision for like 2 years, I forget how long, but they were owned until 2019 by Activision, which was also a terrible relationship that they were treated terribly with, and the fans hated it, and Bungie hated it, and I'm pretty sure Activision hated it. It was a bad time all around.
Yeah.
But Bungie can't catch a break.
BioWare, same thing. BioWare had a huge fan base of rabid fans because of the philosophy that the owners had, the quality of the product that they put out. They get acquired by EA. EA basically waters the entire thing down, slaps their little formula for development on there, and it's just a clone of what EA is now.
Yeah. Yeah, EA, we could probably do a whole other episode on EA, but they have similar corporate issues. But yeah, again, going back to Microsoft and the monopoly, Microsoft, of course, we talked about it on a previous episode. They faced criticism back in the 90s for its antitrust practices. Are they heading down a similar path? From McKenna Kelly over at The Verge, quote, and this gets into some of the details about the FTC. The Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission launched a joint effort to modernize antitrust enforcement, seeking comment on how the agencies can apply current law in cases against tech companies like Meta, which is formerly Facebook, and Google. The announcement came at a joint press conference from FTC Chair Lena Khan and Justice Department Antitrust Chief Jonathan Cantor, who described the move as a wide-ranging enforcement modernization effort. So we did an episode a while back about tech companies and their monopolies, and I think this is just another nail in the coffin of the FTC kind of getting wise to it and kind of changing legislation to better combat these deals. What do you think about that?
Well, and I think the problem you run into here is it's a change of administration. It's a new FTC that has to kind of make a splash here that it's anti-monopolistic, so they need an example, right? So the advantage that Microsoft has, though, is they're not in the center of the regulatory sniper rifle at this point in time. You've got two big companies out there that have really got everybody else's attention. So I think it's more a matter of timing. I think if Microsoft plays this smart, they don't rush this. They wait for Khan to get caught up in either a Meta witch hunt or a Google witch hunt and go after them. And I think the FTC's, the Biden administration is looking for a win, right? And if the big guys out there to get that win on aren't Microsoft, they're Meta and Google. So if they lock horns with one of them first, Microsoft will be able to get through without any real challenges, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And Meta's already kind of taken a couple hits recently.
They're not doing themselves any favors.
No, it seems like every week they've had like the worst month ever.
Well, the fact that they even changed the name, I mean, that was just such a blatant attempt to put lipstick on a pig there and hope the government didn't recognize you're the same evil company.
Yeah, what they have their first quarter where they lost users.
Yeah,
and their revenue is down. Like they're just falling apart.
Zuckerberg lost $20 billion on paper in one day.
Yeah, so you're right. If they're looking for someone to make an example out of, it seems like Meta might be the better target.
Well, and that's the thing. Not even from I hate to bring politics into this, but it's not even just from a monopolistic standpoint. Meta has a reputation from a perspective of influencing politics and in a negative way for Democrats. And when you're facing a Democratic administration who needs a win, you've made yourself a very easy target at that point.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it makes them certainly like you said, a much bigger target. While the announcement spans markets, it specifically, this goes back to the FTC, the task force they're putting together. It specifically questions how regulators should approach merger approval in digital markets, potentially setting new legal standards around data aggregation, interoperability. That's a fun word to say. I was going to say interpolarity, but that doesn't make any sense. And market consolidation that can affect competition. So it's really, we're seeing a bit of a really unprecedented time for when it comes to these kind of laws because they have to change them for the digital market. It makes you wonder where these things will go in, say, 20 years.
The problem that you have is the wheels of government are notoriously slow. They do not keep up with technology. They do not keep, even from a medical standpoint, government regulation does not keep up with advances in technology, and it never will. Because the bureaucracy itself doesn't allow it. You know, what would take a development company, 6 months to put out a new piece of technology, it would take the government 4 years to catch up to that between legislation and debates and subcommittees and all that stuff. So for the government itself to be reactionary in situations like this is very dangerous from a regulatory standpoint. What the government needs to do is stop looking at this from a per company standpoint and look at it from an impact to the market, an impact to the country and the citizens and everything else. Because only then can you react in a way that is slow but effective. And I think what you run into is the reaction that you get now is these guys are bad, so we have to do something about them. Mm-hmm. And legislation's never going to keep up with that.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because we talk about how slow government moves, but these tech companies move lightning fast in terms of, whether it be making acquisitions like this or by expanding their spheres of influence. So it's almost like it's oil and water in terms of how these two entities operate. And, how does that impact legislation and how does that impact the amount of power that these tech companies are able to consolidate and aggregate? But as we're coming to the end of the show, do you think this merger is going to go through?
I think without a doubt it's going to go through, yes.
And do you think that this will be a footnote in the FTC's policy going forward when it comes to these kind of mergers?
I don't think it's really going to get much scrutiny from the FTC. It's not a questionable deal. We already talked about them becoming third. If they were number one after this deal, I could see it getting scrutiny. You can't accuse someone of being monopolistic when you're number 3 in the market. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If the merger, stepping out of the game industry for a moment, if the merger between T-Mobile and Sprint could go through because they were third place and that was part of the justification for that, then you already have a precedent set for it. So there's very little chance that it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think it will go through. And, you were kind of at that stage where all this news broke and it was a crazy month of hearing the headlines and what this means. But we're kind of at a point where now we kind of just hurry up and wait we see, because these things take years to figure out. What's the real question is, what are things going to look like in 5 to 10 years for Microsoft and for Blizzard?
And that's where you have to look, because even after this deal is signed, nothing's going to happen for 3 to 4 years. 5 years from now, I think you're going to find Xbox is going to be far more dominant in the gaming scene. You know, PlayStation has traditionally always beat out Xbox as far as console sales and game sales. And I think if Microsoft doesn't come out on top, it's going to be a lot closer than it was. But the other thing you have to keep in mind is a lot of the reason why Microsoft isn't first is Microsoft tends to shoot themselves in the foot from a technology standpoint, from a marketing standpoint. You know, just the fact that they can't consistently name their consoles really confuses the hell out of people.
It's a branding issue, right?
It really is. Every time they come out with a new console, they try to reinvent themselves, and it backfires every single time.
Yeah.
So Microsoft has their own flurry of mistakes that they continuously make over and over again that really impede their ability to be dominant. Buying their way to dominance is a new strategy, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to work because you got the same people making the same mistakes. Yeah.
I mean, you know, we talk about that strategy of buying, and it almost creates the image of Microsoft setting up all these dominoes that they're just waiting to push down. You know, we have the Bethesda acquisition, Elder Scrolls 6, a big game from Bethesda, Starfield. I believe Starfield was confirmed to be an Xbox exclusive. So again, we go back to that 5 to 10 year benchmark. Is Microsoft going to have a decade where they're just releasing, hit title after hit title, which people kind of think that they were going to do now with Halo, but that was kind of all they did.
and that's the thing. You can, just because you have an exclusive doesn't mean people are going to want to play it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem you run into.
Yeah. And you get the opposite of that with Sony, where people are going to play those games because there's a level of quality that is pretty much unmatched.
Yes. And Microsoft, if nothing else, has an infamous reputation of putting out poor quality code, whether it's operating systems, Microsoft Office, video game, doesn't matter. I mean, this was another folly of their marketing department. They marked the Red Ring of Death issue from the Xbox 360 by selling T-shirts with the Red Ring of Death. Now, if you haven't been in the gaming industry for a while, the Red Ring of Death was when the Xbox 360 came out. They had a hardware issue, a fundamental hardware issue that was causing the little Xbox power ring to turn red, and the game system basically became useless.
Yep.
And they stumbled on replacing that. It turned out it was bad solder. So they were using cold solder that was too fragile. So the solder points, just from the motion of the fans and moving the thing around, will cause the solder points to break. So they went back to the manufacturing process and they injected more, I think it was more lead or something, into the copper itself to soften the copper up. Well, and then what happened was, as you played the game over a period of time, the game system would heat up to the point that it would melt the solder, and you'd get the problem again. So they really, for the first 2 years of the 360, they really flubbed the whole thing until they fixed their manufacturing issues. The fact that they're going to mark the release of the 360 by using the Red Ring of Death on a logo is just idiotic. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it's like trying to claim something, right, and to make it better. But I think the memories, the wound is still too exposed,
exactly,
to be doing things like that. I mean, now we're seeing that they don't have nearly as poor of a launch with the Xbox Series X and S. There is the chip shortage, which is affecting everything. But the problem that you run into is, so you want to buy an Xbox Series S. Well, do you need to buy an Xbox One S? Because that's what a lot of people end up doing and not getting what they wanted. Yep.
So it's almost like Microsoft is deliberately confusing their marketing now and having people buy stuff that they don't want.
Yeah, it's definitely a branding issue overall.
How difficult is it? Xbox One, Xbox 2, Xbox... Hey, you know what? Sony did that. Nobody confuses their consoles, do they?
It's true. Well, you also get into the whole discussion of what kind of company Microsoft wants to be, because with the Xbox One, they wanted it to be a multimedia device.
Right.
And Sony was never, they didn't care about that. I mean, they kind of tried it with the PS3, but it was still called the PlayStation 3.
Exactly.
Ultimately, it's there to play video games, which I think Xbox is definitely going back to that with the Xbox Series X because you lost the bypass for your cable. That's no longer a feature.
Right.
And so I think they're definitely returning to their, I guess, quote unquote roots.
They're building a game system.
Yeah. And
congratulations, guys.
I mean, the Series X is on par with something you can get on PC, right? In terms of specs, not like high end.
From a hardware standpoint, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going back to the drawing board and the basics, hopefully, and you know, we'll see the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic and that chip shortage for years in terms of actually being able to get your hands on these consoles. But I think that, you know, Microsoft is almost stepping past that with things like xCloud. You know, they continue to dump money into that.
Yeah.
I could totally see in a decade maybe, you know, the next Xbox isn't, you know, it isn't a box. It's like a Fire Stick that you just stick into your TV.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Google tried to do that, and Google Stadia
They're just early.
Didn't take off with it.
Yeah. Amazon's doing it too with Luna.
Yeah.
You know, I think the technology just isn't there yet, right? But when it gets there,
the audience isn't ready for that yet.
That too, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a very hard sell to be like, well, there's no box. Well, what do I do with this?
Here's $500 and a stick.
Yeah, it's a little bit of buyer's remorse there.
Yeah. Well, and the problem that, you know, not to go off topic too far here, but the problem that Google had was you would buy games through Google Stadia, but you never owned the rights to the games.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So you'd pay full price for the game, and it was their game. You were really just borrowing it for $50 or $60.
That was where Stadia lost me.
Yeah.
But we will monitor this going forward. We'll see when this acquisition goes through, what's going to happen with it. But that's going to wrap up today's episode of Insights into Things. Of course, I'll hit the show plugs for you again. You can always subscribe to everything on every platform, everywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. But we also, you know, want to hear what your thoughts are. What did you think about this acquisition? How do you feel about it? Even if you're not a gamer, in terms of a tech acquisition, how do you feel about it? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream on Twitch. Twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And if you have Amazon Prime, that means you do have Twitch Prime, and you can give us that free Prime sub. It really helps us out. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast, Instagram at insightsintothings, and finally, all this information and so much more at insightsintothings.com. That's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for listening, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 144, Teen Crushes. I'm your host, Madison Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen.
Hello, Maddie. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Kind of a rough end of the day at work today, but other than that, I think I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I've been doing fine so far today.
Good. Good week so far?
Yeah, I have now gotten my AutoCAD certification.
Congratulations.
Just need to print it out.
Just need to print that. You know it's legit when you got to print it out yourself.
Yeah.
Well, good for you. Good for you. Maybe we can get you a job this summer then.
Hopefully. Yeah. Well, with marching band, we might want to be careful, but you know.
Okay. Well, maybe not this summer then.
We'll figure it out.
I'm sure we will. Anyway.
That's not what we're talking about today.
No, it's not.
So, we're going to be talking about teen crushes today.
Yes, we are.
So, having crushes can be a wonderful, scary, fun, and heartbreaking experience. When you get your first crush, you may feel confused about what's happening. You may have never had these feelings before. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll talk about what crushes are, the risk associated with them, the importance they play in adolescent development, and ultimately, how to help your teen handle rejection associated with them.
Because we always assume crushes end in rejection, right?
I mean, yeah. But first, I'd like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can also get both video and audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Things. We can be found on pretty much any podcast service like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and pretty much any other place. We would also like to invite you to contact us, give us your feedback, tell us what we're doing.
Well, we know what we're doing. Tell us how we're doing.
Tell us how we're doing. I'm sorry. Tell us how we're doing. Send in your suggestions for topics you'd like us to address, even topics you don't want us to address, you know. Any feedback's welcome. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find high-res videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can get audio versions at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all of these and more on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Okay.
Are we ready?
I think we are.
So what are teenage crushes? And this comes to us from psychologytoday.com, which I'm pretty sure we've used in the past.
Indeed.
So teenage crushes have a significant role to play in the journey of adolescence. There are 3 types of crushes, 2 of which we'll look in further detail, which are identity crushes, romantic crushes, and celebrity crushes. In the cases of identity and romantic crushes, the teenager feels smitten. Smitten?
Smitten. Yes.
Okay.
You wrote it. You can't pronounce it?
Yeah. The teenager feels smitten by a compelling person who captivates their attention for good and ill. The celebrity crush shapes ideals and stirs fantasies, but there is usually no interpersonal contact to play them out. However, this is definitely where the market for celebrity posters comes in to decorate teenage bedroom walls.
Nice.
In all 3 cases, the young person largely projects onto another person idealized attributes the admirer highly values and wants to be associated with. They attach strong positive feelings to the perfectly wonderful image that has been created. Crushes have more to do with fantasy than with reality, and they tell much more about the admirer than the admired. This is because they usually prove unrealistic that in a relatively short time they soon wear off. But it is because of the idealization that crushes have such a momentary power. Momentary power. This is why parents need to respect an adolescent crush and not dismiss or put it down. After all, it is an early approximation of love. While it lasts, it is seriously held, so it should be seriously treated.
Boy, it's like the Star Wars script. Carrie Fisher had once remarked about the original Star Wars script. You can write this stuff, but you can't read it, right? It's okay. You did a fine job there. So crushes themselves are, as they say here, they're idealizations. It's really not a reality. And you're kind of projecting on the person or the subject that you're having a crush on. Have you ever had any crushes on anyone?
I mean, I guess I'll be completely honest. I haven't had any recent crushes, but yeah, there have been people I've had crushes on.
Now, did you ever tell them that you had a crush?
Most of the time, no. It was only really 2 instances.
Okay. Now, as a kid, there were 3 instances I could say that I had a crush. And one, it really wasn't even a crush because it was like kindergarten. And it was one of those things where it was almost a peer pressure type thing. Like, oh, you're supposed to, like this person, or you're supposed to do a certain thing. And, I liked this one girl in kindergarten. And her and I remained friends all through school. And we actually started dating in high school. But it wasn't anything. I don't think it fit into most of these categories here. I think most of my crushes wound up happening probably your age or a little bit older. Somewhere in that 10th, 11th, 12th grade type range. Where it's one of those things that there's a certain, expectation of what you're supposed to have as a relationship type thing. And a lot of it's really kind of imposed on you by society or by your friends. Have you ever felt pressured to have that kind of crush by, your friends at school or anything?
I mean, kind of. Obviously not intentionally, but I definitely think I was kind of looking back at the crushes I have now, I think a lot of it was I wasn't really attracted to this person because looking back, at least 2 of the people I had crushes on, they weren't really good people, and I didn't really have good reasons for having crushes on them. Again, dealing more with fantasy as opposed to reality when it comes to crushes.
Right.
But I think it was a lot of the time I was kind of expected to have a crush, and I didn't really realize that until I ended up it was like 6th grade, I had my last crush, and I'm like, okay, you know what, I'm not doing this. And then I started realizing that there was a lot of pressure, and I think being around certain friends who, I will be honest, are kind of boy crazy, kind of made me think, am I bad for not really having, kind of made me realize, there's a lot of pressure on younger people to kind of have crushes because it's kind of expected and it's natural feelings and such.
Right. Yeah, and I can say probably the first real crush I had was in 6th grade, and it happened to be, we had 2 different elementary schools that we had in my town, and I was part of the safety patrol, and this other person that I didn't even know existed went to the other school. And we wound up all going to Washington, D.C. on a field trip for the safety patrol. And it wasn't until then that I even knew that these other kids from this other school even existed. Now, we kind of knew we'd be meeting new kids when we got to the junior high the next year. And this was kind of a chance for us to do a meet and greet. And I happened to develop a crush on this trip with her and wanted to get to know her more, but never had a chance to. She lived in a different town than I did. We were bused to the school district. So I knew I wasn't going to have a chance. And my only hope was that I'd have a chance in junior high. So in junior high, we had to take our first year of foreign language. And I didn't know anything about foreign language, but I found out from a friend of mine that this particular girl was going to be in French class. So I said, all right, well, I'll take French class. Everything that I heard about it was, well, like nobody ever takes French class. There's only ever one class. Everyone takes Spanish or they take German, and there's like 3 or 4 classes. So great, this is my chance to get to know her. I'll be guaranteed to get her in one of my classes. So I'll take French class. Now that year, a lot of people took French class, and they split a class into 2, and she wasn't in my class. So it never really worked out. But like the next year or so, I wound up getting her, I think, in my English class or something. And I became friends with her. And we started to hang out, but just as friends. And I had gone over to her house at one point in time and met her parents and everything. And it just turned out that we weren't interested in each other from anything other than a friendship. And it never went anywhere, but it was really funny how big of a crush I had on her right up until the time I got to spend time with her and realized, okay, well, she's not what I thought she was, but she's a cool person. She's fun to hang out with, and that was about it. So it was that projection, that ideal of what I wanted that person to be. And then when you're finally exposed to them, that's really not who they are.
Yeah.
So you say we're going to talk about 2 different types of crushes. So we're going to talk about romantic and identity crushes. But before we get to that, you also mentioned celebrity crush. Have you ever had a celebrity crush?
To be fair, I probably did when I was younger, but I didn't realize it. But currently, no.
Okay. See, and I never had a celebrity crush myself. Mommy will joke around that I have a crush on Yvette Nicole Brown, but that's only because I think she's like really cool and she's a very good person inside from her social media and appearances and stuff, but it's not a crush.
Yeah.
All right, so no celebrity crushes. So let's talk about romantic and identity crushes. Identity crushes are formed when your teen finds someone they much admire, want to become like, or treat as a leader or model they are eager to imitate and follow. Romantic crushes are formed by finding someone whom they find powerfully attractive, who they feel excited to be around, and with whom they want to spend a lot of time. Kind of like how I feel about Mommy.
Aww.
In both... Stop.
Just saying.
In both cases, the person with the crush gives enormous power of approval to the object of their crush, like wanting to be liked by them or wanting to be like them, willing to do a lot to get in the other person's good graces. They go out of their way to be around each attachment of this crush. Now, when you had these crushes, did you do anything that you wouldn't normally have done if you didn't have a crush? Did you try to be around the person? Did you try to be seen by the person? One of the things that I think was kind of silly when I had my crushes was I always kind of wanted to be, casually seen by the person. So I'd find out from a friend where she'd be, if she was going to be at the mall or the shopping center, and I would just sort of arrange to be there in this fictional hope that we'd bump into each other and, I'd get a reaction and we could talk and spend time or something like that. Did you ever do anything like that?
I mean, I guess some of the crushes I had, I had already kind of been friends with them. Well, the one instance I was friends with them. The other instance, I really don't know. But, they hung out with us. So... I mean, I guess in the one instance, I might have, tried to be, get them to talk more, or there might have been certain instances. I can't entirely remember too much, but I can definitely see that I would have probably done things that if I didn't have a crush on them, I probably wouldn't have done. But that's really the only case I can really think of, because most of the time I didn't really act upon the crushes, or I didn't really want to be around them because I got nervous around them, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, and I experienced that too. Now, when you had these crushes, did you happen to confess it to your friends or to a mutual friend or anything like that? Or did you just sort of keep it to yourself?
I would sometimes mention it to my friends if it was a serious enough crush. Some instances, like, I kind of kept it, like, quiet because it really wasn't, like, a big crush. Other times I have kind of told my friends, and granted, some of my friends have, like, done the whole teasing thing about it. And I mean, like, yeah, I kind of would tell my friends, but, like, I always said I was never really serious too much, except in the one instance, but, you know.
Well, I was notoriously passive-aggressive with my crushes. I never wanted to directly engage the person until I had some level of confirmation that they'd be receptive. I had this innate fear of rejection, like a lot of people do. So I would go about it in different ways. I would have a mutual friend. I would let a mutual friend of ours know and kind of hint that I'd want them to drop hints to the other person and kind of feel them out. In hindsight, it's kind of cowardly to do that, and it never worked out. So it was one of those things where this indirect approach just was not a very effective way of trying to convey it. Eventually, it came down to the fact that I had to go and ask this person out on a date, and it takes a lot of courage to muster up the will to do that, you know?
Yeah.
Did the person that you had a crush on ever know that you had a crush on them?
Well, the one person, no, because there was a specific example of them clearly conveying they weren't interested in me, to the point I didn't do it with them. Other times I'd never really even talked to the person, and there were only 2 instances I technically confessed, and only one of them ended up, and the one ended up leading into rejection, and then the very next day, I think, like, I was grouped up with them in, like, a project or table or something, and I realized, oh, wow, they're not really a nice person.
That's the thing. You run into awkward situations when that information sort of gets out there, but I think once it's out there, it makes it a lot easier to get to know the person who they are, because we do project on them a lot.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we'll talk a little bit more about romantic crushes. We'll be right back. Whoop-dee-doo.
Whoop-dee-doo.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teen crushes. And now we're going to dive a bit more into romantic crushes. So there was a great outbreak of romantic crushes and gossip around them in middle school. By this time, early adolescence and the separation from childhood has caused young people to want to act more grown up, and sexual maturity from puberty has motivated them to act more young manly and young womanly ways. Since girls tend to enter puberty before boys, they are more likely to experience the wave of crushes first. More drawn to have crushes than boys are, taking romantic feelings seriously that boys might treat lightly or even laughably. However, the time for same-age boys to become romantically smitten is not far off, and when it arrives, a crush proves to be no laughing matter when they become smitten too.
Because a romantic crush is a potent mix of idealization and infatuation, it doesn't require knowing another person well at all. In some cases, a superficial impression can be provocation enough. Things like, I like how they're so quiet and watchful and keep to themselves, which sounds kind of stalkery, when you say it like that.
I mean, yeah.
Or things like, I like how what others think doesn't matter to them. As mentioned, although the crush appears to be about attraction to another person, it's actually about projection of valued attributes onto another person, more or less a statement about what they find attractive. Crushes are very revealing. Teens often have crushes on other teens who seem the opposite of them. A serious teen might have a crush on a more fun-loving teen. Crushes are not only the stuff that dreams are made of, they signify a lot about the dreamer.
So, some risk of romantic crushes. Of course, romantic crushes can have a risky side. You don't want a teenage crush to become a fixation, a young person unable to stop daydreaming and fantasizing about this person, for example. You don't want the young person to act out under the influence of a crush in self-endangering ways, soliciting or expressing inappropriate interest. And you don't want the crush to be exploited by the object of the crush, such as an older adolescent taking advantage of a romantically besotted younger adolescent, for example.
Feelings are always a difficult road for teens to navigate. As teens grow and mature, they experience feelings and emotions they've never felt before. They don't understand these feelings. Sometimes they can't even identify or describe the feelings. This makes it difficult for them to cope with this new and confusing feeling. It also makes it difficult for them to seek out help and advice on how to deal with these things. They often interpret these new feelings through examples they're exposed to. Those examples should be found at home through the guidance of the parents and their guardians. In the absence of that guidance, teens seek out other alternative examples such as peers, the media, and popular fiction, like books, movies, and television. These alternative sources of examples aren't always the healthiest depiction of how those emotions should be handled. Thus, they can lead to more confusion, frustration, and embarrassment for teens.
Because a romantic crush is so intensely felt, parents must not take it lightly or make fun of it. An awakening of romantic feelings, it provokes a lot of anxiety because there are many problematic questions for the young person to answer. Like, what am I supposed to do with these feelings? Should they just be kept secret, thus increasing the risk of obsession, preoccupation? What if I tell close friends? Suppose I get talked about and teased, thus increasing the risk of embarrassment. What if I have to be around other people who don't know how I feel? Now, being nervous, there is more risk of doing or saying something awkward. What do I tell this person about my crush? To declare the crush to the person creates the risk of rejection. It is not easy managing a crush.
So you had talked about having crushes, and at least in one of those instances you did feel a certain experience of rejection. How did that feel? How did you cope with that?
To be fair, I somewhat expected it at that point. When I actually confessed, I basically just said, hey, I like you, right before I was supposed to leave. I basically just went up saying that I liked them, and then I basically just ran out the door.
Interesting.
So, and again, I really hadn't talked to the person before, so I highly doubted that they actually liked me. So I really wasn't going to be all too surprised in that instance.
Right. Now, I have to tell you, this whole thing that you've had crushes kind of comes as a surprise to me. Not a complete surprise. I mean, it's a normal thing. It's something that we've never talked about as a family. Is there any particular reason we didn't? Did you not feel comfortable talking about it? Is it something you didn't feel you needed to talk about? Why am I hearing about this sort of thing? Not that I'm judging. I'm just curious if it was something. Was it the way that mommy and daddy were behaving that you didn't think you were comfortable talking to us?
Well, I think part of the reason was because none of them really went anywhere. And I didn't really think it was important to mention. And in another case, I guess I was kind of nervous to talk to you about it because the whole thing of, I don't want my little girl to be with a guy because I know that guys are dumb and stuff, and
I see. So it was all my fault. I mean,
okay, mommy technically knew more about it, okay? I kind of told mommy because I thought I'd relate to her more, or she'd relate to me more than you would.
So you were okay talking to mommy at least?
Mostly, yeah.
Well, I can understand that. I mean, I tend to have a very vocal stance on how protective I am of you, so I can totally understand you not feeling entirely comfortable. I hope by now that's subsided a bit, and I'm a little bit more level-headed about it. But I'm glad you were able to at least talk to mommy about it.
Mm.
So there are a few things to know about romantic crushes. One way to manage the feelings is by telling the object of the crush. The language used, however, is very important. The temptation, because the romanticized feelings are so intense, is to express the feelings with the word love. It's probably best that you stay away from such a strong and emotionally charged term such as love. That's not to say that crushes can't lead to love at some point in time. They certainly can, but love is a much more complex expression of feeling than what you're probably initially feeling in a crush.
Yeah, and I feel like, now this doesn't go for everyone, but I feel like most teens don't really understand that love is kind of a really large emotion that they probably aren't, like you said, they probably aren't feeling at that moment. Love is kind of something a little more long-term as opposed to just, I really think that person's cool. It wouldn't really mean you love that person. It just means you like them.
Right. And that's a very good point. And, it's best to talk about feelings like this in the terms of liking. Kind of like you did when you told the person that you like them. It reduces the pressure on everybody. You drop the word love, and all of a sudden, everyone takes a deep breath and starts to panic and thinks, either you're a stalker or something worse or something like that. So when you say things like, I like talking with you, or I like hanging out with you, that expresses the fondness and the admiration without dropping some big giant hand grenade into the conversation about love.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, to the point, and see how the other party reacts. It's perfectly innocent to tell someone, I really enjoy when we play this game together. I really enjoy watching movies with you or having conversations with you. It's a way of expressing your appreciation for their time and attention. And it's also a way for you to feel out whether or not that feeling is mutual. And if it is, then you can pursue it further from there. So by not overwhelming or overcommitting to the other person, it gives you an opportunity to determine their feelings and if it's a mutual feeling between the two of you. It also helps to shelter you from flat-out rejection if you come on too strong and maybe scare the other person off. So stay away from love, stick with like, and see how things go from there.
Yep. So most romantic crushes don't last very long because once the object of the crush becomes better known, the magic of the other person soon wears off and the ideal falls away. I can't believe I felt he was so great. What was I thinking? However, this kind of crush does have one lasting value. Having experienced an awakening of infatuated feelings, the adolescent has opened themselves up to the pleasure and possibility of romantic love.
And I'll be the first one to tell you, romantic love is a wonderful thing. It can lift you up, and it can do all kinds of things. It can make you more of a person than you are by yourself when you have the right partner. But there's risks involved in that, and it's a very tricky and often difficult thing to go down. It requires you to expose yourself to vulnerability. So when you go that route, ease into it. You don't want to jump right in and jump into the deep end if you don't know how to swim yet. Start hanging out with the person, start liking the person. This one person that I had the crush on from kindergarten, we got along great in school. We liked the same subjects. We excelled at the same subjects. We would play the same games on the playground and stuff like that. And when we started dating, she had completely different interests than I did. She didn't like the things I liked. I didn't like the things that she liked. We would, have phone calls and sit on the phone and not say anything because we really had nothing in common. And we kind of tried to make it work because it seemed like it was the thing to do because we had been close friends for so long. And it just turned out, you know what? We're good friends. And that's probably as far as we're going to go with it. And that's kind of what we wound up going with. So when you get to know that person, that crush can tend to wear off.
And I should probably mention this now, I've actually had a similar experience. In one instance where I actually confessed my crush, that ended up leaning into a relationship with the person.
Okay.
And
Again, that's news to me.
I know, I never told you this. I told Mommy, she knows about it, but I never told you. But I will say, looking back at it now, it really wasn't anything romantic. There were very small moments, but we had been good friends, and one day we just said that we liked each other. I don't know why I liked him. I guess it was just, I don't know.
When you say it like that, you kind of come across kind of hard. I don't know why I liked him.
Okay.
I can't imagine ever liking him.
No. I don't know why I liked him romantically. I guess it was the whole thing. I guess another thing, it was kind of like that pressure.
Yeah.
That society kind of put. And he kind of was one of my first male friends. And I kind of thought that, society kind of made me think that maybe there was something that needed to happen. And then I kind of realized that even in the relationship, we really just did friendly gestures. We never really did anything romantic. Even the small things we did romantic seemed like the most friendly things I could imagine. And looking back at it now, I really was never romantically attracted to them. And it was really just a friend thing.
Yeah, and that was kind of what I had with this one particular girl. And every time we would try to take it beyond that sort of friendship type thing, we would run into a roadblock. It didn't work. It was like trying to cram a round peg into a square hole. It just, everything else worked fine as long as we didn't try to get to that romantic level. And we finally just said, look, this isn't us. We're just good friends, and let's keep it at that. And, we've remained friends through high school.
Yeah.
So, anyway, we're going to take our last break here, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk a little bit more about identity crushes. We'll get off the romantic crushes for a bit here.
Alrighty.
I could see this is making some uncomfortable conversation here.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Insight Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teen crushes. And now we're going to delve more into identity crushes. So, identity crushes often last longer than romantic crushes because the adolescence is focused not so much on pleasing the other person as on altering themselves, using the leader whom they admire as a model to shape their own growth. So a shy 7th grade kid has a crush on a very popular classmate and wants to become highly social like them, hoping that regular association will rub off as they learn to become more outgoing. It's an unstated bargain. They get acceptance and inclusion by the popular kid who gets to be looked up to in this admiring way. Sometimes sexual feelings are aroused in an identity crush, or even acted on to express liking, but that does not usually signify that a romantic fascination has become established, only that the identity crush can have a sexual component.
So with that said, have you ever had an identity crush like that on someone else? Maybe someone that was older, kind of a mentor role or something like that?
I think there have been instances where, I've found a person who had a really good quality and I kind of wanted to be more associated with them, to maybe, learn more about how to get that quality. Trying to think of a specific example when it came to that.
Because I've had this happen to me, actually, when I was younger. I was one of those kids that hung around Radio Shack a lot because I loved technology, loved computers, and so forth. And I happened upon this one manager at the local Radio Shack who was a very friendly guy. You know, him and a couple of his employees that were his friends, they were very accepting. Most people tried to maintain a professional atmosphere. They didn't want kids hanging around or anything like that. And when he saw that I was interested in the technology and the computers, he kind of wanted to take the time to teach me how to use it. He was really the person that got me into computers to begin with. And I became very good friends with him and the assistant manager of the store. And the one summer, I spent the entire summer pretty much hanging out at Radio Shack, and I learned so much about it that by the time I was ready to go back to school, people would come in and they would be asking about computers, and I would be playing games on the computer or whatever, and they would start asking me, and I'm 16 years old at the time that this happens, and I start answering questions for them that they didn't expect a 16-year-old to have answers to. And I actually wound up getting several sales for the guys just by being there and showing them how to use it and how because most people at the time, when they bought computers, it was to go do accounting or something like that. Nobody had really home computers at the time for anything other than that and games. And they thought 16-year-olds are just going to play games on here. And I showed them all the different applications you could have. And I was basically a live demo in the store there. So I attribute a lot of where I am today in my career to this gentleman named, ironically, Sam, who was the manager at Radio Shack. And I can look back now. I never knew what an identity crush was, but I can look back now and say, yeah, that was probably an identity crush that I had there because I really admired this guy. He was smart. He was successful at what he was doing. He was compassionate. And he really taught me a lot about computers that set me on my way. So that was kind of the first instance I think I ever had of this type of thing. And it was definitely, as described in here, kind of an identity crush. So, but, even with identity crushes, there are risks. Of course, the risk with following an admired leader is that the young person with the identity crush may be led astray, which is what some parents fear, myself included. Our kid worships a classmate who rides their skateboard to school, stashes it in their locker, dresses like an outlaw, all in leather and black, and has this angry attitude toward authority. But if we say anything against them, our teen gets really angry, defending their romantic hero and criticizing us. What are we supposed to do? Well, nothing. It's one of those things that they'll get over it. If that's who they are, then that's who they are. It's a hard situation, but in general, parents need to respect the friendship. They should get to know the friend, and if there are behaviors the friend is into the parents don't want for their kid, they need to talk to them about it, not doing those activities. Sometimes they discover that beneath the appearance they find alarming is a person they actually get to like. Or maybe you could even find that those behaviors are there for a reason, and it's a justifiable reason. Or maybe, your kid turns out to have a positive influence on that person in reverse, and you don't even realize it. So there's a lot of back and forth that can happen with that. What else do we have?
So particularly during the middle school years, teenage crushes can be the attraction or romantic kind and the admiration identity kind. In both cases, growth is advanced by this influential experience, most often for the good, but sometimes not. A hard part of crushes is when they are not returned, as is often the case. The chosen person may not be aware, interested in, or like being chosen. They don't know I exist. They don't even notice me. These are just some of the feelings of rejection the person experiencing the crush might express. The disappointment is real. This is why parents need to pay attention to the crush relationship and not just discount it and look the other way.
And I think we've had this discussion in the past where, rejection is a very difficult thing to deal with, whether it's rejection because you didn't make the team, or rejection because you didn't get accepted to a school, or because your friends don't want to be around you anymore. It could be any kind of rejection. But I think romantic rejection probably cuts a little bit deeper than most others because of this expectation that you have, this idealized vision that you have. And probably the biggest example I have of that was this one girl that I was, had a crush on, but I was infatuated with. And she was going through a difficult relationship, and I was kind of there during that time period and kind of consoled her. And, I was notorious for having this knight in shining armor mentality that, I find a girl who has a problem, and I rush in to solve that problem, and it very rarely works out quite like that. And I became very close to this person, and I had developed feelings for her. And she was in a very difficult situation at school, and she dealt with it because her parents were divorced and her father lived in a different town. She dealt with it by moving away and going to live with her father. And that she never knew how I felt because I never had the courage to tell her. I just kind of was there consoling her as a friend. So she didn't find out until years later how I felt. But her moving away it wasn't an act of rejection on her part because she didn't know about my feelings, but it was probably one of the worst senses of rejection that I think I had in my entire life. And it just devastated me. And I was miserable for months after that. So, you have to learn how to deal with the rejection. And so we have a couple of hints here on how to help your teen cope with rejection. This comes to us from SciComm.net. Sounds like a government conspiracy. Rejection is inevitable, and it comes in many forms during the teen years, but teens dealing with it for the first time can have trouble coping. Here are some things that parents can do to help their teen deal with rejection, whether it be the romantic kind or otherwise. The first thing is to acknowledge it with them. By dismissing or downplaying the rejection, might feel right to a parent on a mission to protect the teen from emotional pain, it can actually intensify that pain. Rejection feels isolating and lousy, and teens already know this. What they need is empathy, understanding, and someone who will listen. They don't need to be told that their pain doesn't really matter, when to them it feels like it's the only thing that matters.
You should also remain objective. You might be tempted to yell out all of the reasons why your teen's ex is making a huge mistake by breaking up, but responding in anger will only intensify your teen's negative emotional response. Teens look to their parents for cues when they're under stress. It's essential to remain calm and objective in the face of rejection to show your teen that your love is unconditional and this rejection won't actually ruin their life. Remember, your teen will pick up the behavior that you demonstrate. You should also connect with them. This is the time to convey empathy and understanding. Admitting that you don't know exactly how your teen is feeling right this very moment, but that you do know what it feels like to face rejection opens the door to conversation. Teens don't necessarily want step-by-step instructions on ways to recover from a rejection, but they do want to connect and talk through it.
And I think the most important thing is probably examine the overall thought process. When teens are stuck in a negative thought cycle, they can develop negative core beliefs. This can lead to decreased self-esteem and future risk aversion. In essence, when the teen feels like they can't succeed, they'll avoid trying. Explain to your teen that we all have a negative inner critic that drives our thoughts at times. The inner critic isn't the problem. It's what we choose to do with those critical thoughts that matter. Share a few thoughts that run through your mind when your inner critic is loud. Talk about how you feel as a result of those thoughts. And finally, share ways to reframe those negative thoughts, to refocus on positive thinking. And I think that's really, honestly, that's really what we try to do with the podcast in general is, everybody goes through these things. Everyone has crushes and gets rejected from time to time. And a lot of it, it's all part of the growth experience. It's all part of being a teen. It kind of stinks that you have to go through these things. Like, I hate to see my kids go through any kind of pain or hurt or anguish, but that's kind of what defines who we are in adulthood, and how we deal with those things is really what makes us the people that we are later in life. And as a parent, it's our job to make sure that you get the guidance that you need to get there. And, rejection from crushes is no different than that. And crushes themselves are no different. It's a learning experience that everybody goes through. And, I don't want to seem cliche, but it's like riding a bike. You get on that bike and you're going to fall a couple times and you're going to scrape your knee, and you got to get back on that bike and keep trying. And eventually you'll learn to ride that bike. Eventually, after a couple of, experiences, you're going to learn how to navigate those choppy waters of relationships, and you're going to start down that path of where you want to be as a person. Sometimes those relationships aren't romantic. Sometimes those relationships really aren't just friends. But even those friendship relationships could be based on identity crushes. But relationships in general are complicated, and they take a lot of work if you want them to succeed. Anyway, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your final thoughts.
Alrighty.
All right.
Alright, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that crushes are certainly something that a lot of people experience. And I do also want to point out that if you don't really have crushes, specifically romantic, that it's perfectly justable on why you don't, and it's fine if you don't. But there are plenty of people, but if you do experience them, again, it's kind of a natural thing. And it's definitely good to have that experience and learn how to deal with those emotions in order to kind of navigate the waters like you had mentioned before. And again, it's fine also to not really have romantic crushes and to just have identity crushes or to not have any crushes at all. You know, it's all your own personal journey.
That's right. You can always just stick to your orange crush. That works too, right?
Or that.
Good drink.
Yeah.
Good drink. Anyway, I think that's all we had for today. I think it was a good show. Before we do go, I want to once again reach out to our listening and viewing audience and invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to reach out, give us your feedback, tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, give us your suggestions for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get those links and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 143, Self-Expression. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my calm and collected co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. How was your week this week?
It's been pretty good.
Pretty good's good. I guess that's better than I don't know, so we're getting there, right? Anything exciting this week?
Let's see. I'm having my, what do you call it?
I don't know. What do you call it?
History quiz tomorrow.
That's exciting.
I don't know.
You have a very different idea of exciting than I do.
There's an interesting thing we're going to be doing in ELA this week that is on a topic that I'm a little not okay with, but it'll be kind of fun to go through, I guess.
That's vague. Is it something you can share details about?
Difference between having crushes and true love.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. Should be interesting how that plays out.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're talking about today.
Yeah.
Today we're talking about self-expression. Almost every teenager goes through wild periods of self-expression that will typically include clothing and musical choices that are borderline offensive to their parents. However, it's important not to stifle your teen while they experiment with different versions of self-expression. After all, as long as they're not hurting themselves or anyone around them, there really is nothing wrong with their actions. In this episode of Insights into Teens, we'll explore how self-expression allows teenagers to discover who they are and helps them form their adult personalities. But before we do that, though, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. We do audio versions on that stream as well. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at Twitter__ blah. Well, I blew that one, didn't I?
Yep.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
Here we go.
So what is the meaning of self-expression? This comes to us from positivepsychology.com. And it says that self-expression is defined as expressing one's thoughts and feelings, and these expressions can be accomplished through words, choices, or actions. At its core, self-expression is the action of expressing yourself, and it can take a wide variety of forms. You can use your words, your facial expressions, your body, your movements, clothing, actions, and possessions to express your authentic inner self. While the ideal is... Take off the L. While the idea is simple, the concept, importance, and understanding of self-expression seems elusive to many people. We are often bombarded with messages about how we should look, think, speak, and act, what we should eat and drink and study and do for fun, who we should associate with, and who we should love or despise. We are flooded with everyone else telling us who we should be deep down. This pressure about what we should do and who we should be can make it difficult to simply be ourselves. We're too busy trying to live up to other people's expectations.
Now, there's a theory, or several theories, I guess, around self-expression. There's no one single theory of self-expression in psychology, but several explorations, they like to call them, explorations and hypotheses surrounding the subject. Self-expression is one of the most highly regarded values in Western civilization due to the importance placed on the concept of individual in our society. Not only is self-expression a vital concept in Western society, it's also ingrained into the very roots of psychology. Psychology being the study of the mind, including the self, others, and groups of people. We learn about the mind through the expression of individuals. While the West has embraced individualistic norms and practices, including self-expression, other cultures have upheld collectivist values. In some cases, these other cultures place little or no value on individualism. Now, I included that in there just so we can kind of put things into perspective. that this idea of self-expression really is a Western concept. When you get into some of the Eastern religions and Eastern societies, you go to Japan today, there's not really that drive for individualistic self-expression. Everyone is a community. They're a society as a whole out there, and they work towards the greater good of everyone. Some people would even say that that's kind of a socialist or a communist style of thinking as well. And you could say that to a certain extent, but that's more of a political, geopolitical type of stance. It's really a Western society thing where it's about me. It's not even just self-expression, it's self-exploration. As we express ourselves, we're learning about ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel? Do you feel that that self-expression is a very important part of your life?
I mean, yeah, I can think of a specific example involving my clothing. I don't really tend to like most formal outfits, specifically dresses and skirts. And for a while, when it was picture day, Mommy would get me to wear a dress or something fancy-ish, and a lot of the times I really wasn't all that comfortable with it. And eventually, by the time I was in about 6th grade, was around the time I kind of decided to speak up and say, I don't really like that. Can I look for different alternatives? And after that, we started looking for different alternatives, and now I kind of dress casual for photos. But when I do have to dress fancy, we kind of get clothes that look nice, but that I feel comfortable wearing.
Well, and you're very fortunate there, because most formal clothes are not comfortable to wear in general. I think that's kind of a general rule of thumb.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had a discussion along these topics before when we did one of our Q&A sessions, and we talked about school uniforms and how school uniforms kind of rob you of that self-expression in the interest of kind of putting everyone else on the same playing field. And that school uniform type thing is a very well-adopted thing outside of our culture for that very reason. How do you think you would be able to function? I know you've expressed an interest in Japanese culture in the past, and you're going to be taking your trip there in a few years. How do you think you would function in a society that didn't put emphasis on individualism and it was more of a collective type of society? Do you think that would work well for you?
I mean, I don't really think so. I do like expressing myself. For example, t-shirts that I like expressing my hobbies. And if I'm restricted a lot by clothing, I'm not really going to like it all that much. I prefer to express myself differently than others and, express what I like to do instead of having to abide by what everyone has to.
Sure, that makes sense. Now, I can say that you've not had really any kind of rebellious streak in your pursuit of self-expressionism so far. So there hasn't been anything that you've done that was really offensive in any way or objectionable to Mommy or I. Do you think that you're a very self-expressive person, or do you think that you're kind of subdued when it comes to self-expression, and that's why maybe you haven't explored it to the point of that extreme? What are your thoughts on that? How expressive are you?
I mean, I'm probably not as vocal as I should be about it. But I express the hobbies I like, and I guess, I haven't really found any any hobbies that you guys don't think, I should have. For the most part, my hobbies are tame, kind of innocent, or you're okay with me having.
Now, do you feel that Mommy and Daddy have put any kind of burdensome restrictions on your self-expression? Do you feel that you've been suppressed in any way by us?
Well, I guess, I I didn't notice it, kind of, and I'm pretty sure you guys didn't really, but around the time that, I had to wear like dresses and such, well, I wouldn't say you forced me into it, but you never really let me kind of explore other clothing options. Like, it took me a while to find out, oh wow, hoodies are a thing.
Right.
For the most part, you guys, mommy probably, is mainly, I mean,
We're not throwing anybody under the bus here.
it's just like mommy buys my clothes.
Right.
You don't, really.
Which is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
So, okay, we didn't force you into a specific style or repress your self-expression. Do you think that was a factor of you not asserting yourself, or do you think that was mommy and daddy being overbearing in what we wanted to impose on you?
I mean, I guess I definitely think a lot of it was that I didn't really vocalize it a lot. And I think if I had vocalized it a bit more, you guys would have let me be a bit more express. You would have let me experience the different styles of clothing that I hadn't seen before, and help me to find out, okay, what outfits do I like?
So besides clothing, how else do you express yourself? What are your forms of self-expression?
I guess it would, let's see.
Do you express yourself? I guess that's a good question too.
I try to express myself. I guess.
Because for a lot of people, self-expression is not that important. Is it even important to you?
I mean, yeah, I'd say that it is important. I just guess I can't think of.
You just glanced down at your nails there. Why?
I paint my nails now.
Well, show the camera.
They're not perfect, but,
Yeah, but that's a form of self-expression.
Yeah, I've started painting my nails more, to express a certain part of myself.
So self-expression, it sounds an awful lot like self-expression to you is a very visual thing.
I mean, yeah, I was also going to mention my hair, but I kind of felt like I should do something a little less visual.
But that's okay, because self-expression takes different forms for different people. If your outward self-expression is a visual thing, that's perfectly fine too.
And I think I can come up with like a lot of stuff. Like, I tend to have a lot of stuff hanging from my bags that kind of represent some of my hobbies.
Sure, yeah, little symbols of your personality.
I feel like a lot of that kind of comes down to, like, I feel a lot of people that are mostly introverted have that thing, and, like, extroverted people obviously do that too, but, like, I feel introverted people do that, like, to maybe bring up topics of conversation or stuff like that, or
just to spur ideas and conversation starters. Yeah, I could totally see that. All right, well, let's take a little break. We'll come back, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the importance of self-expression in teens. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about self-expression. And now we're going to talk about the importance of self-expression in teens. And this comes to us from residentialtreatmentforteens.com. So adolescence is a time of discovery. So in order to prosper and grow, teenagers must actualize individuality through self-expression and finding their passions and what exactly makes them who they are. In the words of Aristotle, happiness is an expression of the soul in considered actions. Self-expression is healthy for teenagers who are exploring their interests. By learning about personal talents, adolescents can find their life's purpose, call to action, career path, or quality hobbies.
Self-expression is indicative of inner thoughts, feelings, and opinions, while being a manifestation of how people interact with the world. Oftentimes, because of outside influences from peers, family members, and authority figures, adolescents suppress the natural need to communicate or freely display their beliefs and desires. Articulating meanings can be difficult for young people who have yet to fully practice freedom of self-expression, so it's important to provide supportive opportunities and creative outlets to teenagers. Communication, body language, artwork, fashion, music, and so much more are all correlating aspects of self-expression.
The value of self-expression in adolescence is immeasurable, as it is vital to their growth and development. Fear can inhibit the reveal of truth, and low self-confidence, poor self-esteem, or harsh self-evaluation will also keep teenagers from reaching their full potential. Even inappropriate or disingenuous self-expression can be harmful, so guidance and support is a wonderful solution to helping teens find their identity and positively express themselves.
So what benefits do you think you get from your forms? Because we've talked about how visual your forms of self-expression are. What benefits do you think you get from your self-expression?
I guess first of all would probably be comfort when it comes to clothing. I feel very comfortable wearing what I wear, and I don't feel any form of discomfort from it. So feeling comfortable, I'm normally much happier, and I get a lot of positive benefits from that.
Yeah, see, and I think my self-expression is a lot of the same thing, because you know me, I dress casual all the time, and I want to be comfortable, and I want to present an attitude and a appearance of casualness. Even at work, I want to do that, because somebody my size tends to immediately invoke almost hostile feelings from people, like an intimidation or a fear. And I've led most of my life with that, and it's made it very difficult to engage with people as a result. So part of my self-expression really is to diffuse some of those situations, my outward self-expression at least. So it's wearing casual clothes. It's having an outward sense of humor and trying to be pleasant with people to try to dissuade some of that initial thought of, oh my God, look at this big giant guy, he must be a monster. It doesn't always work. But internally and personally, my self-expression really is reflected more in my environment. I surround myself with the things that give me comfort and give me a sense of satisfaction. My collectibles, my family, comfortable, furniture, stuff like that, where I can come home from work and sort of wrap myself up in my self-expression. And to me, it's a great way to unwind. It's a great way to diffuse for the day. I might get wound up, come home, be cranky. You've seen me when I come home from work and I'm cranky. And I come home and home is therapy for me. And that's how I express myself a lot of times. I'm not sure why that's going off. I gotta fix that. Do you get anything like that from a mental health standpoint from your self-expression?
Yeah, and I feel a good example would probably be art. A lot of the times when I had a rough day at school, or I'm just not feeling too well, when I get into the groove of drawing, I find that I get a lot calmer and my mental state goes up, and I can basically just focus on my art, and which is something that's in my control if I'm thinking about stuff that I can't control.
And that's another great example of self-expression. And you know, we have some others here, and this comes to us from positivepsychology.com. They say everywhere you look, you can see examples of self-expression. This may sound like an exaggeration, but it's not. People around you are expressing themselves every day in many ways. All you need to do is look for it. Common ways that people in your life might express themselves include sharing details about their day and how it made them feel. And that's what we do, you know, during dinner a lot of times. Or, you know, now I'm picking you up a couple days a week from school to bring you home. We have a little bit of time to do that. Wearing an off-trend or outdated item of clothing, not to be cool and unique, but just because you like it. Sounds right up your alley there. Playing guitar on the street without a hat, a cup, or other container set up to take donations. Just doing it for the joy of going out there and expressing your art and giving people a little bit of joy in doing that. Yelling to express your frustration about traffic or other hindrances, you know, getting from A to B. Do you ever do scream therapy from time to time?
I will say, one self-expression that I have yet to really mention to anyone else is when I have lunch with my friend Carly and Micah. Basically, if I had frustrations in the first half of the day, I kind of, in a way, scream about it, but I don't like scream. I more or less just curse out.
Yeah. And I'm the same way. I mean, you've seen me. I get angry at inanimate objects when I'm frustrated with them or something like that. And it's usually me cursing out a computer or a monitor or whatever I'm working on at the time that's not going the way that I want. And it's very therapeutic.
Yeah, and like when I'm not like at lunch and directly like kind of yelling this stuff or just speaking in an assertive way, I kind of like I like curse under my breath for the most part, or just say, "Oh my God, I need this to stop," or something like that.
Right. Yeah, and that's a form of self-expression. And if it's something that allows you to focus on the moment and deal with the things that are troubling you, then that's a benefit that you get from it. They also talk about employing body language or other consciously or unconsciously that tells you exactly how someone feels about him or herself, whether it's tall and proud or slumped and defeated or somewhere in between there. There's all kinds of different ways, and there's no right way or wrong way to express yourself, and it's different for everybody, and I think that's the important thing. As long as you're able and comfortable to express yourself, that's important. Now, there may be different ways that we can improve our ways of self-expression. Let's talk about those.
So, as with most skills, the best way to improve your self-expression skills is to practice them. Self-expression skills include, but are not limited to, the following: speaking, writing, body language, or artistic endeavors like creating music, dancing, etc. Write almost every day. It forces you to find the right words and expressions to convey your message. Emulate your favorite author's styles. Never lose the chance to speak in public. Apply winning formulas, particularly for public speaking, as there are many tricks and secret weapons to help you succeed.
So one great thing that we do is we do a podcast every week. And one of the things that we've been doing recently is you've been taking a larger and larger role in hosting that podcast. And I've seen just in the last 2 times that you've hosted the level of improvement that you've had, both, you know, not only in writing the script, but in reading it now, there are less errors. You come in much more confident. You would get totally freaked out when I told you were hosting the show today, and you're doing much better about it. So there's a level of confidence that you're getting from that. And it's all a matter of self-expression. And you probably didn't even realize that you were self-expressing yourself.
Yeah.
You know, some of the mannerisms that we do. You know, I'm a guy when I'm trying to think of something to say on the podcast. You're a did you know, or what's the one that you start out with all the time? You do a lot of, there's an right there. You do a lot of so's when you start a statement.
Needless to say.
Needless to say, and then you say it anyway. So there's little mannerisms. But it's funny because your brain doesn't realize you're doing these things. And if you go back and you listen to the podcast, you pick them up real quick. What was Mommy's?
Oh my gosh.
Mommy had one that's a tell that even she realizes when she listens to the podcast.
You know.
That's it. She does, yeah. But it's funny because you don't realize it. And until you go back and listen to it, you discover it then, and then you can improve your self-expression. So the podcast is a great tool for that. Now, not everyone out there is going to do a podcast.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to say that you can't. Everyone likes to keep a diary. A lot of people keep diaries, right?
Yeah.
You can keep an audio diary. Your phones now have audio recorders built into them. Keep an audio diary from day to day. Go back and listen to it once in a while, and you'll see the improvement that you have as you're dictating to yourself. You're monologuing, essentially. Something else that you're very good at.
Yeah.
So these are all different ways to improve your skills, and self-expression is important. Improving your self-expression, because that self-expression is not always for your benefit, right?
Yeah.
You're expressing yourself to other people, either your frustrations, your wants, your desires, who you are. You're trying to communicate who you are. And if you can't do that effectively, then your message never comes across. So practicing and improving yourself is going to get you to where you want to be and make that self-expression even more effective for you. How do you think you are with self-expression? Do you think we've talked about the various things that you do. Do you think that you're effective at communicating your wants and desires and intent to people?
I definitely know that I could be better, but I think that I express my wants and desires okay for the most part. Could definitely be better.
Okay.
Thinking specifically when I ask for sim stuff.
Yes, your request for sim stuff is not very good.
No.
At least you don't give me the needless to say. That's the funniest one that needless to say. Okay, then don't say it.
Yeah, I've been really trying to stop that one.
And you've gotten much better about it.
Yeah, I was almost gonna say it to Mommy today, and I was able to catch myself before I even went, Ninda.
See? And you learn new ways to express yourself, and those improvements help to express yourself better and get your message across.
I probably still need to work on the so thing, though.
Yep, and we're always a work in progress. Nobody's perfect. We're always trying to improve. Mm-hmm. So we're going to take our last break here, and then we're going to come back and talk about different techniques for developing self-expression. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about self-expression. And now we're going to talk about techniques for developing self-expression. So, if you're looking for ways to boost children's self-expression skills, there are a lot of engaging and seemingly indirect ways to familiarize themselves with expressing themselves and understanding others. The following strategies will help encourage a child to build their self-expression skills. we have work on the art of conversation. Celebrate your child's style by allowing him or her to dress however they'd like, given that it's age appropriate. Encourage your child to mentor younger children to practice their own skills and do a good deed. Get outdoors and do a nature-oriented activity together. Example, taking a walk, going for a hike, or doing some gardening, or even lightsaber dueling.
Or that's what we did last night, yeah.
Yep. Help your child make a video documentary about him or herself, including their current likes and dislikes, strengths, interests, and passions.
So of that inexhaustive list of things there, what have you done?
I guess, celebrating my style by allowing you guys allow me to wear what I like, given that it's age appropriate.
Right.
You allow me to have t-shirts that express some that I like, allow me to get hoodies at pretty much every place we go.
That's kind of our theme at this point, isn't it?
I mean, yeah. Whenever we travel to a new place, we just get a new hoodie.
Right. What about mentoring? Have you had an opportunity to mentor any younger kids?
I mean, I've kind of mentored my younger friends. I've definitely mentored them with homework and such, and I've also tried, and I know my two friends sometimes fight, so I've helped mentor them on how to make up at that point.
Okay. You're an outdoors person? Not so much, huh?
Not really.
Yeah, yesterday I think was probably the most outdoors you've done since band, right?
Fair enough.
And we were lightsaber battling last night.
Yep.
Making a video or a documentary about yourself. Have you ever thought about doing something like that?
I
mean, the podcast really is
yeah,
that.
I was going to say the podcast is kind of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, we couldn't get much more detailed than what we do on the podcast.
But I mean, yeah, when I monologue in the shower, I kind of pretend that I'm making a video.
Well, and that's the thing, so I got you the digital recorder so you could record your monologues. Do you do that?
Well,
not so much, huh?
They don't fit. It probably wouldn't work in the shower.
Probably not, but you monologue elsewhere though, too.
Yeah, I guess it's, I don't know. Like, I know that there's this thing where it's like, I don't know, I can do it perfectly fine when I'm not being recorded.
I see. So as long as there's no stakes involved, you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and the podcast itself is another way to work on the art of conversation as well.
I mean, yeah.
So we talked about what is self-expression, why does it benefit you, what are the different types of it, and how to improve it. So how can I help my children express themselves? Because clearly we've kind of fallen flat a few times with you, especially with the formal wear. So what can we do as parents to help our children express themselves? So the first thing that they tell us, and this comes to us from sunshinehouse.com, they say, emphasize the arts. The arts are an easy way for your kids to express their feelings without saying a word. Art therapy is proven to improve physical, mental, and emotional well-being, though creative self-expression for children and adults. So even adults can express themselves through art. It's not just restricted to traditional drawing or painting either. The arts can include music, dancing, and performance. Encourage your kids to try different art forms and explore their favorite artistic mediums. Support style decisions, and this is where we fell down, and I think we're getting better at it. Clothing is a form of self-expression. There are hints about who you are and what you wear. Let your children pick out their clothing, even if it looks silly, to encourage their self-expression. This will help them feel confident and unique wherever they go.
You should also offer opportunities to choose. Slowly introduce your children to the concept of choice. Let them decorate their room or choose their hairstyle. By introducing the concept of choice, your children will learn that they do what they do and do not like, which will help shape their understanding of themselves as they become adults. You can also encourage exploration. It is vitally important to let your children explore their own interests instead of the camps or activities you've picked out for them. Find websites and brochures for your kids in a variety of parent-approved activities, and let them test out what they're interested in, whether it be ballet or robotics. They'll find out their niche better if they decide. And talk to them about about your feelings. As a parent, you are your child's biggest role model in life. Teach your children about healthy self-expression by discussing your emotions and why you are feeling sad, mad, or glad.
So we've done a few of these things, right? So we've encouraged your exploration, especially through the summer camp programs, the online summer camp programs and stuff. You got to pick out what camps you wanted to do. We even did a couple of the science experiments at home that we picked up that we thought you'd like.
Yeah.
How about choice? Do we give you your choice in how you live your life and decorate your room and stuff?
I mean, yeah. You guys have allowed me to kind of, like, pick what I want in my room, how I want to style it.
Even that shelf that I keep banging my head on.
I mean, technically, you guys put that up while
So
I
we
was
put
away,
right. So
but I mean, like,
made-
I would have, but I do, like the shelf because it gives me more room.
But you would have picked a different place so I didn't bang my head every time I leave your room.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. What about your clothing? Do we allow you to pick your clothing now?
Yeah, at this point.
And how about emphasizing through the arts? Do mommy and daddy encourage your art?
Yeah, in fact, you give me good constructive criticism when I show you my art, saying,
In
like,
fact, we even go so far as to make demands of you to produce art for different shows now.
I mean, yeah. Speaking of which, when are we gonna do that?
Well, yeah, that's for Christmas, so we'll get to it.
Yep.
What about talking about your feelings?
Yeah, you definitely let me, especially around 6th grade, you let me express what my emotions were.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. From a psychological standpoint, you need the freedom to express yourself by talking. And a lot of times, you don't need anyone to say anything. Sometimes just talking helps. You know, mommy and daddy tend to be here to maybe guide the conversation and maybe ask questions that probably need answers, and those answers can only come from you. So you don't really need a lot of input from us. We're certainly not going to solve the problems for you. But the ability to talk and to have someone to talk to is really one of the biggest things that I found to be a helpful form of self-expression. Anything else that self-expression does for you, or hints about self-expression, or things that parents can do to help their kids?
I guess, for parents, a lot of it is kind of just to help support them, but guide them, rightfully. I definitely don't think that they shouldn't be monitored, because some self-expressions can be dangerous, but also don't guide them to a fault.
Yeah, don't smother them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is parents kind of need to be open-minded.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of parents, and I fall into this myself, a lot of parents want to raise their kids based on how they were raised. And our parents try to do the same thing. And as kids, we can all remember, realizing, our parents just don't get it. It's different now than when they were kids and so forth. And the fact of the matter is, it is. It's different being a kid today, whether it's because of the technology today. Like, when I was your age, the internet didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
So all the stuff that you're exposed to on the internet, some good, a lot of it bad, was never something my parents had to worry about. I was into what at the time were called BBS's, bulletin board services, where you would dial into another computer and do stuff. That was basically the equivalent of our internet.
Mm.
When my parents had that, they never even had that level of technology. So my parents could not relate to me from a technology standpoint. So it changes. So I think it's very important for parents to be open-minded. Be cautious. There's a lot of stuff out there today that's dangerous to the kids. In fact, I think There's far more danger to kids today than there was when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Society is very different. So we can't lose sight of that. But you're right. We can't smother the kids. We want to protect them. Our job is to protect our kids, to educate our kids, and to care for our kids. Sometimes that requires us to have an open mind. It requires us to trust our kids. I have to trust that we've taught you right from wrong. And there's going to come a time where you're going to have to make that right or wrong choice. And I have to have faith in you that you're going to make the right choice. And we do that by explaining what the consequences are of both of those choices. I try to provide you with as much information as we possibly can so you can make an educated choice. I can't make the choice for you. And a lot of parents want to do that. A lot of parents live vicariously through their kids and dictate their kids' lives. And that's not good for them either. At least not in my opinion. It may work for some people, but in my experience, it's never the best. So keep an open mind. Be there, support your kids, and allow them to express themselves. And see where it goes.
Yeah.
That's all we had for today. We'll be back in a minute to get your closing thoughts and shout-outs.
Alrighty.
Actually, less than a minute. That's a lie.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that self-expression is pretty important. Having your kids know what they like and don't like, and just figuring out what hobbies they want is really important, especially in developing themselves as a person. And while, yes, you should help to guide them, you should also, like we said before, keep an open mind. Still allow them to express themselves just in a healthy manner.
Okay. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
That was all we had today. Before we do go, though, I want to invite our listening and viewing audience once more to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Amazon, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, contact us, give us your feedback, give us your show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Audio versions can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens. And you can find all this and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, an estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan national military police. There was also almost 1,200 allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam in Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the war on terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on the show before. But I think some way to at least start is to, which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals, and it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It is impossible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the War on Terror that followed. For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. That's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the War on Terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another D.C. building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know the risk of what they're volunteering. Is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed; they also had no idea what was going to happen to them. But it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from 3,000 to 50,000.
Yeah. I think you make a valid point. Our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible. Mm-hmm. And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified. Mm-hmm. But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. That was our response to 9/11. Mm-hmm. So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on, at best, dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic, but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. I think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe. Mm-hmm. Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush Jr. on the American battleship with the mission accomplished. Yeah. There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make insincere claims all the time, and I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war. Mm-hmm. Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the kind of the product of the Gulf War in the 90s, it lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity, so everybody wants to declare this war is over. I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the War on Terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just
the War on
about.
Terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our axis of evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
to do whatever you want.
To do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear, which is a little too self-aware, I think, for president, but it's worth noting bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while Still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that?
I could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting...
So you figured it would look better for us to tuck tail and run on the anniversary of September 11th?
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea. I think
clearly it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What, like college or like high school? Or?
I didn't read the details on it, but
either way,
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue, getting out of country, global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed. It's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. These people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. That's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had cut. Basically, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. And I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect a guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though.
Yeah, I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here. But I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
Sure.
then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now, again, Trump, and then now Biden. I think both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got
issue.
4 administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans, at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone or provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. I mean, and we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted a target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do, you know? Like,
and you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people, standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
That footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right? Like the evacuation
absolutely.
of Saigon, people, helicopters going down, people scrambling. It's
what makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said you're not going to have another Saigon.
Yeah. And then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood one particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other countries, surrounding countries, are closing their borders now. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I said it before, it's like, for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like, there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. It's, I don't know. It's,
yeah, I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last, 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately, playing Monday morning quarterback, and talk about. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong, or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies. As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, we thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely expensive. Casualty rates of any level were considered unacceptable. The lack of or prevention of further terrorist attacks put the original purpose of the mission largely out of people's minds.
So you mentioned briefly the parallels between this and Vietnam. And I think a lot of it, there's too many to not sort of dwell on, I guess, here. So you have the country and its citizens, so you look at the hardships that the Afghans have dealt with in what's been a war-torn country for decades now. It's very similar to what the Vietnamese went through. They were never a particularly prosperous or decadent country. Either of them were. So it's difficult for Americans to realize the hardships that they live with every day, and the thought that that's something that would drive them to a peaceful resolution of things is not even logical. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a different way of life that I don't even think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, and you know, I kind of draw a parallel to movies like Red Dawn, right? So you see a movie like Red Dawn where there's this theoretical invasion of the United States, and these high school kids, you know, change their way of life and go live in the mountains, and you know, my daddy taught me to hunt, so I'm going to go shoot bad guys and stuff like that. And it's a fantasy. Mm-hmm. Like, Americans can't even really empathize with that sort of picture. But that's how the Afghans have lived. You know, they've lived off the land. They live in harsh environments. They live in clans of warring tribesmen. Like, it's not like people look at a modern country like the United States when you live here and you think, oh, well, you've got police and you've got low crime rate, and oh my goodness, the crime rate's soaring, and we've had 20 people shot. Well, 20 people shot here is an evening in Afghanistan sometimes when there's a raid. And it's like the standards that we live by here don't even compare to Afghanistan. And for us to think we're going to walk in there and impose our way of life on them is dangerously naive, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's really the thing, right? The people that live in these places were, I mean, if they maybe not content, but they were, you know, alive and they were undisturbed. Right. I mean, sure, they had their own internal conflicts, but when we thrust them onto the world stage and make them part of our proxy wars, things get a lot worse for them in the long run, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and one of the problems that we've run into is the proxy war that we have in Afghanistan. There's, like, much like Vietnam, there's no clear objective. Mm-hmm. You know, in Vietnam, it was about numbers. The better numbers we could spin on the news each evening, the more domestic support you would get for the fight. Well, you weren't even getting that in Afghanistan. You know, you got to the point where the only thing that you saw in Afghanistan was when Americans were killed or maimed or whatever, or you saw the aftermath of soldiers that did their tours in Afghanistan and came back and had PTSD or were crippled or you know, partially paralyzed because of injuries sustained over there. And it became a very graphic representation of our presence in Afghanistan when there was no corroborating reason given by the government for us to be there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, still comparing these two things, because you just can't help it, then it was a war on communism, right? And communism was a global fear, really, for everybody that wasn't a communist. But now it's the war on terror. And I think we're just subbing out these words, like a war on an idea, right? And it makes it nebulous so that you can do whatever you want. You don't have to make it a declared war. And I think the war on communism might have had a little bit more traction than the war on terror does now, because terrorism, we don't seem to have a way to stop it, right? And right. Like with communism, you can sway the political leanings of a country. With terrorism, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Well, and terrorism, to a certain extent, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Why are there terrorists? Because they hate us. Why do they hate us? Because we interfere in their way of life.
Yep.
We impose our way of life in areas that don't want it. Mm-hmm. And as a result, terrorists rise up, insurrections rise up, they attack us, they fight you off, they commit to these asymmetric wars that we've never learned how to fight. You know, we've got special forces, you've got Green Berets and SEALs, and they can go in and do all this special stuff. But the United States as a military cannot fight a guerrilla war. They just, morally they can't do it because the bad guys do that, right? Mm-hmm. The bad guys are the guerrilla warfare guys. They're the ones that are going to go kill civilians to deter people from doing things. America can't do that. We never could do that.
We just
done
use
it.
Drones.
Well, the problem is we've done that.
Yeah.
And whenever that's done, there's war crimes trials about that. So America doesn't want to be that that group. But if you're not going to play by the same rules as your opponent, you're never going to achieve victory. And if we're unwilling to play by those rules, which we should be unwilling to play by those rules, then you can't engage in that kind of warfare.
I don't know. I think there's a decent argument to be made that drone strikes are our version of guerrilla warfare, because civilians die by the hundreds in those, and the cost of those armaments, I just think it's different than the boots on the ground approach, where it's, instead it's a plane taking out, the amount of civilian casualties for one insurgent to be taken out is,
And that's a valid point. When people see drone strikes, it's almost like a video game.
Yeah.
You don't see Americans in there slaughtering women and children. You see a shot from 20,000 feet, you see a brief flash, and then you see an explosion. Mm-hmm. And it's almost a sanitizing way for us to do terrorist bombings.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. So the next thing that went wrong here is one that I think can't be ignored, and that's the Afghan military. I mean, let's face it, they collapsed like a cheap lawn chair. Maybe it was incompetence, indifference, cowardice, whatever it was that caused the Afghan armed forces to simply cave. We don't know what it was. But given the rate at which cities were being captured, I think you had a lot of Taliban sympathizers. The fact that the Afghan government was relying on warlords in outlying districts to get their personal armies to defend the land. They're warlords. They're not government officials. Mm-hmm. So there's a profit to be made by doing what they do. And I would speculate that perhaps maybe they were bought off by the Taliban, or the Taliban promised them riches or lands or something, but something caused the Afghan military to just collapse. A lot of the Biden administration's planning for this withdrawal was contingent upon the 300,000 Afghans that we trained and equipped to hold off the Taliban. And it never happened. It wasn't even attempted by the Afghan military. And there's been no explanation as to why. So lack of a structured military control by the government and outlying regions was a problem with the Afghan military. Like I said, they were counting on regional warlords to defend the territory. There was probably a fair amount of Taliban supporters already in the military, and some of the warlords were probably paid. The government abandoned the country. The president was quick to flee the country to what he said, quote unquote, avoid bloodshed, which really was avoid his own bloodshed. This signaled an overall lack of effective leadership. There were signs of desperation early on as regional capitals fell. And it was, at least in Vietnam, the South Vietnamese put up a fight. Mm-hmm. And they put up a hell of a fight in Vietnam. They were overwhelmed. They were probably not confident enough or equipped enough to do what needed to be done. But once your air support dries up in most of these situations, you're going to lose land to a larger force. So the Afghan military is definitely to blame. But Joe Biden has to take some of the blame himself. We've talked about the fact that there's 4 administrations to blame here. Biden is one of them. He was certainly dealt a bad hand by the deal Trump struck with the Taliban. His intelligence agencies failed to plan for the contingency of the complete collapse of the Afghan military, which you would have thought you would have had reinforcements or at least airstrikes available to support them. That overall lack of air support really killed any chance that the Afghans had of supporting it. It almost struck me as the Bay of Pigs invasion, where the United States the CIA trained up these Cuban refugees to send them over to Cuba to invade, promised air support, and then none of it happened, and they all were captured. Biden has consistently dropped the ball when attempting to address these issues. Getting by on the fact that he's not Donald Trump just isn't cutting it anymore at this point. He's failed to properly plan. He's failed to properly lead. and he failed to provide remedies to resolve the issue. Now, a lot of people at this point in time are kind of jumping to conclusions and calling for his resignation, and I think that's grossly premature. There have been a lot of mistakes made by presidents over the years, none of which are impeachable or worth resigning over. I don't think the Afghan withdrawal is one that we should be demanding his resignation for. And there was reports that there were some Republicans that were preparing articles of impeachment, which, given the political theater we went through during the Trump administration, I'm not surprised by that. But Biden definitely was not doing his best during this. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that no matter who would have been president, someone was going to have to bite this bullet eventually. If this withdrawal was ever going to actually happen, I don't think anybody, no matter who was in office, would have made this look like a victory. Just like in Vietnam, was peace without, or victory without defeat, or something like that, or whatever we called our
peace with honor. Yeah,
that's what it was. So we can make ourselves feel better about it. But in this case, there isn't any of that. I think it's a really, really bad look for him as a president. We talked a little bit about it before the show, but the image where he's up on the podium sort of for his moment of silence.
For his moment of silence shot, yeah.
I understand what he was going for in terms of wanting to be compassionate and those things. And I think that is important for a president to be. But I think his opponents, and even people that voted for him, are already looking at him and seeing him as weak. And I think that this is definitely contributing to that image. And I think, obviously, there's lives being lost here, but I think for him as a president, he's really got to step up and really look like a leader that the people that are still trapped in Afghanistan can hope and trust that they will actually receive some assistance.
You're absolutely right. And I can't help but think, regardless of who did the pullout, they were going to have a tragedy on their hands. Mm-hmm. It's something that should have happened after bin Laden was assassinated. So you've had 3 presidents drop the ball so far on this. Biden really was the first one to say, all right, enough is enough. Let's get this done now. So I have to give him some credit for having the intestinal fortitude to draw that line in the sand. So I give him credit for that level of courage. I ding him on the competency in which he did it. There's some areas that need to be worked on. But I can't help but think, how would Donald Trump have handled this? And the first thing that comes to mind was, as soon as this became a graphical issue for him, an image issue for him, he would have said or done something else controversial to deflect away from this, and everyone would be talking about that. So you'd be talking about immigration now, or he'd be tear gassing protesters somewhere, and you wouldn't be thinking about this anymore. And Trump was a master at that. Trump was a master at taking bad press and then distracting you away from it. And that's one area where Biden is just not doing a very good job with it.
No, we're just sort of wallowing in this unfortunate news cycle.
We're muddied down in this quagmire of news now, and the images keep flooding in. And the terrorist attacks are going to keep happening at this point in time until we get everyone out of there. I hate to say it, but he could take a page out of Trump's book and learn how to distract a little bit from this. Smoke and mirrors did wonders for Trump. Mm-hmm. So we're going to take our last break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about what the future of Afghanistan and the United States looks like. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com. or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a look at the future of Afghanistan and the United States. So immediately, Afghanistan will once again fall under the oppressive regime of the Taliban. There will be no democratic system of government at all. The restoration of harsh Sharia law includes a body of religious rules to guide day-to-day lives of Muslims, a stringent code of punishment, Islamic personal laws governing marriage, inheritance, and child custody, a big emphasis on the limited women's rights, forced to wear head-to-toe face-covering garments, beatings if they step outside without a male guardian, no schooling at all, public executions, whipping or stoning for the violating of the law. There will also be economic sanctions. This is most likely going to be the next step from the U.S. in order to try to resolve the issue. This will also ultimately lead to hardship, and deprivation for the citizens of Afghanistan. Ultimately, they will be the ones that suffer. This might even hamper international relief efforts and attempts to clean up the country after 20 plus years of war, including the disposal of landmines.
So, yeah, I mean, you're really seeing a country set up for hardship, more hardship than they've seen in the past, from being war-torn and from having an oppressive government. How do you think that's going to affect the rest of the world?
I mean, I think it's definitely it's a bad look for the U.S. for sure. I mean, and people talk about, the U.S. on the world stage embarrassing ourselves, and we definitely are. And I think that, economic sanctions are going to maybe make us look even worse, because it's going to be ultimately the civilians that are going to be suffering from this. And it's just, we dropped the ball, and there's not a whole lot we can do.
Yeah, and you're going to see that there's going to be extenuating circumstances to the pullout. You're going to see that the only thing the United States is going to be able to do is economic sanctions. We don't want to stay mired up in this, And the other thing that you're going to see come out of this is it's going to be a haven for terrorists. Excuse me. Again, you're going to see people, because of us trying to impose our will on another country, there's more hate. You couldn't ask for a better recruiting pitch than the United States doing something like this.
Yeah, not to mention it's a win for the Taliban, right?
Absolutely.
So it's going to embolden any group remotely like them.
Right. The Taliban have historically proven to be supportive of terrorist organizations, and to a certain extent practice terroristic activities themselves. They terrorize their own people. You're going to see the rise of this ISIS-K movement that's responsible for these couple of bombings. Now, ISIS-K is an extremist branch of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The K stands for Khorasan, which is a historical province which once stretched across Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, and Iran. They've launched multiple attacks on refugees already at the airport and claimed credit for them in Kabul. They killed over 170 civilians and 13 service members, which is what the United States is reeling from right now. In retaliation to that, within the last 24 hours, the U.S. launched drone strikes. Again, our sanctioned form of car bombs, really, at this point in time. They launched drone strikes on the Nangarhar province in Afghanistan, targeting one of the suspected planners of the attacks. And the Taliban also have a history of supporting al-Qaeda. The Taliban already sheltered Osama bin Laden during the American search for him after the 9/11 attacks. And the Afghan leaders, the current Afghan leaders, have made recent statements in support of bin Laden, raising questions of their continued support for the terrorist group. So they've pretty much signified the fact that they're going to be a home for terrorists. Anybody who wants to learn how to build bombs and kill people and terrorize the United States, you can come to Afghanistan. The Taliban's going to help you. That's what we have to deal with now.
Yeah, and this speaks to the damage to America's reputation, which I already mentioned a little bit. This is going to weaken the United States on the world stage. Our reputation with our allies is going to suffer when they see how poorly we treated our Afghani allies. We're creating yet another refugee crisis that the rest of the world will have to shoulder the burden of. Speaking of refugee crisis, some of those refugees are arriving in local military bases, where they're hopefully going to have some peace. The Afghan civil war It's hard to imagine this not ending with a bloody civil war among the Afghans. It wouldn't be the first or the last time. Civil war is an opportunity to have a proxy war, which we already mentioned, between other less involved countries. Ultimately, the region's going to continue to be war-torn for years to come.
So, again, we're going to end the show on a positive note here, and it's doom and gloom again for another region of the world. I think our involvement in Afghanistan is something that is going to cost us well beyond the numbers that we've talked about here for years to come. If you look just at the human toll here, on the Americans that serve there, the people that live there that are now displaced, the people that are living there now that are living under a repressive regime, 20 years later, nothing's changed. All that money spent, all those lives lost, all the bullets, all the bombs, and you're literally back to where you were 20 years ago. Was it worth it?
No.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. For my closing thoughts, I'd say if you're gonna take a look at this, try not to get mired in the teams of it. Don't take sides. There's fault in terms of politics, fault on both sides, and ultimately the people that are losing are the people of Afghanistan and any other country that is caught in a situation like this, and the people that are winning are the people making money off of this. Follow the money, right? People that are making these the missiles for the drone strikes, people that are funding these armies and profiting off any resources that are gathered in the process. I think that is really the takeaway from this, is that this is just the way that, wars are going today. The profiteering off it, and ultimately the lower, the less enfranchised people getting the hit.
No doubt. So that was all we had. Before we do go, I would invite our audience once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions can be found listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothethings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We can be found on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram listed at insightsintothings, where links to all those can be found on our website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 141, Walkouts and Mergers. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and somewhat vulgar at times co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Nice. I have no idea what you are referring to.
Good thing the camera was off. That's all I got to say.
You mean off?
Off. Yeah, off. Anyway, how you doing today, sweetheart?
It's been a day.
Indeed it has. It's been 2 days for me, actually. So.
It's been a week, really,
Yes, most of one.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's almost over.
Hey, it's Friday Eve.
Yes, it is.
That's the way we were talking about it at work. We were like, we're so close. We're right there.
It just means I got one more day. I got to drag my butt out of bed and go to work.
Yep.
So anyway, but that's not what we're talking about.
No,
today.
it's not.
No, today, this is actually a back-to-back week because we had so many things to talk about.
We just didn't want to let time go.
Didn't want to have people wait till next week for this stuff. So this week, we're going to take a look at how the Disney CEO handled, or rather mishandled, Florida's controversial Don't Say Gay bill. Then we'll dig into the next major consolidation move in the entertainment industry with Amazon's acquisition of MGM. And we've got a great insightful pick for you this week, and some convention news, but not much convention news. But before we do that, I do want to implore, beg, plead for our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find the audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of this podcast and all of the network's podcasts can be found as Insights into Things. We also list audio versions on that as well. You can find those on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and pretty much anywhere you can find a podcast today. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, how we're not doing. Give us your suggestions for pop culture shows or conventions that we can plug on the show. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find all those and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
I love that uncertainty. Go.
So it seems that Disney employees, or cast members as they are also referred to, were walking out across the U.S. So they're mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore. At least that's the message that Walt Disney Company's cast members are trying to send to their corporate overlords. Cast members of the entertainment giant were staging walkouts across the country in protest of CEO Bob Chapek's response to the recent Florida legislation that's been dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill. LGBTQIA+,
that's a lot of letters.
That's a lot of letters, so you got to say it slow. The workers and allies alike planned a general walkout in locations in Florida, California, and elsewhere. Cast members are up in arms at Chapek's tepid response to HB 1557. Right, I did say, okay. It's a lot of letters.
House bill.
House bill. Oh, there you go. Hey, look at that. So the bill that would prohibit instruction about sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through the 3rd grade in Florida. Unlike his predecessor, Bob Iger, the lesser of the two Bobs thought he could play the politics of the state closer to the vest. Chepik sent a company-wide memo on March 7th with his thoughts. Excuse me. He believed the corporation could make the biggest impact by creating a more inclusive world through the inspiring content we produce. Basically saying it isn't important enough to get the company involved in. The company's official position on the bill was particularly galling to tens of thousands of Disney employees in the state of Florida. Chepik did issue a late and lukewarm apology saying, "It is clear that this is not just an issue about a bill in Florida, but instead yet another challenge to basic human rights. You needed me to be a stronger ally in the fight for equal rights, and I let you down. I am sorry." Even his apology seemed to be a bit of a tongue-in-cheek response, as if yet another challenge to basic human rights is just a bit of an inconvenience and not something worth standing up for. While he admits, "You needed me to be a stronger ally, and I let you down," he doesn't really pledge to do anything to set that straight. He did announce that the company would pause all donations to elected officials in Florida. What that's supposed to accomplish is puzzling. Maybe it's just makes Disney look less guilty of supporting elected officials content on trampling human rights. Maybe it helps Bob the Lesser sleep at night. It certainly doesn't do anything for those affected by the legislation. In a unified statement, the cast members said, "The recent statement and lack of action by the Walt Disney Company leadership regarding the Don't Say Gay or Trans bill have utterly failed to match the magnitude of the threat to the LGBTQIA+ safety represented by this legislation. We have been forced into an impossible and unsustainable position. We must now take action to convince the Walt Disney Company to protect cast members and their families in the face of such open and unapologetic bigotry." Chepik, who obviously doesn't know when to cut his losses and move on, poured more gas on the fire with a virtual town hall. The Wall Street Journal reports that Chepik told cast members that he and other top executives were determined to use this moment as a catalyst for more meaningful and lasting change. As a contender for the Too Little Too Late award of 2022?
2022. Sorry.
Okay, I was going to say, I guess I should have, caught that. So the Too Little Too Late Award of 2022, Chepik went on to say that he and other senior leaders would go on a global listening tour of cast members. Chepik's tactless handling of the situation has caused a public relations crisis for himself and the company, which should come as no surprise given so many other Chepik-era decisions that have been steadily alienating both cast members and customers from the House of Mickey Mouse. Of course, as seems to be often the case with Chepik playing second fiddle to Bob the Greater, his predecessor, Bob Iger. See, and I knew that was coming, and it still made me laugh. Iger came in strong opposition to the Parental Rights in Education bill on February 24th, weeks before Chepik felt compelled to apologize for his gaffe. During his term helming the media empire, Iger was often center stage for such controversies supporting the company's cast members and their families. Chepik's lack of empathy, tactlessness, his tactless delivery, and complete absence of leadership is in stark contrast to the more refined, more enlightened example that Iger offered, and it reflects on the company as a whole. So, what do cast members hope to accomplish with this walkout? In an emailed response to a list of questions, they indicated their main goal was to stop the corporation from donating to elected officials who sponsored weaponizing and hateful legislation. It's hard to argue with that. They also expect the company to take a stand against similar legislation in Georgia, a key production hub for the company's film and television shows. In a statement, the group said, "We believe the Walt Disney Company's recent statements about their commitment to our community means that anytime legislation like this comes up again, they will take a more visible stand, and we will plan to hold them accountable for that." Ultimately, it comes down to politics. Republican legislators who advocated for the bill contend that parents, not teachers, should be the people talking to children about sexuality and gender issues. Maybe in a perfect world, that works. Sadly, we don't live in a perfect world. Many who support this bill are grossly unqualified to speak in an educated manner about topics, if they speak to their children about such topics at all. Democrats argue that the bill demonizes LGBTQIA plus people and effective bars students from speaking freely about sexual orientation and gender identity. In essence, the bill is a violation of free speech at its core. It uses public funds to push a biased conservative political agenda on students. The measure has passed both House of Legislature and now heads to the Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. DeSantis, who's made it very clear he's neither a fan nor advocate for anyone who doesn't conform to his narrow conservative view of the world, who has already expressed support for the bill.
So kudos to the cast members at Disney for standing up for this.
Absolutely. And, and that's what's such a wonderful thing about Disney, because again, we bash them on a lot of things and we praise them on a lot of things too. They are very inclusive when it comes to their cast members. Sure. And they want equal rights for everybody. So they don't care what your race is, your gender, your preference, your color,
And I think what happened is you had Bob Chapek, who has his personal views on this, and I don't know what his politics are. I didn't bother to look that up.
Right.
But clearly, he was of this mindset that the company shouldn't be involved in these type of political things. That was what his knee-jerk reaction was. Unfortunately, you're knee-deep in it because you're contributing to politicians.
Right.
Because you're trying to get favorable legislation for your company.
Right.
So you can't not take a stand.
Right.
And given the company's history with Iger, who never hesitated to take a stand.
Absolutely.
And was always on taking the moral high ground when it came to these things. You can't just ignore that example, stick your head in the sand, and pretend that nothing's happening.
Right.
Your employees depend on you. And there's over 70,000 employees that work for Disney in Florida. That's a lot of votes.
Right.
Even if a percentage of those people don't, they might be people that are just here on work visas and, because Disney has a lot of international staff that work there. Even if you take half of that number, that's enough to swing a vote.
I hope it is. I really hope it is. And especially now that you have so many people who worked in California who had to transplant to Florida now.
Because of the moving operations.
Because of the moving operations. I'm really hoping that a lot of this backwardness clears up Florida, because I really don't even want to go and visit Florida. I know not everybody feels this way, but and a lot of people are like, okay, well, I don't want, my kindergartner talking about this. Okay. That's not even, so if you have a child in kindergarten who happens to have two moms at home, or has two dads at home, this child can't talk about their family at home because of this act.
Right. And if you have a child who simply has questions because they have a fellow student who might have two same-gender parents. They can't ask questions.
Right.
Their parents, according to this bill, their parents are supposed to explain things to them.
Right.
And parents who support this bill are wholly unqualified to
Right.
explain this because they're so narrow-minded themselves
Right.
that they don't want to even take the time to understand it.
And there was a beautiful I'm totally gonna botch it, but there was a beautiful meme about, oh my God, I had to explain, my gay brother to, my kid, and it was like, why does, Uncle, Bobby always hang out with Joe? Oh, because they love each other. Okay.
Right.
That is what a typical kid is going to
Yep.
say. All you have to do is say they love each other, or that's whoever's parents, and kids are going to be okay.
Right. And that's the foundation that you need to start.
Exactly, because to a little kid, it doesn't matter.
Kids
Color doesn't
understand
matter.
love.
Exactly,
And if
do.
two people love each other, it's the most fundamental feeling that a child could understand is
Right.
love. And if you start off with that, everything else is so much easier after that.
And here's the other thing, okay? So now you can't talk about, different genders or whatever, or, okay, because again, this really is two different things. Sexual identity is one, gender identity is another. So now, how many times, do you say to a little kid, oh, is that your little girlfriend? Is that your little boyfriend? How many times do we sexualize toddlers?
Right.
Where you're basically putting on them that they're cis.
Well, and that's the other side of this
Right.
is that you're basically those people that mentally abuse those who don't conform to what they think are normal.
Right.
You just gave them carte blanche now.
Right.
You're now advocating for that. What politician wants to put his stamp of approval on that?
Right.
That's political suicide. Who's stupid enough to vote for that bill?
Right. Yeah.
Remember who voted for it, Florida.
Absolutely.
Because come their reelection time, it's your choice to get rid of them at that point in time.
Yeah. And it's scary that, again, if you don't feel that way, that's fine. We're not saying everybody has to be that way. Just let people love who they want to love and be who they want to be.
The fact of the matter is, even if you're not like that, other people are.
And
you
more
have
than likely,
no right to tell them who they can and can't love.
Right. And more than likely, somebody, if they haven't come out to you to tell you, you already know somebody.
Right. And this is just another example of Bob Chapek just not getting it.
Right.
Like,
if he would have come out right away. And that's the thing is now, you see Disney posting and Disney Plus posting and Marvel posting and Pixar and all of, the companies supporting it. And, and there's one Disney group on Facebook who, pointed out that one of the accounts had posted it but taken it down because there had been a typo or something. And of course, all the trolls were, oh, see, they really didn't mean it. They were fixing a typo. Like, geez, people, And granted, there are plenty of Disney fans who are happy that Disney feels this way and hate that, Disney does gay days and all of this other stuff. And, and that's the thing that drives me crazy because these are the, Christian fundamentalists that
love everybody.
But only if they're like me.
Right.
That's the only... You have to be like me and I will love you.
Right. Well, what got me was even in Chapek's apology here, he says, it's yet another challenge to basic human rights. Like, oh, what a pain in the ass. We have to deal with another challenge to basic human. Like, really, dude?
In 2022, we shouldn't have to be having to deal with
I
basic
agree that you
human
shouldn't, but
rights.
it shouldn't be an inconvenience to you.
Right.
The problem that you have is if you don't want to play politics, then you can't play politics, which means
Right.
you can't go out and buy your own politicians.
Right.
Because if you're buying your own politicians, they damn well better vote in your favor, right? Otherwise, you're wasting your money.
Right.
The fact that they're coming out and saying, well, we're not going to contribute to politicians anymore. You shouldn't have been doing it in the first place.
Right.
And then come back saying you don't want to get involved in politics. You're neck deep in it, dude. You don't have a choice.
Right. And I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff with tax credits and all this other stuff, because obviously Disney's a big supporter of, the Florida economy. But the thing is, now there's also a lot of other companies out there too. So, I'm sure if Universal and, all of these other companies kind of came together and put the strong arm, it would make a difference. So you need Disney, but you need everybody else to kind of do it as well.
Corporate America needs to do the right thing.
Absolutely.
That's as simple as it is. And you can't abdicate your responsibility when you're that involved in politics. And they don't mention in the articles that I researched how much Disney was giving, but it's not pocket change.
Oh, yeah.
When you're that involved in politics and you're trying to buy your own politicians, you can't pretend that you're not part of politics.
Right. They have their own lobbyists, I'm sure,
Absolutely.
The full-time, lobbyists for everything. So
Disney getting it wrong again, but really Bob Chapek, just terrible, like complete lack of leadership, I was never a fan of Bob Iger. You know that. I think the man was paid more, 10 times more than he should have been paid for what he was doing.
Right.
But he looks like a saint compared to Chapek at this point in time.
Yeah.
Bob the Lesser. That's how I felt. Will forever refer to Bob Chapek.
Bob the Lesser. The lesser of two Bobs. It's good. I like that.
So, all right. That was what we had on our Disney article. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. And we'll talk about some entertainment news. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So what does the Amazon MGM deal mean for the entertainment industry? The man with the golden wallet now owns the man with the golden gun and much more. Amazon has agreed to purchase the film and television studio MGM for nearly $8.5 billion. At first glance, that number sounds big, but in reality, it's insignificant compared to so much that's going on in the industry now. The merger was actually first announced last May and just recently became official. It's the second largest acquisition for Amazon after Whole Foods. It's also the latest in a string of mega mergers within the entertainment industry, including AT&T's merger of Warner Media and Discovery last year. Included in the merger are iconic brands, including the James Bond franchise, Rocky, The Silence of the Lambs, and Legally Blonde, just to name a few. The merger has been cleared by the European Commission. Having concluded their investigation into the merger, the European Commission determined the merger would not significantly reduce competition in the markets. The U.S. government hasn't given its blessing on the union yet, but the two companies signed the dotted line anyway to make it official nonetheless, which I thought was kind of interesting. They clearly don't think what the U.S. government cares about this one. Will we see Amazon Prime Video selections options start to open up? Well, it's unclear when or if Prime subscribers will get the full MGM catalog. An impressive library that contains more than 4,000 films and over 17,000 TV episodes. Some industry experts think this and other mergers might signal a dark time for streaming ahead. Mergers like this mean less choice for consumers. I don't know why I went to your camera on that one there, but you had a really good reaction on your face when I said that.
So riveting.
We'll fix it in post. Anytime there's less choice and therefore less competition, it means higher prices. Just what we need right about now, right? Mm-hmm. The streaming wars have sparked a new era of consolidation, which is already underway. This still has a way to go before they get overly restrictive, but they're already moving in that direction. So what do I say? Blame Disney. Everybody else does.
Sure, why not?
Amazon, Netflix, and just about everyone else are trying to bolster their reserves of intellectual property in order to compete with Disney with their new and highly successful streaming service, Disney+. So you can't really blame Amazon for this. Disney threw down the gauntlet in 2009 when they acquired Marvel Entertainment. The neglected property wasn't all that impressive at the time, but we see what Disney's done with it since then. Disney then raised the stakes again in 2012 when they bought Lucasfilm. Between their original work, their Pixar properties, Marvel, and Lucasfilm, Disney essentially locked up 90% of the target audience's childhood under one roof. Of course, they spent a year squandering the opportunities they had by housing their works on other streaming networks until they launched their own streaming service in 2019. But since then, everyone has been trying to beat Disney in the streaming world. So what's the end result for consumers? Static catalogs are well and good if you like rewatching TV shows and movies, but the real money's in new content, right? Maybe. It's likely that Amazon will be milking their newly acquired properties like Rocky and James Bond for sure. You may even get spin-offs based on your favorite characters. I mean, Rocky is nothing but spin-offs at this point.
True.
But that also means you'll likely have fewer unique stories emerging from these studios. You're likely to get retreads of what you've already seen, which is pretty much what we see with Disney now. I mean, Disney, sure, they're still putting out original content, but a lot of what Disney's doing is taking some of the stuff that they have and re-releasing it. You know, we're seeing live-action versions of animated versions of their movies. It's like, okay, you guys can't come up with original stories at this point in time?
Well, one of the newer movies that just came out was Cheaper by the Dozen, which was a remake of, you know, a Steve Martin movie. Yeah. So I was kind of like, wait, what? Oh, we already...
Yeah. Okay. So you're seeing the retreads coming out of Disney.
Right.
You're probably going to see the same thing coming out of Amazon. Now, Amazon has not hesitated to drop money on projects that they like. You know, we're very fortunate that they picked up The Expanse.
The Expanse, right.
You know, they saved a show that we absolutely loved, and they've hemorrhaged money into it for effects and story and staff and everything else.
Right, and you could definitely see the difference between from when it was on Sci-Fi and then when it came over to Amazon Prime. So
absolutely. So it's reasonable to think that they're going to continue that trend with their MGM properties. Hopefully, maybe.
I don't know. Do you need to have, you know, a remake of Rocky? Or
well, and that's a thing. You've got the Creed movies that are the trend now.
True. You could, you know, or maybe find, you know.
But they also have Lord of the Rings.
True, and Lord of the Rings TV series is coming out.
So they've got that. They've got RoboCop, which is a dead franchise. They tried to revive that with a new movie, but that's certainly something that you can pick up and run with.
Right, and I could see doing not maybe James Bond, but something...
Jane Bond.
Sure, you know, something in that genre, so I
think what would be interesting there would be to see how the female M got to her position. Like a Cold War precursor of M.
And that's what would be like interesting to see is, okay, we always see the movies and everything with James Bond in the back. What's the background? What's how?
Right, and that's what Star Wars is doing.
Right,
that's what Disney did with Star Wars. Is they went to the fringe.
Right.
We're not doing the mainstream. We're bringing mainstream characters in just
every
for
now and then.
Right.
Like you obviously have to have somebody as James Bond, but you don't necessarily need to see him.
Right.
Let's
they
have
make guest appearances periodically.
Right. Exactly.
That guy that just walked by, that was Jane. That was 007, by the way.
Right. Who's 006?
Right.
Tell the history of who was 001. How did you get 1, 2, 3, and obviously 7? Who's 8, 9, and 10.
And that's what we might see with some of the spin-offs that they're talking about here. But I think they're right. The analysts are right. What you're going to see is a continued march towards consolidation. We're seeing the same thing in video games too.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in entertainment is going towards sucking up all these separate companies, putting them under these big giant umbrellas, and you're going to go back, ironically, back in the 70s and 80s, you had 3 networks.
Right.
And
you're going to
have
because that you have Paramount Plus. Mm-hmm. So everything under all of those umbrellas is now the one. Disney now ended up getting all of their things that had been on Netflix and other places. So even the Netflix original Marvel shows like Daredevil and Luke Cage.
And that was what I had mentioned earlier was that Marvel or Disney really squandered a lot of their intellectual property early on because they didn't have any place to
they didn't have
stream it.
Right. So they said, okay, you can do this and you can have this. And now they're like, we want it. And now it's all there. So now you actually have the parental controls on Disney Plus because when Disney Plus first started, you didn't have to worry about it.
Right.
Now all of those other, things are there. So
the downfall to that is the elimination of competition always means higher prices because there's absolutely no reason for these companies to compete against each other in a price war.
And we've already seen price increases start from it.
That's the thing that's probably the most damaging thing. From a creative standpoint, they're still going to be churning out content. They're still going to keep the franchises alive.
Right.
You may even see this revive some franchises that have been neglected. You may see a revival of a RoboCop franchise because they've got the property for it now. They've got the budget for it.
Right.
So that's one thing that I think the creative side is probably going to continue to go because that's where the money is. But it's going to cost more.
Right.
If you want to see a new RoboCop movie, you're going to have to pay for it somehow. Maybe it's, an extra $5 for your Amazon Prime subscription now.
Right.
Whatever it is. But Amazon has never hesitated to raise their prices as they added more services.
Right.
Amazon's one of those companies that at least you see a return for your investment. Disney's notorious for, on a regular schedule, increasing prices for everything.
Right.
And you, year after year, don't feel you're getting a return for that investment. Whereas every time Amazon gives you something, they usually give you something after. They usually give you a raise in price after you've gotten some kind of service out of them. So there's definitely an incentive to accept those prices. I think your average user will be less hesitant to accept those prices.
Right. And again, because when you're talking about Amazon Prime, you're not just talking the television stuff. You're also with the music, and you also have the free shipping and advantages of that. So, and that's all kind of bundled together. Whereas, with like a Disney Plus, all it is just.
Do you think we'll ever see a Disney MGM Studios again now?
I wonder how much I can get for my shirt online.
Yeah, see? Sell it on Amazon. The other thing to note here is, do they take control of the MGM Grand Casino?
Really?
Well, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
do they?
I don't know if they take control of that.
Yeah, I don't know
To
how
think that Bezos would be in control of a casino is terrifying.
That is kind of scary.
Yeah.
You get Amazon credits or something.
Right, there you go. There you go.
Amazon gift cards when you cash out.
They just drop out of the slot machines now.
That would be kind of funny.
Yeah, they didn't mention that in the articles that I read, but it would be interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, I don't think the end is near. I think there's a lot more acquisitions to happen out there, and
people have too much money to burn, I guess.
$8.5 billion. I wish I had that much. There's certainly other things I'd spend it on than buying a studio. That's for sure. I have a studio. I love my studio.
Do you?
I do. I'm always trying to change it and evolve it, but that's okay.
Right.
Life is change, right?
There you go.
Anyway, that was all for our entertainment news. We'll be back after a quick break with a good pick of the insightful pick of the week.
Thanks. Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for your insightful pick.
So we haven't been doing insightful picks for the past couple of weeks.
Since we changed format. So, every now and then we'll kind of sprinkle it in. So this is a very interesting show, and especially, for those that have that work/home life, it's an interesting take on it. It's mystery, drama, thriller. You're not really sure what's going on, but I'm sure by the end of the show, more will be revealed. And the show is called Severance, and it is on Apple TV. So that's the only place as of right now that you can find it. So the premise is that Mark leads a team of office workers whose memories have been surgically divided between their work and personal lives. When a mysterious colleague appears outside of work, it begins a journey to discover the truth about their jobs. Severance takes as its starting point a unique solution to the work-life balance crisis, one offered by a veteran U.S. corporation called Lumen Industries. What don't they make? Asks one awestruck employee about this opaque organization. Lumen has perfected a process that ensures employees never bring their work home with them. A surgical procedure that is in effect turns a worker into two people. An outie, who turns up at the company daily at 9 a.m. and goes home at 5, and their innie, alter ego, who exists only in the workplace from 9 to 5 and has no concept of life outside of the concrete complex where they work. No awareness of wars, politics, family tension, or even social media. For starters, the procedure that plants this device in your brain, separating your workplace and home life memories, is irreversible. Then there's a work environment on the severed floor. Of course, you have to descend, to get there, which consists of kind of a warden of a path of never-ending corridors and sterile office spaces of kind of like what a hospital would envy.
So, and as the work is performed by 4 members of the microdata refinement department that the story is kind of centered around, let's just say that when someone calls it a mysterious and important work, they're kind of half right. One of the show's great conceits is that no one actually understands what their work achieves. Of course, as with any workplace set show, the dynamic between the 4 colleagues plus their relations with their bosses is integral to the success of the show, even one as lofty as this. And this is where it really scores, giving us characters to care about and humanizing an inhumane concept. So it's very interesting because, again, we know that we have, in our daily life, those of us that work, we have our work persona and we have our home persona. So this is kind of an interesting spin because you don't know the two and you almost become 2 different people. But what ends up happening is this one person who worked for the department found a way to take it out, but now is going through all this, like mind meld type stuff where he doesn't know which end is up. And obviously the company knows something happened. So now they're kind of like doing a witch hunt to find him. So what's interesting is, this job that they're doing, they don't really know what they're doing. And it's so funny because it's supposed to be this, kind of high-tech company, but they're working on computers that are like, 20 years old and doing all these things. Like, you're like, what? And so one of my theories is that what they're doing, it really has to do with the implant. And that's what the job entails, is monitoring these people and making sure that you can that you can control them to do all this stuff. Like the one person tries to quit and she basically gets a message from her outie saying, "You're not quitting. We will do everything to keep you here. This is your job." Because as soon as you kind of go down like the elevator or you go up the elevator to leave for the day, you all of a sudden, you don't even remember what your job was. Like you kind of go into a locker room, you change your watch, you change your shoes, you change your badge. And the other interesting thing too is anybody that works on the severed floor, nobody starts work at the same time. Everybody's shifted by 10 minutes so that you don't run into anybody,
right,
because you don't know who this person is until you get down there. And the other thing too is so many people, like when they get to work, they feel like, oh, wasn't I just here? Like you don't feel rested because you don't realize that you left. So it's very interesting when you kind of think about it. And then now as the season's progressing, this one department who never met anybody else except for like top management now is all of a sudden running into other people and they're like, we know who you are, but we never run into you. And so there's all this interesting, dynamic of, oh crap, now we got to keep them separated. How do we do this?
So how many episodes are there in the series? I
think they're going to be 8 total.
Single season?
Yeah. Yeah. As of right now, I don't know if it's something where,
I'm assuming it's something that they're working to a conclusion for the season.
Yeah.
So it's like a serial.
Right. And the other thing too is there are some people that are on this floor that aren't severed, that know that there's, so like the one person who's the boss is kind of spying on the one person in both lives, but so that's where it kind of makes me think that, what their job has nothing like.
Sounds very Orwellian.
Yes, it does.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's a little freaky, especially when you first watch it. You know, but as you get into it, it's definitely one where I want to see how things go.
Yeah.
And each week it's interesting because different people post different things. They even have a LinkedIn page now they set up a spoof LinkedIn page for the company.
Nice.
And then I think there was even a book that became available on Apple Books. I believe it was free. That was kind of like written by somebody that worked for the company and got out.
Right.
So they're putting all these little Easter eggy things out there. So that's kind of cool that they're doing that. So
Halo did the same thing when it first came out. You had all these mysterious things on the net and stuff like that. So very cool. Very cool pick.
Thank you.
So we'll be right back with some quick afterthoughts. So I think we had one.
Right, because the one that was supposed to be that same weekend, unfortunately, got canceled.
And we shall not talk about that.
So we won't talk about it. So the biggest one that's kind of coming up in the area is Fan Expo, which is formerly known as Wizard World. That is going to be at the Philadelphia Convention Center from April 8th to the 10th. So join tens of thousands of fans who are just like you and experience the ultimate playground for comics, sci-fi, horror, anime, and gaming. 3 days of citywide events, family-friendly attractions, and world-renowned celebrities await. The showtimes will be Friday from 4 to 9 p.m., Saturday 10 to 7, and Sunday 10 to 5. I believe up until today or tomorrow, you can still pre-order tickets. The cheapest they come is $37, and then they'll go to $47, but that's also, it depends on which day you go.
So we gotta get our tickets.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll do that after we're
Prince Humperdinck's gonna be there.
Oh my god!
That's awesome.
Spike's gonna be there!
And who else?
And Beta
there's
and
other guys.
yeah, Beta and Gates McFadden from Star Trek.
Well, we got a lot of Star Trek folks.
Yeah,
there.
so they're probably doing
John
a whole.
Delancey's going to be there. Jonathan Frakes.
Yeah, so they're probably doing a whole Star Trek-y.
The original Ahsoka's going to be there, not the one in the live action.
Right. So yeah.
Michael Rooker's going to be there.
Oh wow, Kevin Smith and
Carl Weathers. Was there a new Rocky movie or something?
Well, no, because he's probably there with. So they're right. So they're doing the whole Mandalorian, and then of course David Tennant.
Who's
you
that?
know, who?
Who's that?
You're so funny.
All right.
Boy.
So yeah, we got to get our tickets, but definitely that's the place to be.
Yep, sure is.
Anything else coming up on the horizon that you're aware of?
Well, we had the little